Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met the Quirkless Soldier. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It had been 4 months since All Might last saw her. He wondered what she remembered, if she remembered him at all, and if she knew about Akira. Their reunion was set to take place in the hospital, and he took a deep breath before gently opening the door. Inside the bright room stood a 14-year-old girl. Her eyes, a striking shade, met his gaze as she rose to her feet. Her hair, wrapped in bandages, cascaded over her shoulders. She was barefoot, and her hospital gown reached her knees. With her arms glued to her sides, back straight, shoulders back, and feet together, she saluted. "General All Might. Cadet YN reporting. Do you have any orders, sir?" she declared loudly, her voice monotone. All Might stood in silence, taking in how much she had changed. His gaze fell to her arms, now made of solid metal from her elbows to her fingertips. Her left hand remained in salute, a stark reminder of her resilience. It was fortunate compared to what had happened to her caretaker, Akira. A sigh escaped his lips as he approached her, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, the only part of her that wasn't metal. "Young YN, you need to rest. You're still injured," he said, usually addressing everyone by their last name, but since she had none, he used her first name. "I am healed," she insisted, her salute unwavering. Her hair and ankle were both bandaged, remnants of a bombing attack in a high-crime area where she had been working with Major Akira. She had lost her arms, while Akira had lost something far more significant. All Might let out a breath, thinking of his friend. "Young YN, there's no need to shout. We're in a hospital." "I apologize, sir. I am healed," she replied, her loud voice lowering to a more appropriate level. He couldn't help but sweat drop at her insistence. "Yes, I heard," he responded, noting her robotic tone. Her expression remained blank and emotionless, even during their reunion. Her eyes glistened, yet they seemed devoid of warmth. "Permission to ask a question, sir?" she inquired. All Might blinked and nodded. "Go ahead." "I do not have my pistol, sir." All Might paused, taken aback by her literal interpretation. "That's not what I forget it. Ask your question." "Have I received any orders from the Major? I am soon to be released, so I am able to complete any tasks the Major has given me," she stated, causing All Might to flinch. "Oh, young YN, the Major has put you in my care. You won't have any orders for a while," he explained. Her eyes dimmed slightly. "Since you are getting released, there is a place I would like to take you. Get ready and we shall go." He ruffled her hair gently. "Understood. No need to yell." "I apologize." "Understood." As they arrived at the Evergarden residence, YN gazed at the tall, beautifully decorated White House. It felt strange to her, no mud beneath her feet, no huts surrounding her, and no field of trainees struggling with their training. This was nothing like the training grounds. All Might knocked on the door, and after a moment, it opened to reveal a woman in a sundress. She smiled warmly at both of them. "Oh, Toshinori. It's so good to see you," she exclaimed, and All Might returned her smile. "Hello, Lucia. It's good to see you too," he replied politely. Lucia then turned her attention to YN. "Hello. And who might you be?" With her arms glued to her sides, back straight, and feet together, YN saluted. "Cadet YN reporting for duty. It is an honor to be in your presence, ma'am," she declared. "YN, you don't have to yell," All Might said, sweat dropping. "I apologize, sir," she responded, repeating her introduction in a quieter tone. All Might wondered why she kept doing that. "YN, why does that name sound familiar?" Lucia mused. "I do not know, ma'am. I cannot read your thoughts." She was asking herself, YN, All Might clarified. "Oh, you're Akira's sidekick," Lucia exclaimed. "I am her cadet, ma'am," YN corrected. Come in," Lucia urged, opening the door wider for them to enter. Inside, the house was spacious and elegant. It was clear that Lucia was quite affluent. Everything was neat, spotless, and organized. "Sorry about the mess," Lucia said. "I am unable to spot any mess, ma'am," 𝐻𝐿 replied. "Are you kidding? It's a scrapyard in here." Lucia laughed. "I cannot spot any scrapyards nearby, ma'am." "It's a metaphor, 𝐻𝐿," Lucia explained, twirling her skirt as she stood in front of the glistening staircase. "Anyway, allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Lucia Evergarden, and I own this house." "I already know why you're here," she continued. "You're here because Akira wanted me to take care of her sweet little 𝐻𝐿 since she is still a child." All Might nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's right." "That's perfect. You will hold my surname," Lucia said, grinning at 𝐻𝐿. "So, from now on, you are 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden." 𝐻𝐿 stood tall and saluted the older woman. "Yes, ma'am," she exclaimed, repeating her new name to herself. 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden. It was an interesting and flashy name. After a long tour around the elegant house, All Might smiled at the two. "All right then. I will take my leave now." 𝐻𝐿 perked up at his words, rising from her seat at the dining table. "We are leaving?" she asked, surprised. "Yes, well, I am. There is someone I have to meet with," All Might explained simply. Young 𝐻𝐿 was instructed to stay with Lucia. Despite her youth, she expressed her desire to accompany the general to his destination, raising concerns about communication if orders were sent while she was absent. Lucia flinched at the words of the 14-year-old girl, her disbelief evident as she shot an accusing look at All Might, who silently pleaded for her to remain quiet. It seemed he had not informed her of the situation. All Might assured 𝐻𝐿 that he would return to share the details. 𝐻𝐿 persisted, requesting to join him for his meeting with an accomplice. All Might sighed, recognizing her determination. He explained that it would be best for her to stay and get to know Lucia better, promising that he would take her with him the following day, hoping she would forget her insistence by then. 𝐻𝐿 accepted his decision, though disappointment flickered across her face as All Might nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him. As the clock struck midnight in Muscular, Japan, 𝐻𝐿 sat in her bed, gazing out the window. She had endured many sleepless nights, having previously slept for 4 months. Rest was elusive, especially with so much having changed in such a short time. She reflected on her circumstances. She was no longer with Major, she was in a house instead of a hut, and she lay in a bed rather than a sleeping bag. Most importantly, she was still without Major. Her gaze turned to the sky, curiosity stirring within her. Where was Major now? Chapter ends 6:45 a.m. Muscular, Japan. Evergarden residence. After a brief rest of 2 hours, 𝐻𝐿 woke up. She looked around her room, realizing it wasn't a dream. She had truly awakened after 4 months and was now Lucia Evergarden's adoptive daughter. She stood up and sighed, heading for the closet to get dressed. Lucia had expressed her discontent with 𝐻𝐿's limited clothing options the day before, insisting that she wear something more appropriate. 𝐻𝐿 maintained a stoic expression as she reluctantly put on a long skirt, something she had never worn during training camp or missions. She wondered what the Major would think of her new attire. Not wanting to face any reprimands, she fastened the skirt and slipped on a green long-sleeve shirt before leaving her room. As she walked toward Lucia's room, she found her sitting at her desk, wearing glasses. Lucia turned her head and expressed her surprise at seeing 𝐻𝐿 awake so early. She stood up and approached her with a smile, greeting her warmly. 𝐻𝐿 stood at attention, arms at her sides, back straight, shoulders back, and feet together, saluting. She announced her presence with enthusiasm, stating that she had nothing to report. Lucia blinked in surprise, smiling as she shook her head, telling 𝐻𝐿 there was no need for such formalities and that calling her Lucia was perfectly fine. 𝐻𝐿 quickly corrected herself, earning a chuckle from Lucia. Lucia then revealed she had a gift for 𝐻𝐿, pulling her closer by her metal wrist. She opened a drawer filled with various items, surprising 𝐻𝐿 given the otherwise tidy house. Lucia pulled out a pair of brown gloves and handed them to 𝐻𝐿, who acknowledged the gift with her characteristic bluntness. Lucia laughed, encouraging 𝐻𝐿 to try them on. 𝐻𝐿 nodded in understanding, placing one glove in her mouth as she pulled back her sleeve to reveal her metallic prosthetic. She carefully slipped the glove onto her hand and secured it, then repeated the process with the second glove. 𝐻 examined them with an emotionless expression, while Lucia grinned, thrilled that they fit perfectly. 𝐻 saluted Lucia again, assuring her that the gift would be cherished. Lucia's surprise turned into a warm smile as she thanked her. 8:40 a.m. Mustafu, Japan Evergarden residents all might entered the house, hoping that 𝐻 was getting along well with Lucia. 𝐻 stood at attention once more, saluting him and announcing that Lucia had gifted her the brown gloves and made her a meal. All Might, startled by her sudden appearance, thanked her, still a bit taken aback. He observed her in the skirt and noted the gloves fitting snugly over her cold, metal hands, realizing that Lucia had indeed followed through with her plans. He assumed she liked them, considering they weren't in the trash. 𝐻 asked if they were going to meet All Might's accomplice. All Might sighed, wishing she had forgotten about that. He wanted them to meet but felt a bit worried, knowing 𝐻 struggled with understanding feelings. He reluctantly agreed, saying it would be okay. He called out to Lucia, letting her know he was taking 𝐻 for a while. A faint reply came from upstairs, and with a nod, 𝐻 followed the yellow-haired hero out of the house. At the beach in Mustafu, Japan, Izuka Midoriya stood on the sand, waiting for All Might. He wondered if his mentor wanted him to handle things on his own, or if he was just being the amazing hero he was. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him from above, startling the green-haired boy. He looked up to see All Might standing on the concrete road with a girl behind him. All Might apologized for being late, explaining that he had promised she could come. He introduced 𝐻 to Midoriya and vice versa. With arms glued to her sides and a straight posture, 𝐻 greeted Midoriya enthusiastically, introducing herself as Cadet 𝐻 Evergarden. Midoriya blushed, realizing this was the first girl to ever speak to him. He stammered out his name, feeling nervous. 𝐻 asked if he was General All Might's cadet, which confused him. He repeated the term, cadet, and looked to All Might for clarification. All Might explained that 𝐻 was a friend of a friend, though it was complicated. 𝐻 referred to herself as a tool, which surprised Midoriya. All Might scolded 𝐻 for calling herself a tool, expressing his disapproval. She apologized, and he reassured her it was all right. Turning back to Midoriya, All Might informed him that 𝐻 would be joining them for training. He encouraged Midoriya to get started. When Midoriya asked for orders, All Might reminded 𝐻 that she didn't need them. 𝐻 insisted that without orders, she couldn't act. All Might felt a pang of sadness, realizing how empty and emotionless she seemed, thinking of herself as a tool to be used and discarded. He pushed aside his thoughts and instructed 𝐻 to help Midoriya with his training. Midoriya was taken aback by the sudden instruction. 𝐻 approached him, touching his skin, which made him blush. She put her arm around his neck and rested her body on top of him, causing his face to turn even redder. All Might cheered them on, encouraging them to keep up the good work. 𝐻 felt confused, unsure how she was helping, as all she was doing was sitting on the boy, who was clearly flustered. Midoriya, still stuttering, asked if she was okay. 𝐻 nodded, concerned about his shaking and stammering, questioning if he was sick. He reassured her that he was fine. 𝐻 stopped short, surprised by the apology. No one had ever apologized to her before, except for the Major. She remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Midoriya, sensing her hesitation, decided to ask a question. He confirmed that he understood, taking her silence as a yes. "Who is the Major?" she inquired. "The Major is my master. She gives me orders," he explained, noting that he hadn't heard her orders in a while. "Orders? As in directions?" "Yes." "Why do you need orders?" "Without orders, I cannot do anything. I do not know anything other than orders." Midoriya glanced at the girl on his back, puzzled by her words. What did she mean she couldn't do anything without orders? She seemed so mysterious. Just who was she? "You've asked me more than one question," 𝐻 pointed out. "Huh. You asked to ask a question and you have asked. 3, to be exact." "Oh, sorry." There was a brief silence. Permission to ask questions in return? Midoriya looked at her, realizing she was seeking his permission. He felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he recognized that she viewed him as her superior. Sure. Go ahead. I do not have my pistol. He stared at her in slight surprise and confusion. Not literally. Oh. I apologize. It's fine. No need to apologize, he replied quickly, not wanting her to feel bad. Her expression remained unchanged. What are your questions? Are you equipped with a quirk? She asked, and he perked up at the question. He had forgotten to ask her about her quirk. However, his mood quickly dimmed as he realized he would likely disappoint her since he didn't have one. No. Sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Oh, I don't know. Sorry. Do not apologize. An apology is for those who did something wrong. You have not done anything out of order, she stated, causing him to blush at her words. Do you have a quirk, Ms. Evergarden? No, I do not. YN shifted uncomfortably on Midoriya's back. Did he just call her Evergarden? Lucia didn't like being called names like that. You can call me YN, she said, mimicking Lucia's gesture. He blushed as he repeated her name. YN. In her own way, she was being kind to him. Although her face remained emotionless, her words were gentle. Both of them were quirkless, sharing a similar disadvantage in a judgmental world. All Might student and the soldier girl. At 12:30 p.m. in Mustafu, Japan, at a beach still littered with debris, Midoriya wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though he had been through this routine for a while, it was still a lot of work. The beach shore was covered in trash and useless objects, and it was his job to clean them all up. Are you tired? A voice asked. He turned to find YN close to him, leaning in to assess his condition. I can keep going. Are you? No. I have been trained to go days without rest or sleep, she replied. Besides, how could I be tired? All I am doing is riding on your back. He felt a slight embarrassment at his question. Sorry. Why do you keep apologizing when you have done nothing wrong? YN asked, confused. She apologized when she was told to, when she missed her footing, or when she failed to complete something. But this boy apologized for no reason. I don't know. I guess I just feel like I did something wrong. But you have not. Yeah. All Might jumped down from his comfortable seat above them, an idea forming in his mind. He had never seen YN's strength or speed since she woke up. It could be a good time to assess how much she had lost. Young Midoriya, why don't you take a break? Young YN can do some of the work for a while, All Might suggested. As a devoted fan, Midoriya couldn't decline his hero's request. Sir, what would you like me to do? YN asked, saluting. Come along. All Might led them to the other side of the beach. Midoriya's eyes widened at the sight before him. A field of flipped-over, broken cars littered the sand. None of them could ever be used again. Glass was hidden in the grains of sand, fortunately not too close to the waves. Midoriya had known the beach was messy, but he hadn't realized it was a scrapyard. This is a crash site. A series of car accidents happened here, so as you can see, there are tons of cars around. It's a dangerous place for people and animals alike, he explained, his eyes bulging as he realized YN's task. You don't mean? That's right, young Midoriya. Young YN will clean up all these cars. Her goal is to clean the entire side of the beach in 1 hour. All Might declared, turning to give Midoriya a thumbs up. Midoriya sweat dropped at All Might's enthusiasm. This was impossible. How could YN clean all of this in 1 hour? No one could do that. Understood, sir. YN saluted as she accepted the challenge. Midoriya couldn't believe it. She was actually going to attempt it? That was insane. No human could finish such an impossible task, especially without a quirk. You might want to take off your gloves for this challenge, All Might suggested, pointing at her brown gloves. Understood. She pulled off her left glove, and Midoriya's eyes widened as he saw her hands. They were metallic. He hadn't expected that. Her hands were made of steel, sturdy and gleaming in the light of the setting sun. Her fingers were lined with mini plates of metal, and as she rolled up her sleeves, he noticed the metal extended farther up her arms. There was no skin, just pure metal. It was unique, unexpected, special, and extraordinary. Midoriya gazed at her arms in curiosity. What could have happened to her? Your time starts now. All Might exclaimed, snapping Midoriya out of his thoughts. 𝐻𝐿 approached the first vehicle, a flipped-over truck with a shattered windshield. She slid her fingers underneath it and, to Midoriya's astonishment, heaved it up, flipping the car over with ease. She pushed it back against the wall separating the beach from the road. Midoriya blinked in disbelief. 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden had just flipped over a car. All Might nodded in approval. The girl still had her strength. He turned back to his student, who was watching in shock as 𝐻𝐿 pushed another car next to the first one. Now, young Midoriya, he called, gaining his attention. Break's over. Hope it was lovely. Even if it had only been 3 minutes. Back to work. Okay. But. The green-haired boy glanced back at the emotionless girl, concern etched on his face. He turned his attention to the busy girl and called out to her, reminding her that they would return in an hour and expected her to be finished by then. 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged him with a nod and a salute, affirming her understanding. 1:40 p.m. Mustafu, Japan A beach. All Might and Midoriya were making their way back to check on 𝐻𝐿. They had left her alone for an hour, and if she had completed her challenge as All Might anticipated, she should be done by now. Suddenly, a series of screams echoed from the nearby car graveyard, causing both to tense up. It was 𝐻𝐿. All Might inflated himself, and they raced toward the source of the commotion. They halted in their tracks as they witnessed 𝐻𝐿 soaring through the air, executing a perfect upside-down spin before landing and delivering a powerful axe kick to a criminal. She deftly dodged another attacker, snatching his weapon and holding his arm down as she delivered an impressive uppercut kick that sent him sprawling to the front. With swift precision, she punched an incoming assailant and followed up with a powerful kick to her opponent's face, using the momentum to prepare for her next move. Midoriya and All Might watched in awe as she dominated the one-sided fight. Her fighting style was fierce, yet it was undeniably effective. One man shouted a threat as he aimed his rifle at her, and Midoriya felt a surge of fear. He called out a warning to 𝐻𝐿, and just as the man fired, the bullet racing toward her. In a flawless display of agility, she moved her head just in time to avoid the shot. The man's stunned exclamation was cut short as 𝐻𝐿 swiftly grabbed his face and forced it down into the sand. Midoriya's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene. An army of men, some still exhibiting their quirks, lay unconscious in the sand. Some had minor injuries, while others were incapacitated against the backs of trucks and cars. It was astonishing to see so many grown men, twice her age, taken down by a single girl. 𝐻𝐿 released the man with the pistol and stood up, completely unharmed except for some residual blood on her metallic arms, which she quickly covered. She felt a sense of relief that they were no longer a distraction from her work. They had been hiding behind a car, aiming a pistol at her, and disturbing her work was a crime that could not go unpunished. Midoriya, still in shock, asked how she managed to accomplish such a feat. 𝐻𝐿 replied that she had completed her task, addressing All Might with respect. The two males turned their attention to the road, where a line of trucks and cars was neatly arranged, all in order at the starting and finishing points, except for those with criminals incapacitated in the back. Midoriya inquired about her strength, and 𝐻𝐿 tilted her head in confusion, maintaining her emotionless demeanor. She explained that she trained every day in majors camps. All Might shuddered at the thought of those rigorous training sessions, which were notoriously intense. The training regimen included countless push-ups, pull-ups, burpees, and long-distance runs, with severe penalties for failure. All Might couldn't help but feel a chill at the thought of enduring such grueling conditions, even as the #1 hero. Snapping back to reality, Midoriya called out to All Might, who congratulated 𝐻𝐿 on her impressive performance and suggested they head home. 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged the command, and Midoriya agreed. As they walked, Midoriya complimented 𝐻𝐿 on her skills, feeling a blush creep onto his face. She thanked him, and he couldn't help but admire her. She was remarkable, talented, strong, and beautiful. Although he had never really talked to a girl before, he sensed that YN was special, one of a kind. YN then addressed him formally, calling him Sir, which flustered Midoriya. She encouraged him to keep trying, recalling words from Major that resonated with her now. She recognized that while he might be nearly as strong as her as the general's cadet, he was a comrade she would protect, just as the Major had done for her. Chapter End. 7:45 a.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School. YN wandered through the school, searching for her new classroom in the general department. It was amusing to her since she had never attended school before and had no idea what she was doing. However, General All Might and Lucia had encouraged her to enroll in this hero school, UA, and she was determined to become a hero so she could find the Major. Fiddling with her uniform, she found it strange: a white button-down shirt, a short skirt, and a gray vest. It was nothing like her training camp uniform and seemed impractical for battle. She noted that her skirt was shorter than those of the other girls, but shrugged it off. Having started the school year in rehab, she was relieved that she hadn't missed too much. YN glanced at her map again, realizing that directions were not her strong suit. Trusting her instincts, she continued her search. 1:50 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School, lunchtime. YN leaned against the wall, feeling no hunger. After enduring training camp with Major, she could go weeks without food. Suddenly, someone called her name. She looked up to see a boy with green, bushy hair and a friendly smile, his cheeks flushed. Standing at attention, she saluted him, addressing him formally as Midoriya, sir. He turned pink at her respectful greeting, insisting that she didn't need to salute him. They were in the same year, and he quickly expressed his surprise. She acknowledged him with a salute before explaining that she hadn't reported her enrollment because she didn't realize he needed to know. He felt bad for assuming she would share that information. He apologized for coming off as rude and noticed she was standing alone. He offered her a place at his table with friends, gesturing to a brown-haired girl and a boy with navy hair. He reassured her that it was her choice and that he wasn't forcing her. She responded that if it was an order, she would comply, leading to a bit of confusion about whether she was accepting his invitation. Just then, the brown-haired girl approached and enthusiastically invited her to join them, effectively ending their back and forth. At lunchtime in UA High School, she shared that she was in the general department, Class 1C. The girl with chocolate hair and rosy cheeks, Achiko Uraraka, asked how her classes were going. YN replied that they were fine, though she expected them to be long and filled with books. Tenya Iida, with navy blue hair and square glasses, inquired about her quirk, and she explained that she didn't have one, meaning she was quirkless. Midoriya recalled seeing her at the beach a few months ago and thought she didn't need a quirk to be impressive. He encouraged her and she thanked him, causing him to blush. Later, as they walked through the halls, they noticed a crowd gathering. Uraraka wondered what was happening, while Iida expressed his frustration at the disruption. They pushed through the crowd to investigate. They learned that some boys were bothering a girl, and Iida was visibly upset. As they reached the front, they recognized YN in the center, surrounded by 3 boys who had been teasing her. She had white eraser shavings in her hair and pencil marks on her jacket, yet her expression remained unchanged. One boy smirked as he crumpled a piece of paper and threw it at her, hitting her forehead. She caught it, confused about the situation, as she had never experienced bullying before. The boy laughed and called it a greeting. Midoriya frowned at their behavior, while Uraraka grimaced. Iida was about to intervene when everyone froze in shock at what happened next. YN balled her fist and, with remarkable speed, launched the piece of paper back at the boy, hitting him squarely on the forehead. The impact surprised everyone, and he stumbled back, exclaiming in pain. YN simply stated that she had returned his greeting. The boy, furious, lunged at her, but she quickly caught his fist and retaliated, knocking him back. The other boys attempted to attack her, but she deftly handled them, sending one crashing into a wall and another to the ground. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing a girl take down 3 boys effortlessly. YN asked if that was part of the greeting as the crowd buzzed with excitement about her strength. Some speculated about her quirk, but she clarified that she didn't have one, leaving everyone in disbelief. Later, she pondered the rules about fighting, wondering if she had done something wrong. As she walked down the street to get groceries before visiting a friend, she was bumped into by a rough-looking boy. Ignoring his gruff comment, she continued on her way, determined not to cause trouble at school. He shouted at her to pay attention, but she kept walking. When he grabbed her shoulder, her reflexes kicked in, and she flipped him over her shoulder effortlessly. Katsuki Bakugo landed on the concrete, shocked by her strength. YN frowned, annoyed at being touched without permission, and decided to walk away. Bakugo, furious, demanded she return and fight him, launching an attack from behind. Without turning, she caught his wrist, ready to respond to his aggression. The next thing he knew, he was thrown against the chain-link gate of a nearby park, the impact knocking the breath out of him as he fell to the ground. She stated firmly that he should refrain from touching her. He looked up at her, frustration evident on his face. She expressed that she did not wish to cause trouble. He retorted angrily, insisting that she should have thought of that before trying to fight him. She shook her head, clarifying that she had not attempted to fight anyone. He had approached her with harsh intentions, and she had reacted instinctively. She apologized before turning to walk away, leaving him growling in irritation. This girl was infuriating. He yelled at her not to turn her back on him as he lunged toward her. In an ideal scenario, he would have caught her. Unfortunately, this world was far from perfect. She caught his hand with her own, and an explosion erupted from his palm, tearing her glove apart. His gaze shifted to her hands, where he felt a cold metallic substance against his skin. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of her metallic hands. They were cold and light, resembling something robotic. Her expression shifted from emotionless to one of shock as she stared at her ruined glove, now in tatters. Lucia's gift was destroyed, and she had promised herself not to discard it, but now she had no choice. For the first time in 4 months, she felt a rush of emotions: shock, anger, and frustration. She grimaced at him, asking if he could just leave her alone. In a swift motion, she grabbed his wrist and the back of his neck, forcing him to the ground and placing her knee on his back. She stood up, declaring that she had no time for his games and instructed him to be on his way. He grimaced as he looked at her, realizing she was not just anyone. She was fast, smart, and skilled, qualities he refused to admit. He scoffed, warning her not to think this was over, calling her a timid robot. She corrected him, introducing herself as YN Evergarden, at his service. He snapped back, insisting that he hadn't asked for her name. She simply pointed out that she was just correcting him, which irritated him further. He shouted in frustration, feeling overwhelmed by her presence. She was annoying, infuriating, and strangely captivating. Outside a grocery store in Mustafu, Japan, YN walked out with groceries in hand, her gloves tucked away in her pocket. She frowned, still thinking about the boy who had ripped her gloves. She had promised not to cause any more trouble for General 𝐊𝐿, and now she was in a bad mood. Today was not going well, and the screams around her only added to her frustration. Suddenly, she noticed people running and screaming in the opposite direction. A huge werewolf hybrid villain had appeared, blocking her path. He taunted her, asking why she wasn't running. She kept her gaze on the ground, uninterested in engaging with him. When he asked if she knew he could easily harm her, she continued walking past him, unfazed. He was confused by her calm demeanor and grew angry as she ignored him. He threatened her, boasting about his ability to kill with a single swipe. She merely glanced at him, stating that he was clearly an amateur for wasting time talking. His growl of frustration only fueled her resolve. As he lunged at her, she remembered her promise to 𝐊𝐿 not to cause trouble. She had ice cream to protect, and she needed to act quickly. She turned, readying her hand. With a swift dodge, she avoided his attack and delivered a powerful punch to his face, slamming him into the ground. The impact created a noticeable dent in the concrete, leaving the villain momentarily stunned and silent. With a sigh of annoyance, YN walked away, hoping her ice cream remained intact. Unbeknownst to her, the ground behind her began to crack. Later, Midoriya rushed to the crime scene, where witnesses reported a strong burst of wind that had split the road and knocked the villain down. He suspected that a new hero had emerged, as such powerful winds didn't occur without reason. In his room, Katsuki Bakugo buried his face in his pillow, frustrated by thoughts of the girl who had annoyed him so much. He winced at the bruise on his back, refusing to admit it hurt. She was weak and extra, and yet he couldn't shake her image from his mind. Her bright eyes and soft hair haunted him, and he shouted in frustration, cursing her name. His mother called out to him, urging him to quiet down. He couldn't help but think about her cold, metallic hands and her emotionless expression. Why did she have to be so strange? And why did she have to call him blonde boy, in that infuriatingly cute tone? As he continued to wrestle with his thoughts, 𝐻𝐿 returned home, sharing her day with Lucia, who was mending her gloves. Lucia expressed her enthusiasm, assuring 𝐻𝐿 that the gloves would be as good as new by morning. 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged her gratitude, but Lucia's demeanor shifted as she revealed her concern about 𝐻𝐿's behavior. She explained that 𝐻𝐿 needed to learn to control her reactions, especially when someone touched her shoulder. 𝐻𝐿, confused, questioned why she couldn't react defensively. Lucia emphasized the importance of not appearing threatening, as the person might be a friend. 𝐻𝐿 admitted her discomfort with random touches but remained expressionless. Lucia then proposed a plan to help 𝐻𝐿 manage her emotions. At 7:20 a.m. in Mustafu, Japan, 𝐻𝐿 sat in her room, engrossed in a book. School was demanding, but she was determined to become a hero, which was the reason for her enrollment. Suddenly, Lucia burst into the room, visibly shocked and alarmed. She exclaimed that it was Thursday, and 𝐻𝐿 needed to go to school. 𝐻𝐿 calmly confirmed the day, but Lucia insisted that she couldn't choose her days off. 𝐻𝐿's confusion deepened as she processed this information. At 7:45 a.m., 𝐻𝐿 found herself navigating the UA grounds, questioning her sense of direction. She spotted a tall building and decided to enter, hoping to ask for directions. As she walked inside, a dark purple mist began to envelop her. Suddenly, she felt a touch on her shoulder, triggering her training instincts. Lucia's voice echoed in her mind, urging her to maintain control. She took a deep breath and looked down. A gruff voice inquired about her identity. The figure before her was shrouded in a dark purple haze, with yellow eyes peering out. Despite the unsettling appearance, 𝐻𝐿 met his gaze with irritation and firmly declared that he should never touch her again. The man, taken aback, withdrew his hand, sensing her intensity. 𝐻𝐿 realized that Lucia's advice had merit. Lucia later devised a strategy for 𝐻𝐿 to express herself without resorting to aggression. She suggested that 𝐻𝐿 could use a dark glare to deter unwanted attention. 𝐻𝐿, seeking clarification, learned that this approach would help her maintain her boundaries without physical confrontation. As 𝐻𝐿 contemplated this new tactic, the mysterious man raised his hand and bid her farewell. Suddenly, a black swarm of mist engulfed her, obscuring her vision. Panic set in as she realized he was an enemy. In an instant, she felt weightless, her body lifted off the ground, and she found herself falling into a deep, blue expanse. At 9:35 a.m. in the shipwreck zone of UA High School, Midoriya sat on the shore, exhausted but alert. He was aware that the threat of villains still loomed. A loud splash interrupted his thoughts, causing him to tense. 𝐻𝐕 and 𝐼𝐿𝐻, equally fatigued, reacted to the disturbance. Midoriya squinted at the water, and a familiar face emerged from the depths. 𝐻𝐿, with her 𝐋𝐬𝐀𝐀𝐓 and 𝐶 eyes, appeared before him. He called out her name, and 𝐻𝐕 inquired if he knew her. Midoriya confirmed that 𝐻𝐿 was his friend, while 𝐼𝐿𝐻 commented on her appearance. 𝐻𝐿, spotting the trio on the shore, felt a sense of relief at seeing a familiar face. She hoped Midoriya could guide her to Class 1C, despite the uncomfortable sensation of her wet clothes. With determination, she began to swim toward them, ready to apologize for her unexpected arrival. Midoriya smiled briefly until he realized two important things. First, 𝐻𝐿 was not supposed to be here. Second, she was in a pond surrounded by hostile villains. He called out to her, urging her to get out of the water, knowing it was dangerous. 𝐻𝐿 paused, looking confused. Midoriya grimaced, realizing she couldn't hear him. Mineta pointed out the obvious. Suddenly, a gasp came from the water. Midoriya turned to see 𝐻𝐿's face vanish beneath the surface, the ripples spreading outwards. Mineta expressed his shock and fear, and Midoriya clenched his teeth in frustration. "Sue," he called out. "I'm on it," she replied, launching her tongue to grab 𝐻𝐿. Underwater, 𝐻𝐿 was fighting off the villains one by one. She disliked being dragged against her will and preferred ground combat over swimming, which was not her strong suit. Then, a thin, light pink line appeared out of nowhere. Curious, 𝐻𝐿 reached for it, thinking it might be a weapon. The pink line wrapped around her waist and pulled her out of the water. With a sudden force, she landed on the muddy ground. A familiar voice asked if she was okay, and she looked up to see Midoriya before nodding in response. "Affirmative," she said. "Pretty girl." Mineta exclaimed. "I apologize. Are you in class right now?" 𝐻𝐿 asked. "Well, sort of," 𝐊𝐿 replied with a shrug. "It's not exactly going as planned." "Oh, I apologize." She took a deep breath and stood up, ready to move on. "All right, 𝐻𝐿, I know you are used to greeting people with a salute, but let's try it a different way. Remember, you aren't at the Major's agency anymore," 𝐻𝐿 reminded her. "But I will return eventually, correct?" she asked. "Maybe. But for now, you are in my care. Akira's orders were for you to become a hero who saves people, remember?" 𝐻𝐿 continued. 𝐻𝐿 nodded, affirming her commitment. "I never forget my orders, sir." "But since you will become a hero instead of a soldier, you'll need to learn how to greet people properly." Just then, Lucia burst through the door. "That's rich. You can just come in with a thumbs up or a simple hi. Let me teach you how to greet people, 𝐻𝐿. You ready?" "Yes, ma'am," 𝐻𝐿 replied enthusiastically. With a polite step back, 𝐻𝐿 bowed gracefully, recalling Lucia's precise instructions. "Future hero, 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden. At your service." The group marveled at her formalities, smiling at her enthusiasm. Mineta was a bit too captivated, but that was to be expected. "I'm 𝐊𝐿. But Sue is fine." Sue introduced herself, her tongue playfully sticking out. "And I'm Minoru Mineta. I'm everybody's favorite," he added with a grin. "That's a lie," Sue retorted, playfully kicking Mineta away from 𝐻𝐿, who was a little too close for comfort. Midoriya watched their casual banter with a smile. "Anyway, 𝐻𝐿, what are you doing here?" he asked. "I was lost and," she started, but then abruptly turned and swatted away a hand. A creepy man had approached from behind her, his hands in unsettling positions. His eerie voice broke the tension. "Oh, good one." 𝐻𝐿 met his red eyes, which radiated a disturbing intensity. "Almost caught you." Midoriya felt a chill run down his spine. The man had appeared from nowhere, and if he had touched 𝐻𝐿, who knew what could have happened? She could have been hurt or worse. He couldn't allow that. "Do not," a quiet voice warned. He turned to see 𝐻𝐿, her gaze fixed on the ground. Though she seemed fine, something felt off. When she looked up, a shiver ran through him. Her emotionless expression had shifted to something fierce. "Do not touch me," she warned, her soft eyes now serious and unyielding. She meant it, she did not want to be touched. 𝐻𝐿's intense glare was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Her eyes widened as she turned to see a gigantic creature, a monstrous figure with red-veined eyes and bulging muscles, a grotesque mix of human and bird. "Nomu," she muttered, recognizing the threat. The creature raised its arm, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris that engulfed the area. "All might!" Midoriya exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he spotted the symbol of peace himself. "Young Midoriya, take your friends to safety. Go!" All Might commanded. "Right." Midoriya responded, leading the group away through the chaos. The storm of dust made it difficult to see, but they pressed on. Once they reached a safer area, Midoriya paused, relieved to have Sue and Mineta with him. But where was 𝐻𝐿? "Where's 𝐻𝐿?" he asked, panic rising in his chest. "Right," Mineta began, but trailed off, realizing she was missing. 𝐻𝐿? Midoriya called out, his heart racing. He spotted her heading straight into the center of the storm, towards the chaos and danger without hesitation. He couldn't believe it. He rushed after her, fearing the worst. Her gloves were being swept away in the wind. She had already damaged them once before, but she was determined not to lose them again. 𝐻𝐿 prepared to jump, but a swoosh of air caught her attention. She ducked just in time, feeling the brush of the man's fingers against her cheek, causing her to flinch. Without hesitation, she grabbed his wrist and flipped him over her shoulder. "I warned you not to touch me," she stated firmly, continuing her search for her gloves. The man, with messy blue hair, growled in frustration and grabbed her foot, causing her pain. She quickly retaliated, smashing her shoe into his hand, forcing him to release her. "Please leave me alone. I am busy right now and do not have time for you," she said politely, keeping her focus on her gloves. Their confrontation was interrupted by a loud crash nearby. All Might was being slammed against the ground by Nomu, clearly struggling. He was running out of strength, barely managing to dodge the incoming attacks. The situation was growing dire. He was getting weaker. The messy-haired boy smirked before turning back to the spot where the girl had been. In the distance, 𝐻𝐿 was reaching for her gloves that seemed to be lost in the sky. A clump of dust rushed by, blocking her view. She desperately searched around for them. An eerie voice interrupted her thoughts, asking if she was looking for something. She turned to see the handman holding her gloves, all 5 fingers intact. He had used his decay ability. The fabric of her gloves slowly disintegrated, shrinking back to the palm that soon vanished entirely. He had destroyed them on purpose, and it felt unforgivable. 𝐻𝐿's widened eyes darkened as determination took over. She marched over to Nomu, who had all might on the ground, coughing. Just as Nomu was about to deliver a blow to the #1 hero, a loud snap echoed through the air. Everything turned upside down. 𝐻𝐿 was on Nomu's shoulders, and in a swift motion she had twisted his neck. Now they were even. She walked past the messy blue-haired boy, who watched in disbelief. How had she just defeated his indestructible monster so easily? 𝐻𝐿 felt a twinge of disappointment for having to ask Lucia to create her special gift again, especially since she had nothing to show for it. It had been a really bad day, but at least she had settled the score. In Lucia's room at the Evergarden residence, 𝐻𝐿 stood with her arms at her sides, bowing. She had apologized multiple times in the last hour. Lucia, with a gentle smile, reassured her that it was fine and that she could always make more. 𝐻𝐿's head shot up in surprise, her guilt momentarily lifted. Lucia confirmed that she could indeed make more, and 𝐻𝐿 felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, in Mustafa Hospital, All Might lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling. He was haunted by the events at USJ. Nomu's twisted figure lingered in his mind, a reminder of how quickly things had turned. He hadn't even had a chance to fight back. One moment he was on the ground, and the next, the battle was over. Aizawa had questioned what had happened, leaving All Might to wonder if the villains had turned on each other. It seemed unlikely, but he couldn't understand their motives. Back at the Evergarden residence, 𝐻𝐿 caught Lucia's attention as she stood deep in thought. She revealed an old, dusty typewriter that had piqued her interest. Lucia confirmed it was indeed a typewriter, and 𝐻𝐿 recalled that Major Akira had one just like it. In a memory, Major Akira had invited 𝐻𝐿 to sit beside her as she demonstrated how to use the typewriter. 𝐻𝐿 struggled with her words but was eager to learn. Akira explained that it would help her with spelling, and 𝐻𝐿 nodded, determined to master it. As she typed, she marveled at the letters forming on the page, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Now, with nostalgia flooding back, 𝐻𝐿 looked at the typewriter and felt a connection to her past. Lucia smiled and encouraged her to keep it. 𝐻𝐿's face lit up with joy at the offer. Later, 𝐻𝐿 handed Lucia a sheet of paper, announcing it was her report. Lucia took the paper and began to read. In her report, 𝐻𝐿 detailed her time in the hospital, the changes to her body, and her new life under the general's command. She expressed her confusion about when she would return to Major Akira's side and mentioned meeting Mistress Lucia, taking her surname Evergarden. If anyone wishes to meet her, Her alias is 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden. Mistress Lucia is a kind woman with white hair and blue eyes. She cares for 𝐻𝐿 and is very kind-hearted. Lucia smiled as she read the note, but her smile faltered as she thought about Akira. She still couldn't believe that 𝐷 hadn't told her yet. 𝐻𝐿 had asked if the report was good enough for the major, and Lucia assured her that it was great. At UA High School in Muscular, Japan, 𝐻𝐿 wrote about her experiences. She had met a cadet named Midoriya Izuku, a soft-hearted boy who wished to become a hero like her and the general. 𝐻𝐿 decided to accept him as her comrade. He had green eyes and green hair that reminded her of the ocean. Although she wasn't sure what to think of his presence, she found him strangely comforting. He cared deeply for those around him and seemed quite reliable. Midoriya was overwhelmed with emotion as he read the letter 𝐻𝐿 had given him. It was the nicest thing anyone had ever said about him, and he felt honored. 𝐻𝐿 also wrote about two other comrades, Uraraka Achiko and Iida Tenya. Uraraka was bold and energetic, sweet and friendly, and reminded 𝐻𝐿 of a delicious snack called mochi. Iida was stern and honorable, the only person who could salute her in greeting. She believed he would make a great recruit for the army, as he was truthful and respectful. Uraraka exclaimed how sweet 𝐻𝐿 was, hugging her tightly while Iida saluted her with a smile, expressing his gratitude for her kind words. Later, 𝐻𝐿 sat at her typewriter, contemplating her next words. People seemed so happy when they read her letters, and she found emotions to be quite strange. At the beach, Midoriya ran along the shoreline, determined to train and become a great hero like 𝐷. He spotted 𝐻𝐿 in the distance, surrounded by three boys who had previously bothered her. Concerned, he crept closer to listen. One boy questioned why 𝐻𝐿 was at UA, to which she replied that it was a school for aspiring heroes. When asked why someone like her wanted to be a hero, she expressed her desire to understand the meaning of "I love you." Midoriya felt a surge of sympathy for her. She was truly special, striving to comprehend something so profound. The boys mocked her, but 𝐻𝐿 calmly stated that she was an orphan and did not have a mother. Their discomfort was palpable as they realized how unusual she was. 𝐻𝐿 began to walk away, but one boy grabbed her shoulder, taunting her. In a firm voice, she declared that he should never touch her again, her gaze fierce enough to make him step back. As she walked away, Midoriya approached her, calling out her name. She paused and greeted him politely, asking if she could be of service. Midoriya had a question for her, asking who the major was. 𝐻𝐿 hesitated, unsure of how to explain. She finally described the major as a female who gave her orders. Midoriya, curious, asked why she wanted to be a hero. 𝐻𝐿 looked him in the eyes and simply said, "I love you." Midoriya felt his face heat up at her words, realizing the depth of her feelings and aspirations. She had once told him that the major did. Yet he still struggled to grasp its meaning. What did "I love you" truly signify? Confusion clouded his thoughts as he remained stationed with General 𝐷 until the major instructed otherwise. He assumed he could not return until he uncovered the meaning of those words. Thus, he was determined to find their significance. Until he did, he felt unprepared to face the major. Midoriya felt a warm blush of admiration as her words resonated with him. He observed her once emotionless face now shining with determination, and he smiled back at her. He understood her quest and vowed to assist her in any way he could. She nodded appreciatively, thanking him for his support before turning away. Apologizing for interrupting his run, she walked off, leaving him puzzled. Had she seen him, or did she just know? 𝐻𝐿 was indeed a mysterious girl. At 3:55 p.m. in Muscular, Japan, 𝐻𝐿 stood tall at the counter of Takino bookstore, taking a deep breath as the earlier argument replayed in her mind. Lucia had quickly dismissed 𝐻𝐿's idea, and 𝐷 had nodded in agreement, stating that he believed she was too young to work. 𝐻𝐿 corrected him, explaining that as an orphan, she had no recollection of her age. 𝐷 sighed, reiterating that she looked about 16 and should focus on school. 𝐻𝐿 insisted that learning life skills was essential to impress the major, who had ordered her to become a hero. 𝐷 acknowledged her point but remained concerned. Lucia, however, was adamantly against the idea, reminding them that 𝐿 had just left rehab and that working could be dangerous, especially since she attended a school known for its risks. 𝐿_MIGHT, trying to defuse the situation, proposed a deal. If 𝐿 could find and maintain a job for a week, they would allow her to continue working. 𝐿 agreed, grateful for the opportunity. Lucia, however, glared at 𝐿_MIGHT, warning him that if 𝐿 returned with any injuries, she would hold him responsible. 1 week with the same job was her goal. She hoped everything would go smoothly this time, unlike her previous attempts, which had ended poorly due to misunderstandings. As the door chimed, 𝐿 straightened up to greet a new customer, welcoming her warmly and encouraging her to browse. At 4:23 p.m., 𝐿 felt a sense of pride as she stood at the counter. She hadn't been called to the boss's office even once. Her knowledge of books allowed her to guide customers effectively, although she had learned that revealing too much about a book's plot was not advisable. The bell chimed again, and 𝐿 looked up to see an interesting boy enter the store. He had striking half-red and half-white hair, with mismatched eyes, one brown and one blue, the latter marred by a red burn scar. 𝐿 recognized the scar. Her comrade at the Major's agency, Zuko, bore a similar mark. Todoroki Shoto sighed as he entered the bookstore, seeking an escape from home. He was greeted by a familiar girl with 𝐊𝐍𝐎 hair, who maintained an emotionless expression. He acknowledged her presence but couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. He wandered the aisles and selected a random book, hoping to pass the time. Approaching the counter, he placed the book down, and 𝐿 recognized it as To Kill a Mockingbird, commending his choice as one of the few decent books available. Todoroki blinked in surprise at her honesty, especially as one of her coworkers face-bombed beside her. He hadn't expected a bookstore employee to critique their own inventory. 𝐿's coworker whispered to her, reminding her that she couldn't criticize the books they sold. 𝐿 pointed out that she had been instructed to tell customers the truth, leading to a humorous exchange about the nature of their jobs. Curious about him, 𝐿 inquired about his class at UA, recognizing his uniform. He confirmed he was in Class 1A, while she mentioned she belonged to Class 1C. Their conversation shifted to quirks, with Todoroki revealing his ability to manipulate fire and ice. 𝐿 admitted she had no quirk, which intrigued him. Suddenly, an explosion outside drew everyone's attention. The police officer rushed in, urging everyone to evacuate immediately. He was heading this way when suddenly, a hand appeared from nowhere and seized his head before tossing him aside. The walls shattered as a gigantic man wreaked havoc, towering over the building, which barely reached his shin. He stomped his foot on a shelf, sending debris flying. Her coworkers screamed and fled the scene, while the boss had already abandoned the store. Todoroki turned to escape but halted when he heard a voice. "Welcome to Takino's bookstore. Please use the door next time." He pivoted to see a teenager his age standing calmly, unfazed, as she gazed up at the villain before her. He wondered what that girl was thinking. Chapter end. 5:05 p.m. Mustafu, Japan. Midoriya residence, living room. Midoriya called for her son, urging him to come look at the television. Midoriya turned the corner and hurried into the living room, his heart racing at the thought of a girl being held hostage by a villain. As he reached the screen, he was shocked to see 𝐿 her 𝐊𝐍𝐎 hair and eyes unmistakable, gripped tightly in the villain's enormous hand. The headline read, "A-ranked villain attacks a local bookstore." Midoriya's eyes were glued to the screen, filled with concern. What was 𝐿 doing there? 5:08 p.m. Mustafu, Japan. A few blocks from Takino's bookstore. 𝐿 was held aloft by the villain, who brandished a massive white axe in his other hand. She squinted at it, recognizing the weapon. A sudden tight grip pulled her focus away. She calmly requested to be put down, but the villain, confused, declared himself the great and powerful Bonecrusher. Unimpressed, 𝐿 retorted that he hadn't put much thought into his name, deciding that enemy would suffice. Bonecrusher growled in response and hurled her away. She landed on a cold surface, sliding down an ice slide to sit on the concrete. A stern voice commanded her to get up and run. It was Todoroki, who seemed half concerned and half annoyed. 𝐻𝐿 apologized, explaining that she had been unable to retrieve his book and offered a refund. Todoroki stared at her, bewildered. Did she really think about a book at a time like this? He glanced at her name tag 𝐻𝐿. He urged her to forget it and started to run, but when he turned back, she was already on the move, dashing toward a boy who was nearly crushed by Bonecrusher's foot. She quickly handed the boy to his mother, who thanked her profusely before fleeing. Todoroki watched in disbelief. How had she gotten there so fast? She approached him again, asking what he had been saying. Just then, a giant axe swooped down, threatening them. In an ideal world, they would have been in grave danger, but this world was not perfect. Bonecrusher grimaced as he attempted to bring the axe down. Todoroki stood frozen, astonished, while 𝐻𝐿 remained unfazed, her expression dull as she waited for him to continue. The axe was slicing into her palm, yet she held her ground, turning to Bonecrusher with an unimpressed look. She requested him to refrain from interrupting and encouraged Todoroki to continue. Once he finished, she released her grip, allowing Bonecrusher to pull the axe back. Bonecrusher, impressed yet condescending, declared that she was nothing but a tiny ant easily squashed. He boasted about his power, claiming to have ended the careers of many pro heroes and that no one could defeat him. 𝐻𝐿 stood beside Todoroki, tuning out the villain's grandiose declarations. She found his endless chatter boring and was more interested in leaving the scene. Bonecrusher's anger grew as he realized she was mocking him. He threatened her with destruction, but 𝐻𝐿's expression shifted from indifference to anger as she recognized something. She focused on the axe in Bonecrusher's hand, realizing it was hers witchcraft. It belonged to her, not him. With newfound determination, 𝐻𝐿 dashed up Bonecrusher's arm, surprising both him and Todoroki. In a swift motion, she forced his hand open, reclaiming her axe. The moment she touched it, a wave of relief washed over her. Looking back at Bonecrusher, she coldly accused him of dirtying her weapon. In an instant, she sliced through him, and he fell apart, defeated. 5:45 p.m. Mustafu, Japan Bonecrusher incident. Todoroki stood in shock, cold sweat trickling down his brow. His jaw dropped as he stared at 𝐻𝐿, the girl who had just single-handedly taken down an A-ranked villain. It was an unbelievable sight. Chapter end. He thought back to when he first spoke to her. She had claimed to be quirkless, but that seemed impossible. The axe she wielded was 4 times her size. There was no way a quirkless girl could lift it. Yet, she had effortlessly pried open his hand without breaking a sweat. It was as if she had defeated him without any struggle at all. She sat on the floor, cleaning her axe, likely stained from previous encounters. A frown crossed her face as her gaze remained fixed on the white weapon. Quirkless? With that kind of reaction? It made sense that she wasn't running away. He approached her, his tone accusatory as he said she had claimed to be quirkless. She responded sharply, still irritated about her axe. He reached for the weapon, attempting to lift it, but it didn't budge. The axe remained firmly in her lap, and all he received was a puzzled look from its owner. His heart raced with confusion and embarrassment. Why couldn't he lift it? How could it be so heavy? He noticed another person struggling to drag it, yet Todoroki couldn't even move it. How could she manage it? She told him to let go of the axe, stating it was already dirty. He released it, dismissing his failed attempt, and asked if she had just cut someone in two. She confirmed it, leading him to assert that there was no way she could be quirkless. He grabbed her arm and pulled off her glove, revealing metallic hands. His eyes widened in shock. He pulled down the rest of her sleeve, revealing metal arms. He demanded to know what power-up she had used. She looked confused at his mention of a power-up, insisting that it was just steel. As he scanned her arms again, he realized she was right. How was it possible? She possessed strength rivaling all might, if not greater. He stated that she couldn't be quirkless and that strong. She looked at him, puzzled, and said she didn't understand. He insisted she was stronger than All Might, but she dismissed the idea, saying she was merely a tool for the Major. He blinked in confusion, asking who the Major was. They shared a moment of silence as confusion enveloped them. She reiterated that she was quirkless, had the axe, and was not stronger than All Might. She then remarked that her shift was over, glancing back at the ruined bookstore, wondering if she would still be paid for her work. Suddenly, she checked her watch, frowning slightly as she informed him she had to leave. With a powerful push, she launched herself into the air. He called out for her to wait, watching as she disappeared into the sky, his thoughts racing. Her name was YN, and he would have to remember that. She was no ordinary girl. She was strong, fast, and impressive. What made her so powerful? What was her secret? As YN walked through the streets, people rushed to her, cameras in hand, asking if she was okay and if she was scared. They seemed genuinely concerned, but she had no idea why. Why wouldn't she be okay? She didn't recognize any of them. People were strange. She raised her hand to knock on the door of her home. A frustrated voice shouted from inside, questioning what kind of pro-hero she was. Another voice, weak and fearful, apologized. They sounded busy. She hesitated before knocking, and a loud gasp was heard as footsteps hurried to the door. Lucia's voice called out, asking if that was YN. When the door opened, Lucia embraced her with relief, and YN stood still, unaccustomed to hugs. All Might appeared at the door, sporting a bruised cheek but smiling. He asked if she was okay, and she nodded, responding that she was unharmed. Lucia pulled away from the hug, grabbing her arms and expressing panic over YN being held captive by an A-ranked villain, which she had witnessed. YN brushed it off, saying the villain hadn't been very strong and showed Lucia her axe, witchcraft, assuring her that she had retrieved it. Lucia looked confused, repeating the name of the axe, while All Might recognized it. Lucia sighed in exasperation, pulling YN inside and commenting that they were quite the handful. She insisted YN must be hungry and suggested that All Might could eat the leftovers. YN looked at her caretakers, reflecting on the Major's words about family. Lucia and All Might were her family. As she walked through the hallways of UA High School, whispers surrounded her. Students commented on the size of her axe, witchcraft, which scraped against the floor, drawing attention. A familiar voice called out to her, and she turned, slicing the air as she did. Midoriya stood before her, eyes fixed on the axe, and asked what it was. She explained that it was witchcraft, her axe. He questioned why it was so large, and she replied that it was a gift from the Major. She added that she had brought it to school out of concern it might be stolen if left at Lucia's house. It had been held captive by some arrogant person once, and she was determined it wouldn't happen again. Her serious tone made him sweat a little. Midoriya looked at her with curiosity, realizing that the battle axe Bonecrusher must belong to the blowhard she mentioned. The identity of the person who defeated him remained a mystery, but he was certain it was her. He hesitated before asking her about it, but his question was interrupted when someone exclaimed about her battle axe. It seemed that inquiry would have to wait. In Principal 𝐊𝐍𝐻's office at UA High School, All Might struggled to lift the white axe off the floor, while YN watched with disappointment as he tried to pull her treasured weapon away. Principal 𝐊𝐍𝐻, with a playful attitude, informed her that weapons weren't allowed at school and that she could retrieve it at the end of the day. All Might reassured her that he would bring it back after school, and she nodded hesitantly, still wishing her beautiful axe wasn't being tugged away. In Class 1C, YN sat at the back, munching on a snack that All Might had bought her as an apology. Although she was still a bit upset about her axe, the food brought her comfort. She didn't bother to hide her enjoyment as she gazed out the window, lost in thought. Hitoshi Shinsou watched her, a faint blush coloring his cheeks as he admired her. His friends teased him about his smile, suggesting that YN was an interesting choice for him. He rolled his eyes, feeling slightly embarrassed. He didn't know her well, but he found her cute. Yet there was something familiar about her. As YN walked through the halls, she noticed a crowd gathered in front of Class 1A, eager to scout their competition. With a casual shrug, she pushed her way through the crowd. A shout rang out, calling for Bakugo, and she felt a shoulder bump into her. A harsh voice demanded she move aside, and she looked up to see the blonde boy. She recognized him immediately and referred to him as Blonde Boy. Bakugo, surprised to see her again, yelled back, recalling her as the girl with the metal hands and monotone demeanor. The crowd murmured, noting her nickname for him and his for her. 𝐻𝐿's expression shifted as she remembered he had destroyed her gloves. She frowned at him and he shouted, questioning her expression. She simply stated that he had ripped her gloves, leaving him in shock as she walked past him, ignoring his anger. Bakugo growled and grabbed her shoulder, but she swiftly flipped him onto the ground. He was stunned, realizing she was just as strong as before. The crowd buzzed with excitement, amazed by her strength. 𝐻𝐿 felt a pang of guilt for flipping him but knew she couldn't help it when faced with hostility. She quickly decided to leave before Bakugo could recover, heading off to find All Might for some polishing of her weapon. As she walked away, Bakugo shouted insults, chasing after her. The crowd watched in disbelief as the two disappeared around the corner, wondering what had just happened. Todoroki pushed through the crowd, having witnessed her strength firsthand. Shinsou stood among the spectators, surprised by 𝐻𝐿's appearance and her ability to throw Baku. He pondered her true capabilities, questioning if she was really quirkless given her strength. The sports festival had finally arrived, and excitement filled the air. Students were buzzing with anticipation, each one eager to prove themselves. Midoriya reminded himself of the stakes as he stood among his peers, aware that only one would emerge victorious while the rest would face disappointment. At a local dango shop, 𝐻𝐿's boss and co-workers stared at her in confusion as she served customers with her usual dull expression. When her boss asked if she had school, she replied that it was Saturday. However, he corrected her, revealing that it was actually Tuesday. Realizing she had lost track of time, 𝐻𝐿's eyes widened in shock. Rushing down the halls of UA High School, she kicked open the door to Class 1C, only to find it empty. No classmates, no teacher, just chairs and desks. She turned back to the hallways, realizing she was alone. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. She knew it was Saturday. She turned away from the classroom but stopped when she saw a flyer on the board. It announced the sports festival happening this Tuesday and reminded everyone to wear their sports uniforms. She stood corrected. 8:49 a.m. Mustafu, Japan. UA High School Sports Festival Stadium. 𝐻𝐿 skidded around the corner, carrying witchcraft on her back. She was going to be counted absent for this event. She barely had enough time to change and retrieve witchcraft from Lucia's house. Scanning the area, she noticed a trail of blue and white rushing forward. They were all heading in the same direction. Was that where the teachers were? She needed to let her teacher know she was present. She followed them, only to be confronted by a towering robot. She looked at it with a dull expression. She politely told it to step aside, explaining that she was in a hurry. Ignoring her request, it lifted its foot, ready to come down on her, but she didn't even flinch. In a perfect world, it would have crushed her. Too bad this world wasn't perfect. Instead, the robot's foot met a large white axe that stuck out from it, wires popping out as if it had stepped on a tack. The robot froze, and 𝐻𝐿 wasted no time slicing it in half. She had told it to step aside. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a certain green-haired boy scrambling to shield himself from a charging robot. Midoriya opened his eyes, which he had tightly closed, to find no robot in front of him, just a white pole sticking up. He lowered his shield for a better view and noticed an axe sticking out of the robot's head, which had been sliced in half. The force of the throw must have taken it down. Midoriya stared at it in confusion, wondering where the axe had come from. It looked familiar. 𝐻𝐿 sped past him, grabbing her axe on the way. She was already gone. She couldn't waste any time. Being counted absent would ruin her perfect attendance. She already had one absence from the USJ incident. She couldn't afford another. She dashed through the open field, ignoring any other robots in her path. They weren't worth her time. She ran through the course, stopping at nothing until she faced a deep chasm ahead. Peeking down, she saw no bottom, only tightropes connecting the edges. One misstep, and she felt she might never be seen again. Well, zooming across the tightrope, 𝐻𝐿 passed other participants one by one, even overtaking someone she recognized. Todoroki, who was sliding across his ice, called out to her. She turned her head and replied blankly, realizing he was there when she retrieved witchcraft. She introduced herself as 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden and apologized for not having time to talk. She dashed ahead of him, and he focused back on beating the two competitors in front of him he couldn't lose today. YN continued forward, passing a certain blonde-haired boy who noticed her from the corner of his eye. He growled in frustration as she crossed ahead of him. YN pressed on, her mind swirling with thoughts about how confusing school was. Some days she didn't have to go to the big, crowded building, while on others she did. Sometimes, there were random days during the week when attendance wasn't required. Why couldn't they just have a consistent schedule? As her thoughts overwhelmed her, the sound of explosions faded into the background. Bakugo and Todoroki coughed harshly as they were caught in the mist of her running, with Witchcraft's bottom tips triggering some explosions too. Todoroki gritted his teeth, trying to see through the pink smoke. It was a clever tactic, blinding those behind her to gain an advantage. Smart he would give her that, but not enough. He lifted himself above the haze, spotting YN far ahead, growing smaller by the moment. A loud yell erupted as Bakugo blasted himself out of the smog. He was determined not to lose to anyone, especially not to Midoriya or Todoroki. He blasted forward, refusing to be beaten. A loud explosion caught the attention of those in front. Midoriya soared through the air, spotting YN way ahead, not even glancing back. He had to catch up to her, it was one of his goals. He slammed his shield down, gaining momentum and getting closer to her. YN hurried along, not bothering to look back at the three boys chasing her. Ahead lay a narrow passageway. Did she need to jump over it or slide through? 9:05 a.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School Sports Festival Stadium. Cheers erupted from the passageway. Midoriya panted, exhausted. It had been a lot to handle. Bakugo and Todoroki were hot on his tail. Honestly, it was a miracle he had made it this far. He looked up as YN called out to him, asking if she would be counted absent. He hesitated, unsure how to respond. 9:20 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School Sports Festival Stadium hallways. YN walked around, enjoying her dango. It was actually quite good. Major had introduced her to it once, but she hadn't paid much attention until she tasted it. Now, it was one of her favorite foods. Someone called out to her. She turned to see All Might standing behind her. He reached out and gently patted her head, congratulating her on her performance. A warm feeling spread in her stomach, it felt nice. He reminded her not to overwork herself, and she nodded in agreement. Sir. He added that she should put witchcraft away for the next rounds. She hesitated but nodded in understanding. Understood. He mentioned that many pro heroes were present and would love to see her work. She asked if Major was there. All Might hesitated. Every time she mentioned Akira's name, it made his heart ache. He couldn't keep this facade for much longer. He began to explain but stopped himself. He couldn't bear to take away the brightness in her eyes that came whenever she spoke of Major. He sighed and gave her a reassuring smile, deciding to let her remain blissfully unaware. YN stood in a crowd of people as Midnight explained the next event. She wasn't particularly interested, especially since All Might had treated her to some dango. She took a whole ball and munched on it. And the value assigned for first place is 10 million. Midnight announced. The crowd of students turned their heads toward YN, the first place winner. Everyone had their sights set on her. She was the target to beat. If they could get her, they would win. YN turned to Midoriya, who stood next to her. She asked if he had 10 million points, to which he responded with confusion, realizing she was the one who had won first place. YN was puzzled. She thought Midoriya had crossed the finish line first. The cheers of the crowd echoed in her mind as she recalled jumping over the hurdle. Was that why they had been so loud? Midoriya, noticing her confusion, explained that she had indeed crossed the finish line first. YN's eyes widened in realization. You have 15 minutes to form your teams. Ready. Go! Midnight declared. Suddenly, students lunged at YN, but it was her classmate Shinsou who managed to reach her first. His face turned slightly pink when she addressed him formally. You don't have to call me Sir YN, he said, feeling flustered. YN insisted on being of help to him, and he led her over to a group of others. He felt a twinge of guilt about what he was about to do, but he had a plan to share. Everyone nodded in agreement when he asked if they wanted to hear it. 𝐻𝐿's eyes widened as she realized they had responded to his question, a sign of his influence over them. As the event progressed, Present Mic announced the standings. 𝐻𝐿 blinked, coming back to her senses and complimenting Shinsou on his clever plan, albeit asking him not to use it again. He thanked her, though he felt she had done little to contribute. He offered to get something from the vending machine, but 𝐻𝐿 was about to respond when he felt a pang of guilt for using his quirk on her again. He was curious about her abilities. In the hallways of the stadium, he asked her about her real quirk. 𝐻𝐿 replied that she didn't have one, leaving Shinsou baffled. How could she carry an axe effortlessly, be so strong, and possess such quick reflexes? He sighed and asked what made her so strong. 𝐻𝐿 explained that she had attended a training camp run by someone she referred to as Major. When Shinsou inquired about this Major, 𝐻𝐿 shared that he had taken care of her until they parted ways. Shinsou then asked if she wanted to be a hero, to which 𝐻𝐿 replied affirmatively, expressing her desire to understand the meaning of "I love you." This made Shinsou blush, leaving him uncertain about prying further into her personal life. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that they had met before. When 𝐻𝐿 confirmed that they had indeed met, Shinsou's curiosity piqued. She recalled a moment from their childhood, a time when she had intervened to protect him from a bully. As a young boy, Shinsou had braced himself for an incoming punch, expecting the worst due to his quirk. But then a girl, smaller than him but fierce, had stepped in and defended him. She had easily taken down the attacker, leaving Shinsou in awe of her strength. Now, as the memories flooded back, Shinsou realized how significant that moment had been. He had forgotten, but 𝐻𝐿 had not. Shinsou, sir? 𝐻𝐿's voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to her, noticing her eyes were clear and free from his influence. The control had worn off, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Are we still going to the vending machine? The boy looked at her, surprised. She didn't realize it was just a question. He exhaled, a small smile forming on his face. Sure. Come on. He chuckled softly as she walked beside him, her eyes lighting up. They both seemed a bit clueless. Tanim. Mustafu, Japan UA High School, UA Sports Festival Recreational Area. Denki Kaminari sighed, placing his hands on his hips. The cavalry battle was a total bust. At least I got to show off in front of a lot of cute girls. Minoru Mineta waddled over and whispered something in his ear. Oh. They exchanged knowing smirks and dashed off. 10 a.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School, UA Sports Festival Recreational Area. Cheerleading. I didn't think we had cheerleading. I did too. But Mr. Aizawa told me so himself. Are you sure? Positive. Maybe we should go ask him. He's busy right now with Present Mic. He told us to tell you all. Did he really? What do we do? The interlude activities already started. We don't even have outfits. Oh, and 𝐻𝐿 from Class 1C said she would love to join too. The two boys shared excited glances, barely able to contain their enthusiasm as they imagined her in a cheerleader outfit. Really? I never thought of her as the cheerleader type. Me neither, but hey, it's what the lady wants. I'll start on those cheerleading outfits. I'll go get 𝐻𝐿. The two boys exchanged smirks, feeling the thrill of the moment. 10:15 a.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School, UA Sports Festival Stadium hallways. Shinsou asked 𝐻𝐿 as she munched on the delicious Pocky he had just bought. You've really never tried Pocky before? Correct. This was not at training camp. Training camp must have been boring. Not exactly. Suddenly, footsteps rushed toward them. 𝐻𝐿. Uraraka called out, panting. Come on, 𝐻𝐿, cheerleading time. Shinsou's face turned bright red at the thought of 𝐻𝐿 in a cheerleading outfit. 𝐻𝐿 looked confused. What is cheerleading? What do you mean? Kaminari said you wanted to. Shinsou blushed deeper. She wanted to? Come on. Let's go. Yamamoto must be done with the costumes. Uraraka exclaimed, grabbing YN's arm and rushing away, leaving Shinsou blushing and holding Paki. 10:28 a.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School, UA Sports Festival Stadium. That was all that could be seen. Red faces spread like wildfire as YN emerged from the back of the stadium. Mineta and Kaminari were ecstatic. Midoriya was calmly walking back to the stands after getting a drink. Hey, look, cheerleaders. Cheerleaders? Midoriya repeated, curiosity piqued. He took a sip before walking over to see. His eyes widened, and he nearly choked on his drink as he spotted YN. YN? How was she a cheerleader? How did the outfit look so good on her? What was happening? You tricked us. The girls fumed at the two boys responsible for this. You'll pay for this. YN muttered, cheerleading, her mind racing with confusion. She held her pom-poms, unsure of why she was outside or why she had changed outfits. Todoroki's eyes widened as he looked at the bewildered YN. A chill filled the air around him as he struggled to take his eyes off her. Questions swirled in his mind. Why was she a cheerleader? Why did she look so cute? Bakugo, on the other hand, was in denial. He couldn't believe he was looking at her. It found her infuriating, annoying, and yet, there was something about her that caught his attention. Dang, never seen Bakugo in such denial. Kirishima remarked to Kaminari. Wait a minute, is that YN? Sure is. Hey, Shinsou, your girlfriend's here. Look. No. Shinsou shot back, trying to control his breathing. His heart raced as he couldn't help but glance at her. The outfit hugged her figure perfectly, and he felt overwhelmed. Midnight approached them. Whoa. You all look so cute as cheerleaders. She grabbed YN's metallic wrist and brought her to the platform with a microphone. Anything supportive to say from the cheerleader? Supportive? YN knew that word. But what could she say? Major used to say this to her all the time. Midnight brought the microphone closer to YN's lips. Please do your best for me. And that was how YN accidentally captured everyone's hearts. 10:35 a.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School, UA Sports Festival Stadium. YN Evergarden vs Hitoshi Shinsou. That was written on the board in front of them. The two classmates had to fight. He couldn't lose. He wouldn't lose, even with YN as his opponent. Using his quirk, he planned to end it quickly. She had already fallen for it twice. In a perfect world, it wouldn't have worked. Too bad this world wasn't perfect. Did you like the Pocky? Yes, thank you. It was very tasty. Empty eyes. Complete control. Brainwash. The next thing everyone knew, YN was walking closer and closer out of the arena. He kept his emotions bottled up, but watching her walk away from him mindlessly began to crack his resolve. Torn down. Tossed aside. Forgotten. No matter what he tried, the bitter feeling in his stomach would never fade. It was frustrating. He wasn't strong. He couldn't be strong. Why else would he resort to tactics like this? He felt terrible. Sorry about this. But being a hero had been his dream for as long as he could remember. Doubts wouldn't shrink, they only grew. Bigger than him. He wasn't strong. He wasn't lucky. He was useless. I can't be strong. Incorrect. His heart skipped a beat. He shot his eyes up to her. She was looking at him with an emotionless face but lively eyes. She glanced down at the line she was about to cross and turn. She struggled to remember how she ended up in this moment. As she approached him, emotions that had been bottled up began to crack. He felt weak, unable to summon the strength he wished he had. The heartache he experienced was heavy and harsh. He thought to himself that he couldn't be strong, that he wasn't lucky or gifted, and that he couldn't be a hero. He felt a desperate urge to act, to push her away from the platform. But as she drew closer, he hesitated. She told him he was incorrect. He looked up to see her inches away, her metal hands gripping his own. He grimaced as she began to push back slowly. He struggled to keep his feet planted on the ground, her gaze locked onto his. You are incorrect. Quirkless. That is what I am and you are not. She pushed back. You are incorrect. You are gifted with the quirk of brainwashing. She continued. You are incorrect. Strength can change and increase. You are incorrect. He felt overwhelmed and confused. The world's opinion clashed with hers, and he found himself fighting against her belief in him. You are incorrect. Luck is not real, choices are. Stop it, he exclaimed, feeling the weight of her words. You are incorrect. He looked up at her, feeling a mix of pain and surprise. Then he saw it a smile. You'd be a wonderful hero, Shinsou, sir. His eyes widened, breath caught in his throat. Those words lingered in the air as he focused on her smile. Her cold metal hands felt unexpectedly warm and comforting. A white line separated them, but neither of them noticed as they continued to gaze at each other. She believed in him. Later, in the hallways of UA High School, silence enveloped them. YN walked beside him, and Shinsou struggled to find the right words. Her face had returned to its usual emotionless state, and he was still processing everything that had happened. He had lost, yet he felt more shocked than upset. This girl had turned his world upside down, denying his doubts and insecurities. She had corrected him and refused to let him believe he was right. You are incorrect. But it was her final words that resonated the most, words he had rarely heard before. You'd be a wonderful hero, Shinsou, sir. He felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he recalled her face. What she had done was extraordinary, something he never thought she was capable of. It was a small smile, not grand or elaborate, but it felt special to him. He glanced at YN, who was looking ahead with her usual dull expression. The atmosphere was awkward, and he knew he had to say something. Thanks, he said, feeling embarrassed by the simplicity of his words. Sir? Thanks for everything you said back there. I do not understand what you mean, she replied, blinking at him. He felt his cheeks heat up further. You know, telling me I could be a good hero, he explained, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Incorrect. I said you would be a wonderful hero, she clarified, and his blush deepened. Her compliment was genuinely touching. It was my pleasure, Shinsou, sir. Another silence fell between them, awkward yet comfortable. Shinsou, sir? Aha. Permission to ask a question? Sure. Why didn't you just send me off the arena by brainwashing me? He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. I don't know. You said earlier that you didn't like it when I did that. She looked at him curiously. Why didn't you bring your giant battle axe? It could have been over much sooner. Witchcraft might have caused serious injury, he replied, feeling a bit flustered. I wouldn't want to hurt you. She seemed to consider this. In addition, I wondered what was wrong with you. Huh. I am told that I cannot understand human emotions, she said, looking down as if saddened. I apologize if I said something to offend you. But there was something strange about you. I assume it's an emotion I cannot comprehend. He felt a pang of sympathy for her. She was constantly confused, which explained her emotionless expression. Limitations are just another thing I do not understand. Others impose limits on those who are not themselves. But I fail to understand how they know when a limit has been reached. Shinsou's eyes widened at her insightful question. It was true, no one could definitively tell when limits were reached. The negative thoughts that had plagued him began to fade as he contemplated his own limits. Had he truly reached them? Probably not. I don't know, he admitted. She hummed thoughtfully. Another silence fell, but this time it felt different. Shinsou, sir? Yeah. He looked at her, surprised by what he saw. She pulled on her cheeks, stretching her lips into a straight line, and then forced a smile. Emotionless. He blinked, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. The sight of her trying to smile was adorable. YN, the girl with the emotionless face, was making an effort, and it warmed his heart. Come on, YN, I'll buy some Pocky. Yes, sir. He realized just how special she truly was. Iida was very confused. The crowd around him shared his confusion, as did Present Mike and Aizawa. Present Mike voiced the unspoken question on everyone's mind regarding YN, who stood before Iida with an emotionless expression. She was poised and ready, holding a long, sharp axe that seemed to radiate an ominous energy. Everyone's attention was fixated on the weapon, wondering if she truly intended to use it against him. Iida felt a mix of apprehension and determination. He had asked her for a good fight without holding back, but he hadn't anticipated her bringing an axe into the arena. In the hallways of UA High School during the sports festival, Uraraka and Bakugo's match was underway, and YN found herself feeling hungry. She approached a broken vending machine and, after giving it a swift kick, a bag of chips tumbled out. Satisfied, she began munching on her snack as she walked through the corridors. Iida spotted her and greeted her enthusiastically, using his signature hand motions. YN acknowledged him with a polite bow and congratulated him on his victory against Hatsum. Iida, however, was quick to clarify that he didn't consider it a true win since she had forfeited. He expressed his desire to win fairly, which was understandable given the circumstances. He stepped in front of her and bowed formally, requesting a fair fight. He asked her not to hold back, promising to give it his all. YN blinked in response, agreeing to his request, which made him smile appreciatively. He thanked her and took his leave, while YN thought about his words she wouldn't hold back. Cementos approached YN, reminding her of the rules. She was allowed to use her axe, but under no circumstances was she to seriously harm any student. YN nodded in understanding. Her intention was never to hurt Iida. Cementos confirmed her agreement with a nod to Aizawa and Present Mike before signaling the start of the match. As the signal was given, Iida charged at YN, attempting to kick her with his Recipro burst. YN narrowly dodged the attack, noticing that he paused for a moment. With determination, he shouted that he wouldn't lose. Another Recipro burst came her way, and she blocked it with her arms. While she felt no pain, she could tell the impact was significant. Iida's relentless kicks pushed her back, but she swiftly evaded one and prepared to counterattack. She ducked under his next kick and repositioned her axe. Iida's eyes widened as she swung the handle of the axe upward, catching him with an unexpected uppercut that sent him stumbling back. The crowd gasped at her unconventional tactic, and Uraraka pointed out the surprising move. Kirishima noted the visible bruise forming on Iida's jaw. YN stood tall as Iida regained his footing, declaring that she would treat him as a true opponent. He smiled in response, grateful for her seriousness. He crouched down, gathering energy for a charge attack, while YN adjusted her grip on the axe, preparing for the next exchange. As Iida launched himself toward her, YN took a step back, lifting her axe over her shoulder like a baseball player ready to swing. Realizing his miscalculation too late, he found himself in the perfect position for her counter. With a powerful swing, her axe connected with his face, sending him flying back. The force of the attack created a gust of wind that swept through the crowd, eliciting gasps and startled cries. YN felt a flicker of concern as Iida hit the wall and remained still. Had she gone too far? Midnight approached Iida, checking on him before standing up to announce that he was unconscious and out of bounds, declaring YN the winner. The crowd erupted in cheers as YN watched Iida being carried away by medical robots. In the stands, Midoriya sat in shock, his hair tousled by the wind from the impact. YN had proven herself to be incredibly strong, capable of taking down Iida in an instant. Todoroki pondered how someone without a quirk could possess such strength. Later, in Recovery Girl's office, Iida was perplexed as YN stood before him alongside Cementos. YN maintained her usual emotionless demeanor, focusing on Cementos, who had brought her there to apologize. Cementos expressed concern over the potential harm she could have caused Iida, reminding her of the rules against excessive damage. YN countered that she had followed the directive not to kill him, and Iida, taking responsibility, assured Cementos that he was fine, attributing the incident to his own request for a serious fight. YN reiterated that she had kept her word, and Iida thanked her for that. Cementos sighed in resignation, agreeing to let it go as long as Iida forgave her. Iida quickly affirmed that he did, interrupting YN before she could finish her sentence. YN had another fight to supervise and was encouraged by Cementos to keep up the good work before he walked off. She expressed her gratitude to Iida for fighting alongside her, though she noted he seemed a bit upset about losing to her. Remembering the words of a comrade from when she lost a match, she shared that it was natural to feel upset after a loss, but what mattered was how one responded afterward. Iida looked up at her with inspired eyes and smiled, thanking her for her kind words. YN dismissed the need for thanks, and Iida regarded her with curiosity, noting her usual blunt demeanor but how her words could touch hearts. As YN walked down the peaceful halls of UA High School, she took a sip of water, anticipating the upcoming fight between Todoroki and Midoriya. She recalled that Todoroki had a quirk related to ice and fire, but she realized she had never seen Midoriya's quirk in action. She had missed his first-round fight while enjoying Pocky. Curious about how Midoriya fought, she felt a slight pep in her step, eager to watch her comrades face off. Turning a corner, she unexpectedly bumped into a tall man with red hair and a flaming beard, Endeavor. He bluntly referred to her by the insulting names she had acquired during training camp. YN remembered their previous encounter with Major and felt a bit uneasy around him. Akira called out to Endeavor, approaching him with a younger YN in tow. She introduced YN as her new cadet and friend, prompting YN to salute the uninterested hero. Endeavor coldly remarked that he didn't care about one of Akira's followers. Akira, unfazed, encouraged YN to be cautious around Endeavor, noting his tough demeanor and tendency to be abrasive. YN acknowledged this and prepared to leave, while Endeavor scoffed at Akira's comments. Later, Endeavor unexpectedly complimented YN on her impressive fight, despite his usual demeanor. She thanked him but indicated she needed to leave. He warned her that his son, Shoto, had a duty to surpass all might and would not hesitate to defeat her if they ever fought. YN paused, surprised to learn that Todoroki was Endeavor's son. She expressed her disbelief, noting that they seemed nothing alike. Endeavor insisted that Todoroki would become just like him one day, but YN firmly disagreed, stating that Todoroki had a more vibrant presence. With that, she excused herself and walked away, unaware that Todoroki had been listening to their conversation and needed to hear her words of encouragement. The finals of the UA Sports Festival had arrived, with only 3 competitors left: Bakugo, Todoroki, and YN. The first match was highly anticipated: YN Evergarden vs Katsuki Bakugo. YN stood before Bakugo, determined not to lose to him, even with the orders not to harm him seriously. Bakugo, fueled by his explosive anger, was eager for a rematch and was intent on not letting her win. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to witness the clash. They had seen Bakugo's ruthless fighting style before, and YN's brutal yet straightforward approach promised an exhilarating showdown. As the match began, Bakugo charged forward with an explosion in his palm, shouting his intent to win. YN deftly dodged, twirling out of the way and positioning herself behind him. She struck with her axe, sending him hurtling forward. Bakugo, propelled by the force of her hit, retaliated by launching himself backward, ready to unleash another explosion. However, YN was prepared. She kicked up her leg, striking his shin and causing him to release his grip in pain. The battle was just beginning, and both fighters were determined to give it their all. She jumped away from him. He growled loudly as he launched himself forward. She dodged, but he quickly adjusted his position, preparing his hands in front of her face. The arena erupted in a massive explosion, engulfing the area in smoke. In the stands of UA High School during the sports festival, murmurs filled the air. Observers noted that YN's battle axe was designed for mid-range attacks. Others commented on Bakugo's ability to change his trajectory mid-air. Without her axe, YN would struggle in close-range combat, but the spectators were captivated by Midoriya's intense analysis as he jotted down notes from seemingly thin air. As Bakugo approached YN's last known position, he realized she had vanished. Panic set in as he scanned the area, only to see her shadow looming above him. YN was airborne, holding her axe like a javelin. She brought it down toward him, using the dull side to avoid serious harm, forcing him into the ground. The crowd erupted in excitement as Present Mike announced YN's sudden appearance and her impressive maneuver. YN felt the sting of Bakugo's earlier attack on her face, a reminder of the battle's intensity. Bakugo's frustration boiled over as he unleashed another enormous explosion, creating a dazzling light show. 𝐻𝐿, dangerously close to the blast, braced herself. The smoke cleared, revealing her standing tall, arms raised to shield her face. Bakugo, now back on his feet, found his weapon out of bounds, leaving 𝐻𝐿 at a disadvantage. Despite the loss of her weapon, 𝐻𝐿 remained determined. She recognized that Bakugo was not like the typical villains she faced. He was different, and she couldn't quite understand why. A new voice echoed in her mind, urging her not to kill him. This was a stark contrast to the orders she was used to receiving. As Bakugo challenged her to come at him, she snapped back to reality, feeling the impact of his fist against her stomach. Wincing at the sudden pain, she retaliated with a swift kick to his jaw. The crowd cheered as 𝐻𝐿 quickly followed up, knocking him off his feet. She shouted for him to stay down, frustration bubbling within her. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, a harsh desire for him to remain defeated. Bakugo, undeterred, grabbed her leg and tossed her aside. She managed to save herself, sliding just before crossing the line. Dashing forward, she approached him, but he smirked just before unleashing a colossal explosion. 𝐻𝐿 shielded her face as she was thrown back, her clothes torn and her resolve tested. As the smoke cleared, she found herself teetering on the edge of the arena, the ground behind her marked by the destruction of the blast. The announcer declared Bakugo the winner, and 𝐻𝐿 froze, slowly realizing she had crossed the line. She had lost. Frustration washed over her as she processed the outcome. Chapter end. 12:45 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School, Recovery Girl's office. Recovery Girl placed another band-aid on 𝐻𝐿's face, which already had 3 on her right cheek and 3 on the left, giving her a look reminiscent of whiskers. Bakugo's explosions had caused quite a bit of damage. Recovery Girl had also wrapped 𝐻𝐿's feet, as she had managed to injure them while trying to stabilize herself. Other than that, she felt fine, though her uniform was in tatters. A strange heaviness settled in her body. She had lost, but she had made it far, so she should be okay, right? Yet the weight lingered. Perhaps some water would help? Recovery Girl reminded her to take it easy on her feet, and 𝐻𝐿 nodded in understanding. After leaving the office, 𝐻𝐿 found that water did not ease her discomfort. The heaviness remained. She couldn't shake the thought of Major watching her compete and losing in front of him. A lump formed in her throat, making her uncomfortable. As she pondered this, she turned to see Shinsou standing behind her. "Shinsou, sir," she acknowledged, noticing a change in his demeanor. "You did great out there. Are you okay?" he asked. 𝐻𝐿 expressed her confusion about the heavy feeling and the slight burn in her throat, questioning how she could feel unwell after visiting Recovery Girl. Shinsou's eyes widened, as if he understood something she didn't. "Maybe I'm hungry," she suggested, turning to find the broken vending machine. Drip, drip, drip. Something warm fell on her face. She paused, touching her cheeks. It was wet. Why was water coming from her face? She reached up to her eyes, realizing they were moist and her face felt hot. Panic began to rise within her. Was she okay? Should she ask Recovery Girl what was happening? Suddenly, she felt arms wrap around her waist from behind. She looked up to see Shinsou, offering her a sad smile. "I'm not dumb." "You're crying," he stated. "See, crying," she stammered. "You don't have to hold it back." As her eyes blurred, she leaned her head against his chest, allowing her emotions to flow freely. It felt wrong and strange, as if she had been pierced by something sharp. She didn't like it. She had lost in front of Major. She whispered to herself that she had failed, gripping Shinsou's shirt as tears continued to fall. Yet, in that moment, with him, she felt a little lighter. 12:48 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School Awards Ceremony. 𝐻𝐿 stood on the third-place podium next to Katsuki Bakugo, who was restrained with chains and a muzzle, looking like a wild animal. It was amusing to see him struggle against the bindings. He yelled muffled insults at her, but she could not understand him. "No one can understand you," she informed him. "It's a waste of energy to try." He growled in frustration, attempting to lunge at her, but the chains held him back. Midoriya watched the scene unfold with a sweat drop. "Settle down, you two," Midnight called out, cracking her whip. "I apologize," 𝐻𝐿 said. Suddenly, a booming voice filled the air. All Might jumped down from the top of the stadium, greeted by loud cheers from the crowd. "Congratulations, young Evergarden. Third place is very good," he said, placing the medal around 𝐻𝐿's neck with a grin. "Thank you. I'm not happy with my award. I was not able to win in front of Major," she admitted, her expression serious. "I was not strong enough to defeat him. You have done well to make it this far. You are a great strategist and can handle yourself well, even without a quirk. Keep working hard to become stronger." All Might encouraged. 𝐻𝐿 looked at him, feeling inspired. "Thank you, sir," she replied. All Might awkwardly hugged her before moving on to Todoroki, who had secured second place. "Young Todoroki, you did great out there. It should be expected from someone with a strong quirk and a strategic mind," he complimented, placing the medal around Todoroki's neck. "Thank you," Todoroki muttered, accepting the awkward hug. "Young Bakugo." 𝐊𝐿. Bakugo let out a muffled scream as All Might approached him with the medal. All Might's sweat dropped at Bakugo's aggressive demeanor. "You lived up to your promise. Well done." "Wonderful," he said, awkwardly hugging Bakugo and removing the muzzle. "All Might, first place like this isn't worth anything," Bakugo shouted, his expression fierce. "Even if the whole world recognizes it, if I don't recognize it myself, then it's trash. Well, there aren't many who can reach the top. Please accept this so you don't forget it." All Might insisted, preparing to place the medal around Bakugo's neck, but Bakugo threw his head back to resist. "I said I don't want it," he yelled. All Might, undeterred, forced the medal between Bakugo's teeth, securing it in place. 𝐻𝐿 blinked in amusement at Bakugo's stubbornness. He was difficult at times, but perhaps he was okay. Looking up at the sky, 𝐻𝐿 reflected on the many lessons learned that day. Why must humans have so many complicated emotions? It was exhausting keeping up with them all. She would learn more in time. But for now 𝐻𝐿 wanted to sleep. Chapter end. 11:28 a.m. Mustafu, Japan Evergarden residence. Lucia exclaimed her excitement, praising 𝐻𝐿 for her performance at the sports festival. The two females were sitting in the garden, surrounded by blooming flowers. 𝐻𝐿 expressed her gratitude to Ms. Lucia as she sipped her tea. Lucia then shared a thought that had crossed her mind while watching 𝐻𝐿 fight, noting that she had never really heard about 𝐻𝐿's school life. 𝐻𝐿 tilted her head in confusion, unsure of what Lucia wanted. Lucia clarified that she wasn't looking for a formal report but rather a casual conversation about school. 𝐻𝐿 hesitated but eventually nodded, indicating she understood. Lucia asked if 𝐻𝐿 had any friends, prompting 𝐻𝐿 to ponder the concept of friendship. She recalled her interactions with Midoriya and Shinsou, mentioning them as her comrades. Lucia recognized the names from the sports festival, recalling Midoriya's impressive abilities. 𝐻𝐿 confirmed that Midoriya was indeed strong, and Lucia expressed her admiration for Shinsou's skills as well. 𝐻𝐿 accepted the compliment, taking another sip of her tea before asking about the flavor. When Lucia revealed that the tea was peppermint, 𝐻𝐿 expressed her unfamiliarity with the taste. Lucia excitedly explained that peppermint was both a herb and a candy, then returned with two small boxes, one filled with green leaves and the other with red and white candies. She encouraged 𝐻𝐿 to try one, and before 𝐻𝐿 could respond, Lucia popped a candy into her mouth. The refreshing taste delighted 𝐻𝐿, causing her cheeks to flush with enjoyment. Suddenly, 𝐻𝐿 had a realization and jumped up, surprising Lucia. She requested to take some of the candies, stating she had something to do. Lucia, taken aback, allowed her to go, wondering where she was headed. Meanwhile, Todoroki was strolling down the sidewalk when 𝐻𝐿 caught up to him, holding something in her hands. She revealed the peppermint candy, and before he could react, she offered it to him, surprising him with her boldness. 𝐻𝐿's smile was infectious, and her excitement about the candy made Todoroki feel a warmth in his heart. He found himself captivated by her joy, realizing how special she was to him. Later that evening, 𝐿 searched frantically for cookies and cream ice cream, having developed a craving for something sweet. Time was running out as the grocery store would close soon, and she felt a sense of urgency. With only 27 minutes left before closing, she knew she had to hurry. As the door closed behind her, she dashed out, determined to satisfy her sweet tooth. 𝐿 made it to the train just in time, feeling the wind rush through her hair as the train sped along the tracks. She kept glancing at her watch, hoping the train would get her to the store before it closed. A tunnel. 𝐿 dropped down onto her stomach, as the top of the tunnel was directly above her head. Sitting up would not be pretty. Could this train hurry up? 8:01 p.m. Hosu City, Japan. Outside the grocery store. 1 minute. 1 minute too late. 𝐿 stood in front of the store, frowning as she stared at the dark, locked door. She kicked a rock down the street as she turned away. The store was probably not worth her time if it closed that early. Her stomach grumbled, and she frowned as she placed her hand on it, wishing she could just get the cookies and cream ice cream. A bright light caught her eye. She turned to see a small building filled with aisles and shelves stocked with food and items. A grocery store. Bingo. 8:03 p.m. Hosu City, Japan. Alleyway. Midoriya took a protective step back. Iida was on the floor, injured and unable to move behind him. Native was on the ground too, hurt and trapped, just like his friend. In front of him stood one of the most fearsome villains he could think of, the hero killer, Stain. Midoriya needed help. There was no way he could handle this alone. He tapped the send button on his phone, praying someone would come to assist him. But for now, he was on his own. He was determined to protect them with everything he had. 8:08 p.m. Hosu City, Japan. Some sidewalk. 𝐿 was already digging into her ice cream. It was delicious and she was hungry. She would have to remember the store's name, but right now, her only focus was on enjoying the tasty cold treat in her hands. Suddenly, a loud screech came from above. 𝐿 looked up, only to find herself lifted into the air. A tight grip surrounded her body, making her feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Flying was not her strong suit. She looked up to see one of the largest and ugliest birds she had ever seen. It had a visible brain, red-veined eyes, cargo pants, and a freakishly hideous body. It looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Then it hit her. This was the creature the general had been fighting, the one responsible for the powerful wind that had blown her gloves away. Anger bubbled within her. This bird monster was the cause of her lost ice cream. That was unacceptable. 𝐿 slid her metallic hand around the ankle of the beast and gripped it tightly. The creature let out a pained screech and released her, causing her to fall. She pulled her legs together and her arms to the side, preparing to fall like a human bullet. 8:14 p.m. Hosu City, Japan. Alleyway. Todoroki had arrived, but they still needed someone strong. Stain was too powerful for the boys to defeat alone. The red and white-haired boy cursed under his breath as his attack was dodged once again by the hero killer. Midoriya shouted a warning to Todoroki as the enemy threw a knife toward him. Todoroki dodged just in time, but Midoriya lost focus on Stain, who was ready to pounce on him. The knife was dangerously close, and the villain was poised to strike. This could be the end for Midoriya. But then, something unexpected happened. The hero killer was suddenly forced into the ground by an unknown force. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock as he realized how narrowly he had escaped. What had just happened? A girl had fallen from the sky, standing on the hero killer. 𝐿 looked up at Midoriya and greeted him casually, asking where the creature that had made her lose her ice cream was. Todoroki and Iida were also present, staring at her in disbelief. 𝐿 pointed out their presence and asked Iida why he was on the floor. He couldn't respond. She wasn't supposed to be here, and neither were they. If 𝐿 got hurt because of him, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. The ground felt uneven beneath her. 𝐿 looked down and realized she had just stepped on the hero killer. She had trampled him like a bug. He gasped for air as she got off him. Stain caught his breath and glared at her. Midoriya gasped, realizing how close 𝐿 was to the enemy, and quickly grabbed her silver hand, pulling her back. With a polite step back, 𝐻𝐿 bowed and introduced herself as a future hero. Stain scoffed at her declaration, claiming that all heroes were scum and that he was the only true hero. He positioned himself to pounce at her, declaring himself the hero killer. 𝐻𝐿 blinked, confused, and pointed out the contradiction in his words. As he lunged at her, she dodged but received a scratch on her cheek. Midoriya was pulled along with her, and she apologized for the sudden movement. Midoriya was bewildered, realizing he was still holding her hand. His face flushed red, but he tried to shake off the distraction. This was not the time to think about that. 𝐻𝐿 looked back at the enemy, who had his tongue sticking out in a grotesque manner, saliva dripping from it. It was an unpleasant sight. He acknowledged her speed, but his gaze fell on the red line on her cheek. Attempting to paralyze her, he flung his tongue toward her face, aiming to lick the droplets of blood that ran down her skin. In an ideal world, he might have succeeded, but this world was far from perfect. With a swift motion, she grabbed his tongue with her metal hands and pulled him close, pinning him against the wall. Her eyes narrowed with disgust at his intentions. She firmly told him not to lick her, her expression darkening with displeasure. It was clear she was serious. No one would want to be liked like that. She wiped the saliva off her hands onto his back, not wanting the slimy substance on her. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach as a knife pierced her. The three boys cried out in alarm, having witnessed the attack. Stain chuckled at the sight of her lifting her shirt to inspect the wound, blood beginning to seep out. He saw her as a perfect target. He attempted to lash out with his tongue toward the injury, but she dodged just in time, leaving him surprised to find his own tongue bleeding. Everyone turned to 𝐻𝐿, who now held a knife in her hand. Stain stared at her in disbelief, realizing she had taken one of his knives. He checked his pouch and confirmed it was missing. As he looked back at her, Todoroki was taken aback by her sudden disappearance, reminiscent of the Bonecrusher attack. Where had she gone this time? Stain grunted in surprise as 𝐻𝐿 covered his mouth with one hand while holding his own knife to his throat with the other, her eyes glaring at him without emotion. Iida yelled at her to stop, insisting that this was his fight and she should stay out of it. 𝐻𝐿 dismissed him, pointing out that he was on the ground and unable to fight. She reminded him that he wasn't strong enough to defeat Stain alone, especially in his current state. Stain, muffled and frustrated, elbowed her in the wound, causing her to wince. He was about to stab her when Midoriya intervened, punching Stain away from her. Midoriya asked if she was okay, to which she replied in a monotone voice that she had been stabbed and cut. Iida struggled to rise to his knees, determined to become stronger to protect those he cared about. The three had already shed blood for him, and he vowed it would not happen again. Midoriya and Iida prepared for one final attack. Todoroki quickly froze Stain's feet, and 𝐻𝐿 delivered a sharp kick to his head. In a flash of green and blue, the two boys struck Stain in the face, knocking him backward and defeating the villain. 𝐻𝐿 began to compliment them on their teamwork, but her words were cut short as she fell to her knees, a sharp pain in her stomach hitting her like lightning. Midoriya rushed to her side, alarmed by the sight of her bloodied shirt. When he pointed out that she was bleeding, she simply acknowledged it, wondering how he had missed such an obvious detail. Todoroki lifted her shirt and applied ice to the open wound. The sudden coldness made her flinch, reminding her of the ice cream that had been taken from her. He assured her that it would help stop the bleeding for a while. Gratefully, she asked if she could have some ice, and he complied, forming a circle of ice for her. She blushed as she began to 𝐊𝐶𝐾 on it, finding the frozen treat strangely delightful. The boys couldn't help but blush at her cute demeanor, having never seen her like this before. Todoroki noted that she really liked ice circles. Suddenly, a new voice interrupted their moment, exclaiming about the hero killer. They turned to see a man at the entrance, followed by another person, likely a hero. 𝐻𝐿 realized she had been unaware of their presence. The man confirmed that the kids had saved him, expressing surprise at their capture of the hero killer. They explained that Endeavor had called for backup and sent them the location. Plans were made to call the police and an ambulance. Midoriya approached 𝐻𝐿 again, trying to avoid looking at her wound. He asked what she was doing in Hosu City, wondering if she was there for an internship. She reminded him that she was not in the hero course, which surprised him given her capabilities. She explained that she had been buying ice cream when a creature with cargo pants and a visible brain had swooped in and taken her. Gran Torino, a tiny man in a yellow and white hero outfit, appeared and acknowledged her. He seemed flustered when she asked if he talked about her. 𝐻𝐿 requested more ice from Todoroki, who obliged. As she enjoyed her treat, she turned back to Midoriya, only to see him being swept away by the same Nomu that had taken her. Her eyes narrowed in determination. Not again. She threw her knife at the creature, hitting its throat with precision. The creature's screech was cut short as the knife dug in, and 𝐻𝐿 dropped down, catching Midoriya in the process. First her ice cream, now Midoriya. Unforgivable. The girl glared at the beast on the ground with disdain. Everyone stared at the creature in shock, especially since the girl who had carried Midoriya in her arms had taken it down effortlessly, despite her injuries. Midoriya was fixated on the Nomu until he realized two crucial things. 𝐻𝐿 was carrying him, and she had referred to him as my Midoriya. The scene shifted to Mustafa Hospital, where the familiar white walls, ceiling, and bed surrounded 𝐻𝐿. She pondered whether 4 months had been enough time for recovery. What would Major think of her being in the hospital again? With gauze on her cheek and a bandage around her stomach, she sat up in bed, gazing out at the night sky. The encounter with Stain had left her bewildered. He had called her worthy. Worthy? What did that even mean? Stain had pointed at her, declaring that she was worthy. Midoriya, who had been set down, instinctively guarded 𝐻𝐿. Stain pressed on, questioning her commitment to becoming a hero and whether she wanted to waste her talent on fake heroes. Todoroki urged her not to listen to him. Stain continued, insisting that all heroes cared about was money and fame. 𝐻𝐿 listened calmly, acknowledging his words but maintaining her stance. She pointed out that heroes still saved lives, regardless of their motives. Stain, growing agitated, threatened her, but before he could act, he suddenly collapsed, leaving 𝐻𝐿 confused and concerned. Just then Iida, Midoriya, and Todoroki entered the room, expressing their relief at her recovery. Iida apologized for his role in her injury, feeling guilty for losing focus. 𝐻𝐿 bluntly acknowledged his part but reassured him that it was a collective responsibility. She felt ready to start training again, but her friends protested, concerned for her well-being. Despite their worries, 𝐻𝐿 insisted she had rested enough and opened the door to leave. A nurse appeared, urging her to stay put, but just then, a familiar voice interrupted. Lucia, her foster mother, arrived and instructed one of her servants to render 𝐻𝐿 unconscious, leaving the boys and the nurse in shock. Later, at Mustafa shopping mall, 𝐻𝐿 found herself with 40,000 yen in hand, contemplating what to buy. Lucia's earlier words about celebrating her exam success echoed in her mind. As she wandered, she encountered Uraraka, who was excited to see her. They chatted about shopping, with Uraraka expressing surprise at 𝐻𝐿's newfound wealth. After a brief fainting spell from Uraraka, who was overwhelmed by 𝐻𝐿's money, they shared a moment over bubble tea, which was a new experience for 𝐻𝐿. Midoriya, Iida, and Todoroki soon joined them, curious about 𝐻𝐿's shopping intentions. She admitted she was still unsure about what to buy, leaving her friends to ponder the possibilities. Uraraka expressed her surprise about the amount of money 𝐻𝐿 had. Iida inquired further, curious about the specifics. When Uraraka revealed it was 40,000 yen, Midoriya appeared slightly taken aback, while Iida and Todoroki remained composed. Iida remarked that while it wasn't as much as he had anticipated, it was still enough to purchase several items. 𝐻𝐿, holding the money, stood up and made her way to the boba shop. The others watched, surprised by her enthusiasm. Uraraka commented on 𝐻𝐿's apparent love for food, while Todoroki noted that she seemed to be doing well since the incident with Stain. Midoriya agreed, observing her energetic demeanor. Uraraka was astonished to learn that 𝐻𝐿 had been present during the Stain incident. Iida confirmed that she had recovered quickly. Just then, Uraraka's attention was drawn to a commotion, and she shouted in alarm as she noticed a thief making off with 𝐻𝐿's bag. The group quickly turned their heads to see what was happening. 𝐻𝐿 watched as a man with a coat obscuring his face dashed away with her bag. Her friends rushed over, clearly concerned. They pointed out that it was her belongings he was taking. 𝐻𝐿 seemed unfazed by the situation, acknowledging the theft with a calm demeanor. Her friends were incredulous, questioning why she would allow someone to take her things. 𝐻𝐿 suggested that perhaps the man was merely borrowing it, which left her friends in disbelief. They exchanged glances, realizing the seriousness of the situation as 𝐻𝐿 finally understood the gravity of the theft. 𝐻𝐿 paused as the guy stumbled back, clutching his nose. A cheerful voice called out to her, belonging to a woman with brown hair and burgundy highlights, adorned with cat paw gloves and mechanical cat ears. 𝐿, 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged, recognizing the pro hero. The woman looked down, her face lighting up with excitement. 𝐻𝐿, she exclaimed, launching herself toward the teenager in a warm embrace. You remember me? 𝐻𝐿 nodded, still caught in the enthusiastic hug. Midoriya, Iida, Todoroki, and Uraraka watched in surprise at the scene unfolding before them. Midoriya's excitement bubbled over as he exclaimed, "That's 𝐿, leader of the wild Pussycats." Uraraka's eyes widened in amazement. Wow. 𝐻𝐿, how do you know a pro hero? 𝐻𝐿 smiled, still enveloped in 𝐿's embrace. I met her a long time ago. Later, 𝐿 spotted Akira and called out to him. Hey, Akira. Akira rushed over, grinning at his hero friend. Pixie Bob, noticing the young 𝐻𝐿 trailing behind, knelt down to her level. Ooh, who's this cutie? With her arms glued to her sides, back straight, shoulders back, and feet together, 𝐻𝐿 saluted. Sir, Cadet 𝐻𝐿 reporting for duty. Any orders, or? She declared, her voice booming. The group was taken aback by her volume, while Akira sweat dropped at the display. 𝐻𝐿, do you remember when I told you that you don't have to be that loud? He asked gently. Yes, she replied enthusiastically. Now is one of those times. I apologize, sir. Cadet 𝐻𝐿 reporting for duty. Any orders, sir? She asked, this time much quieter. The wild Pussycats chuckled at the exchange. Ha! You've sure trained her well, Akira. Ragdoll commented, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Akira laughed sheepishly. Not exactly me, more like 𝐿𝐁𝐈. Akira quickly dismissed the question about the captain's orders. 𝐿 pointed out the closeness between Akira and 𝐻𝐿, to which Akira laughed and introduced 𝐻𝐿 to her teammates, 𝐿, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger. They all enthusiastically declared their team name, the Wild Pussycats, striking poses. Akira smiled at 𝐻𝐿, encouraging her to be good to them. 𝐻𝐿 expressed her excitement about being there, and 𝐿 reassured her that they would have a lot of fun together. As they chatted, 𝐿 complimented 𝐻𝐿's metal arms, which 𝐻𝐿 modestly noted were hardly visible. 𝐿, being a telepath, playfully claimed to know everything, which amused 𝐻𝐿. Later, 𝐻𝐿 arrived at the forest training camp, curious about why the Pussycats needed her help. 𝐿 spotted her and rushed over, enveloping her in a warm hug. 𝐻𝐿 reciprocated the enthusiasm, and soon Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger joined in, showering 𝐻𝐿 with compliments and questions about her life. 𝐿, slightly embarrassed, reminded them to be gentle. Shoyurezawa, known as Eraserhead, approached with a sigh, commenting on the group's excitement. He warned them not to suffocate 𝐻𝐿, who was momentarily overwhelmed by the affectionate welcome. After they released her, 𝐿 explained that 𝐻𝐿 was there to assist with maintenance, which surprised Aizawa and 𝐻𝐿. 𝐿 assured them that 𝐻𝐿 was skilled at fixing things, and with confirmation from 𝐻𝐿's guardian, Aizawa reluctantly accepted the arrangement. As the day progressed, 𝐿 noticed 𝐻𝐿 staring at a boy who had just exited a room. He had black hair and eyes, wearing a red hat adorned with golden horns, and exuded a gloomy aura. 𝐿 recognized him as Kota Izumi, Water Hose's son. 𝐻𝐿 approached Kota, who was visibly uncomfortable and reacted defensively, telling her to stay away before running off in tears. 𝐿 called after him, but he did not stop. The hero approached the girl with an apologetic expression. He explained that Kota was a bit sensitive when it came to his parents. 𝐻 confirmed that he was indeed their child. Mandalay sighed, revealing that they had died 2 years ago. 𝐻 recalled the tragic headline about how the two pro-heroes had sacrificed themselves for others. Mandalay asked if 𝐻 had met them, to which she replied affirmatively, sharing that they had been very kind and generous. Mandalay nodded in agreement. 𝐻 reminisced about meeting the little boy, noting how sweet he had been, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. Mandalay acknowledged that since his parents' deaths, Kota had become cold-hearted and was clearly grieving. The class of 1A was exhausted after a long day of training. They shuffled along, feeling like the walking dead. Someone remarked on finally arriving, while another encouraged everyone to eat and rest, revealing that the warm-up was over. Kaminari complained in disbelief about the intensity of the warm-up. 𝐃𝐄𝐓 then inquired about 𝐻's whereabouts, and Mandalay expressed concern for Kota as well. Meanwhile, Kota sat in his secluded spot in the forest, feeling frustrated by the annoying hero wannabes, especially that girl from earlier. He despised heroes and was resolute in his feelings. As footsteps approached, he flinched, worried that someone had discovered his hiding place. 𝐻 appeared, offering him food, but he coldly rejected it, shifting away from her. They sat in silence, and Kota was puzzled by her persistence. She eventually asked if Kota was his name, to which he responded with confusion, insisting he had never introduced himself. 𝐻 claimed he had, recalling their meeting 3 years prior. In his memory, a young Kota had asked a girl brought home by his parents who she was. She had introduced herself as Cadet 𝐻, reporting for duty. His parents explained that she was part of an army. Young Kota had been curious about her unusual speech and introduced himself. Kota recalled watching 𝐻 skillfully deflect attacks from practice dummies on a cliff. He had been amazed by her abilities, but when he accidentally slipped and began to fall, he thought he was doomed. Fortunately, 𝐻 had grabbed his hand and pulled him back to safety. As she prepared to leave, he thanked her, which surprised her, as she had never received gratitude before. Kota reflected on their past encounters, recognizing her distinct features and speech. He confirmed her name and recalled her training with his parents. He was taken aback by her question about grief, unsure how to respond. 𝐻 expressed her discomfort with the feelings surrounding him and wanted to understand it better. As she departed, Kota found himself captivated by her. Despite his disdain for heroes, he thought 𝐻 was genuinely cool. Later that evening, after another grueling day of training, Class 1A returned to enjoy a feast prepared by the Pussycats. 𝐻 appeared, standing next to Tiger, and greeted Midoriya. Iida was surprised to see her as well, and she explained she was there for maintenance. Mandalay recognized her from a previous encounter at the mall, and the students were excited to see her again. 𝐃𝐄𝐓 playfully questioned why 𝐻 had a boyfriend while she did not, leading to a flurry of speculation about who it might be. 𝐻 was confused by the term boyfriend, prompting Ragdoll to explain it as someone you love. 𝐻 admitted she did not understand love yet, which piqued the interest of Todoroki and Iida. 𝐃𝐄𝐓 laughed, affirming that it was a typical 𝐻 response. As 𝐻 walked away, the boys exchanged glances, speculating about who she might like. The conversation turned awkward as they debated their opinions, each boy blushing at the thought of 𝐻's affections. Toru Hagakure and Mina Ashido excitedly grabbed 𝐻's arms, eager to bring her over to their table. 𝐻, feeling a bit outnumbered, agreed to join them. As they settled in, Kyuka introduced herself with a smile, and 𝐻 responded, declaring herself a future hero. Mina, with a teasing smirk, asked if 𝐻 liked any of the boys, prompting a scolding from Momo. Mina insisted that 𝐻 must have a connection with someone since the boys often mentioned her, even Bakugo, despite his usual attitude. 𝐻 fell silent, contemplating her hands. Momo tried to ease the tension, but 𝐻 surprised everyone by admitting she thought she might have feelings for someone. When pressed for details, she mentioned talking a lot with Midoriya, Todoroki, and Iida, but was confused by the nature of love. Jiru clarified, and 𝐻 simply stated that she did not understand what love was, which led to a collective understanding among her friends. As the evening progressed, 𝐻 wondered if she could get some ice to cool down. Later, in the forest, Midoriya felt a sense of dread as he ran through the trees, searching for 𝐊𝐿. The blue flames in the distance were concerning, and he hoped his classmates were safe. Meanwhile, 𝐻 was fast asleep, exhausted from the day's training. She was jolted awake when she sensed something was off. Upon looking out the window, she was shocked to see the forest engulfed in blue flames. Realizing the urgency, she dashed out of her room. In a classroom, Kirishima felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, trapped while his friends faced danger. Suddenly, 𝐻 burst through the door, asking what was happening. Denki informed her that they were being attacked by the League of Villains. Aizawa instructed her to stay put, but 𝐻 was determined to find 𝐊𝐿, who was missing. Kirishima was taken aback by her concern for the young boy. Meanwhile, 𝐊𝐿 was terrified as he watched Midoriya struggle against a formidable foe. The villain charged at him, and in a moment of despair, 𝐊𝐿 closed his eyes, fearing the worst. But then he heard 𝐻's voice, and when he opened his eyes, she was there, protecting him. 𝐻 gently set 𝐊𝐿 down and expressed her regret for not being there sooner. She recognized the villain from the pictures and confronted him about his past actions. The villain laughed off her words, boasting about his brutal deeds, but 𝐻's expression shifted to one of fierce determination. Her cold gaze sent shivers down Midoriya's spine. He had never seen her this furious before. 𝐻's voice was unwavering as she confronted the villain, declaring that he would be the one to face justice. As the villain charged at her, 𝐻 stood her ground. When he swung at her, she evaded, and with a swift move, she brought him down, surprising both him and Midoriya. 𝐊𝐿 watched in awe as 𝐻 demonstrated her strength and resolve. With a fierce declaration, 𝐻 prepared to confront the villain again, ready to protect her friends and ensure that he would not escape unscathed. 𝐊𝐿 looked at them in surprise. Metal hands? He thought to himself that the enemy had managed to hurt him, but he wouldn't let that get to his head. He laughed arrogantly, declaring that the metal freak was still going to die. 𝐻 glared at him, feeling fortunate that she didn't have her witchcraft with her. As he cackled like a maniac, 𝐻 dashed forward and delivered a sharp blow to his face, following it up with an uppercut to his jaw. He grunted in frustration, throwing a punch that she caught for just a moment before being sent flying back into a rock on the far side of the mountain. Midoriya cried out for 𝐻, frowning as he turned back to face Muscular Man, who was stomping toward him. He felt the need to give 𝐻 some time to recover, just as she had done for him. Activating One for All, full cowling at 20%, he delivered a sharp punch to the enemy's face, sending him staggering backward. 𝐻 frowned from her spot. She really didn't like this guy. He had the audacity to mock water hose not only in front of her but also in front of 𝐊𝐿. He shouldn't even be there, and yet he acted as if he were unstoppable, leaving so many blind spots open. Not even Bakugo was this annoying. Determined, she dashed forward and delivered a sharp kick to Muscular Man's head. Standing next to Midoriya, she asked if he was ready to finish this. He affirmed that he was. The two teens balled their fists, standing protectively in front of 𝐊𝐿. There was no way this guy was going to win or lay a finger on 𝐊𝐿 while they were still standing. Activating One for All, full cowling at 100%, they shouted in unison as they forced their fists into Muscular Man's face, smashing him into the ground with one powerful punch from both. Muscular Man was defeated. 𝐻 looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of relief. She would watch over 𝐊𝐿. 𝐊𝐿 looked at the two students in front of him, realizing that maybe heroes weren't so bad after all. Later that evening in the forest training camp, Midoriya hesitated, asking 𝐻 if she was sure it was okay for her to carry him. She assured him it was, and despite his embarrassment, he found himself on her back with 𝐊𝐿 holding her only free hand. He could walk, but she insisted on carrying him the rest of the way, and he felt uncomfortably close to her. She explained that it was an apology for showing up late and letting harm come to him. She praised 𝐊𝐿 for being brave, and he shyly thanked her, looking away. Midoriya was surprised to see how good 𝐻 was with kids. However, they had priorities at the moment. After running around for almost 2 hours, they realized they couldn't protect 𝐊𝐿. The villains were gone, and so was Bakugo. They felt they had failed, and this day couldn't possibly get any worse. Suddenly, a small voice called out to Midoriya. He turned to see Kota running toward him with teary eyes, alone. Panic set in as he asked where 𝐻𝐿 was. Kota stammered through sobs, explaining that they had taken her while she was protecting him. Midoriya's heart sank. He couldn't believe it. 𝐻𝐿 meanwhile reassured Kota that she would take him back to the camp while Midoriya went to help their classmates. She held his hand firmly, and when he expressed concern for leaving them, she calmly told him they would be fine. He reluctantly agreed, telling them to be careful before running off in a random direction. 𝐻𝐿 and Kota made their way toward the camp when they were suddenly stopped by a cheeky voice. A man with a mask and top hat appeared before them, wearing a coat and red gloves. He asked if they were going somewhere, and when 𝐻𝐿 politely requested to pass, he mocked them for wandering alone in such a dangerous place. 𝐻𝐿 remained unfazed and told him to step aside, not wanting to fight. The man revealed that he knew who she was, recognizing her as the one who had defeated Nomu in front of Shigaraki. He introduced himself as Mr. Compress, claiming that he would be taking them now. As he lunged toward them, Kota flinched in fright. 𝐻𝐿 let go of his hand and used her metal arm to counter his attack. She couldn't see his expression beneath the mask, but she sensed his confidence. He attempted to grasp her metal arm, but she kicked his chin, surprising him. He examined her emotionless face, commenting on her lack of expressiveness as he flipped into the air, landing behind Kota, who stumbled back in shock. Compress was about to grab the child, but 𝐻𝐿 jumped in the way, seizing his wrist and holding it away from the 5-year-old. She firmly stated that he should not touch him. Compress smirked, claiming he had no interest in the child, and as his hand gripped her metal ones, 𝐻𝐿 noticed the danger. Suddenly, her body glowed a bright blue, and in an instant, she was encased in a marble. Kota called out to the marble in fear, his heart racing. After such a traumatic day, this was the last thing he wanted. Compress laughed loudly, taunting her about the assumption she had made regarding the target. He picked up the blue marble and assured Kota that he had no business with him before lazily waving goodbye. Kota watched as the villain walked away with 𝐻𝐿, now a captive. He had to tell someone Midoriya would know what to do. He could help get her back. Determined, Kota got to his feet, refusing to lose someone he cared about again. The thought was unbearable. They had truly failed now. The League of Villains had taken not just one, but 2 Kaken and 𝐻𝐿. Both were gone, both kidnapped. In an abandoned bar in Hosu City, Japan, Bakugo lay unconscious while 𝐻𝐿 slid across the floor, disoriented. She looked around, realizing she was far from the forest. The dimly lit room was filled with unfamiliar faces, masked figures in suits. One of them asked about her, and 𝐻𝐿, sitting up, sought permission to ask a question. When granted, she inquired about her location. The masked figure informed her she was at their hideout, revealing her name without her having told them. Confused, 𝐻𝐿 glanced around until her gaze landed on a familiar figure, Shigaraki. She accused him of being the one who destroyed her gloves, her voice monotone yet loud enough to convey her anger. Shigaraki retorted, reminding her that she was the one who had killed Nomu. Before he could finish, 𝐻𝐿 headbutt him, sending him stumbling back. A loud noise shattered the tension, waking Bakugo. He found himself surrounded by villains and noticed a metallic arm on the floor, realizing it belonged to 𝐻𝐿. His surprise grew as he saw her, injured and missing an arm. Compress's voice echoed in the room, expressing frustration that 𝐻𝐿 was there when he had only wanted the boy. As the League left, Bakugo seized the moment to question 𝐻𝐿 about her presence. She calmly stated that she had been taken. Bakugo, confused yet angry, pressed her for answers. 𝐻𝐿's vague responses only fueled his frustration, but he begrudgingly accepted that he was now stuck with her. In the abandoned bar, 𝐻𝐿 searched for tools to repair her damaged glove, ignoring the danger surrounding her. The League of Villains exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to handle her nonchalant demeanor. When she asked to borrow tools, they were taken aback, realizing they had no intention of helping her. As they contemplated their next move, 𝐿 inquired about their names, suggesting she could come up with nicknames if they preferred. The villains, momentarily distracted from their intentions, began to introduce themselves in a playful manner, much to Bakugo's irritation. Amidst the chaos, Bakugo shouted in frustration, questioning why he had been given a nickname at all. He thought she was naming the villains like an idiot, not him like an idiot. He was giving out nicknames, and 𝐊𝐿 remarked that his nickname wasn't intimidating at all. Dabi chimed in questioning if anyone's nickname was intimidating, then laughed, declaring Shigaraki's was the dumbest. Toga cheerfully introduced herself as Buns, hugging the teen girl. Dabi casually pointed out that they had just let her name them like dogs. Shigaraki, growing frustrated, turned to 𝐿 and warned her that she couldn't just do whatever she wanted, they were in real danger. 𝐿 teased that he was just mad about getting headbutt, prompting a scoff from him. He asked if they wanted to die. In an abandoned bar in Hosu City, Japan, the wall was broken, and heroes and police surrounded them. They needed to escape quickly, especially with All Might on the scene, who would ruin everything. Suddenly, a smoke bomb hit the floor, enveloping the area. 𝐿 found herself on Bakugo's back as he decided it was better to carry her. He clenched his teeth, holding her tightly, knowing that if they got separated, she would likely do something reckless. She shouldn't even be there. A hand grabbed Bakugo's collar, and they were thrown into a portal. They made a run for it. All Might grimaced as the smoke cleared and the villains escaped, realizing they still had Bakugo and 𝐿. All Might received a report that their location had been spotted, and he urged everyone to move. He clenched his teeth, thinking about the threats ahead, hoping the two could hold on a little longer. As the League stepped out of 𝐊𝐿's portal, Bakugo and 𝐿 were with them. Shigaraki was surprised to see his master, a man in a black suit with a mask, emerge from an alleyway. The master reassured Shigaraki that he had progressed well, but the situation was dire. Just then, All Might appeared, ready to save the day with his signature punch. 𝐿 blinked in disbelief as All Might's punch was caught by Shigaraki's master, who flung it into a building. Someone was actually strong enough to stop All Might. In an alleyway, 5 students Midoriya, Iida, Todoroki, Momo, and Kirishima were huddled together, all wearing hero disguises. They were there to rescue their friends, but the situation was not going as planned. Midoriya and Todoroki were eager to join the fight, but Iida held them back, determined to keep them safe. They needed a solid plan. So much was happening at once. The 5 teens sprang into action as All Might and All for One clashed. 𝐿 surveyed the devastated area, witnessing the harm done to innocent people and the crumbling buildings, which brought back unpleasant memories. She felt a sense of urgency to help, realizing the danger they were all in. 11:38 p.m. Musatfu, Japan Evergarden residence, living room. A glass teacup shattered on the floor, slipping from Lucia's grasp as she walked past the TV. Her heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from her chest. She desperately wished this was just a dream. Lucia glanced at the screen, where the 2 people she loved most were engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable villain. The danger they faced was palpable, and she felt helpless, confined to the safety of her home, miles away from the chaos. Her heart ached as she thought of 𝐿 and Toshinori, muffling her sobs with her hand. The thought of losing them filled her with dread. This was the very reason she had aspired to become a hero. Lucia avoided her mother's gaze as the woman scowled at her, having just handed over her paper with a grade of the white-haired girl braced herself for the inevitable reprimand. A92? Are you serious? What score would satisfy you? Her mother demanded. 105, Lucia thought bitterly, knowing it was an unrealistic expectation. Exactly. And yet you've managed to mess up and get a you're worthless? Her mother scoffed, rising from her seat. I can't believe I'm stuck with someone like you. Lucia's heart sank. Is that what Dad would say? She dared to think. A sharp sting erupted on her cheek as her mother slapped her. Lucia fought back tears, meeting her mother's unforgiving gaze with defiance. Don't you ever talk back to me? How dare you mention that fool? He was a fool to think you could ever be a hero. You'll only ever be a housewife, her mother spat, tossing the paper to the ground. You'll be lucky if you even manage that. As her mother walked away, Lucia bit her lip, holding back her emotions until she was alone. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at a picture of her and her father. She cursed the world, cursed drunk drivers, and felt the weight of guilt pressing down on her. If she hadn't asked for cake on her birthday, maybe he would still be here. Was her mother right? Was her father a fool for believing in her potential? She was the fool for thinking she could ever be someone important. Lucia held onto her mother's words for too long, until she entered hero school and met a certain bright presence who changed her perspective. A girl with white hair and blue eyes approached Toshinori, startling him with her cheerful greeting. She laughed at his surprise and introduced herself as Lucia Evergarden, expressing her admiration for his recent fight. Toshinori, regaining his composure, welcomed her enthusiasm, and they quickly bonded over their shared aspirations. Lucia showcased her quirk, Plasma, in a training session, impressing Toshinori with her skills. She executed a swift strike against an opponent before forming a ball of plasma in her hands, launching it with precision. The impact sent her adversary reeling, and she playfully taunted them. That day, Toshinori realized Lucia was more than capable of handling herself. After her impressive display, Toshinori rushed to congratulate Lucia, who beamed with pride. He expressed how incredible she was, and her eyes filled with tears of joy as she embraced him, grateful for his support. Later, Toshinori introduced Lucia to his mentor, a woman with black hair. The mentor teased Toshinori about his feelings for Lucia, causing him to blush and pull her aside, wanting to confess his feelings in his own time. Lucia, oblivious to the exchange, simply smiled, unaware of the budding emotions around her. 11:46 p.m. Hosu City, Japan. Kamino Department. All Might faced a dire situation, feeling deflated in front of the world. He knew people still relied on him, and he couldn't afford to fail now. As All for One launched a tentacle at him, All Might braced himself, needing just a moment to gather his strength for one final strike. But the moment was interrupted as All for One charged at him, ready to deliver a devastating blow. In that critical instant, something unexpected intervened, taking the hit for him. 11:47 p.m. Hosu City, Japan. Crowded city. Todoroki watched the unfolding events on the TV, his expression darkening as he realized Lucia had done something reckless, stepping in to protect All Might. He had known she would act bravely, but he hadn't anticipated the extent of her sacrifice. Hosu City, Japan. Kamino Department. YN slid back, the soles of her sneakers digging into the ground, preventing her from launching into the sky. Her metal arms formed an X above her face, and she bit her inner cheek as the impact dented her arms. Young YN, evacuate immediately. It is not safe here. All Might shouted at her. Order denied. It was surprising that she would refuse him at such a critical moment. This was no time for stubbornness. A group of heroes crawled from the rubble, witnessing the teenager standing boldly in front of one of the most fearsome villains in Japan. Yet her legs remained steady, and she willingly took a hit from him. Was she truly unafraid? No, there was no fear here. Only anger, confusion, and a sense of familiarity. Mixed emotions swirled within her, making no sense at all. Little girl, this isn't a game. Get out of here. Many pro-heroes shouted, but their voices faded into the background. I apologize, but you have been denied, YN stated, glancing at the dent in her arms before looking back at All for One. She sighed, knowing the doctor would not be pleased with her decision. All for One, is that your name? Yes, but who are you? I am YN Evergarden, future hero, at your service. Then be of service and step out of the way. I apologize, but that will not be happening. I have a question and I would like you to answer. YN stood firm, showing no signs of flinching. What is it? Nana Shimura. You told everyone that you killed her. Do you not care how that makes someone feel? All for One regarded her with curiosity. No. Why should I? The weak always get killed by the strong. I do not understand. You don't understand what? I do not understand that emotion. I do not understand emotions in general. What? Emotions are complex and confusing. Nothing makes sense anymore when it comes to feelings. I fail to understand love or hate, sadness or anger, happiness or gratitude. It all makes no sense. I am an empty tool who never learned anything about this before major. So I apologize if I am incapable of understanding your feelings as well as yours, All Might. YN glanced at the pro hero. YN. But there is something important I have learned. YN positioned herself in a fighting stance, her eyes narrowed. You do not play with others' feelings. And you, sir, feel like you have the power to do so. Unacceptable. Interesting. You're an interesting girl. Is that why you want to be a hero? To understand emotions. All for one inferred. Correct. Well, I'll tell you now. You can only find those answers if you join me. All Might gritted his teeth, determined not to let All for One take her. I see power and worth in you. You're wasting it on the side of heroes. Join me, and I can give you what you want, answers. Young YN would never join the likes of you. All Might intervened, disapproving of the direction this was taking. I wasn't asking you. I was telling the girl. Besides, it's the life you're used to, isn't it? He lunged toward her, striking her metallic arms. I know who you are, YN. You are an emotionless machine who will stop at nothing to complete your mission. He struck again. It doesn't matter who you face. If your orders are to kill, you'll do it. You have never defied an order in your life, regardless of who it's from. Another strike landed. Becoming a hero who saves? That's not the life for you. All for One revealed her past with a careless laugh. You are on fire, YN, and it's only growing hotter. Incorrect. I am not on fire. Oh yes, you are. You and we are the same. With a powerful punch, YN's right arm shattered into pieces, collapsing on the ground. All Might watched in horror as the fragments spread out before him. YN stumbled back, the force of the blow causing her pain as she struggled to maintain her footing. Why do you endure this for him? All for One asked, slightly impressed by her resilience. Because I'm a soldier. And a true soldier. She smiled at him, her eyes narrowed and her expression determined. Protects their comrades. Chapter End. 12:04 a.m. Hosu City, Japan Kamino Department. An unexpected punch landed squarely on All for One's face, causing him to stumble back. YN, a teenager with one metal arm, launched herself forward and kicked him in the stomach, her bruised feet making solid contact. All for One grunted as the impact resonated through him. He shouted, questioning how he could protect anyone while focused on attacking her, just as he fired one of his tentacles toward a bystander who gasped in fear. YN reacted quickly, gripping the tentacle with her remaining hand. Concern filled the bystander as they asked if she was okay, but YN dismissed the question, urging them to vacate the area for their safety. All for One chuckled, attempting to retract his tentacle, but YN held on tightly, pulling it back with determination. I'm not as weak as you think, she declared, flipping the villain over her head and sending him crashing into the remains of a broken building. The pros watching were astonished, some recognizing her but unaware of her true strength. 12:09 a.m. Hosu City, Japan Crowded City. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they witnessed the villain's fall. They rallied behind the girl who was bravely confronting such a fearsome foe alone. Midoriya felt a wave of relief wash over him as YN approached her broken arm, trying to collect the pieces. He hoped she would be okay. Suddenly, gasps rippled through the crowd as All for One lunged at YN in a fit of rage, ready to strike her down. Midoriya's heart raced as he shouted a warning. 12:12 p.m. Hosu City, Japan Kamino Department. YN seemed to hear her friend's cry, turning just in time to move her arm out as a shield. The punch shattered her arm, causing her to fall backward, now armless. Frustration coursed through her as she thought about how upset the doctor would be. All for One taunted her, admitting her strength but declaring her foolish for letting her guard down. He reveled in her helplessness. 12:14 p.m. Hosu City, Japan Crowded City. The camera zoomed in on YN's face, her eyes betraying no fear. Midoriya's eyes widened as he noticed a new expression on her face, one of determination and confidence. When you attacked that person, you asked me a question before, she began, her smirk growing. That if you're focusing on me, how are you supposed to protect? With a fierce grin, she shouted, United States of 𝐿 12:17 p.m. Hosu City, Japan Kamino Department. Might appeared, the ultimate trump card against All for One, who now bore a dent on his face. Excitement erupted from the crowd as they cheered for the heroes. YN struggled to stand, her feet bleeding and a painful hole in her stomach. She tried not to think about her shattered arms on the ground. Young YN, All Might said gently as he approached her. Yes, she replied. Come with us to the hospital, we need to check your wounds. Yes, sir. Thank you for your help. I owe you. No, she interrupted with a smile. I was only looking out for my family. All Might's eyes glistened at her words, his heart swelling with pride. She had grown so much. He placed a hand on her head. And I thank you for. Before he could finish, YN fell forward, and he instinctively caught her. She's already asleep? Best Jeanist remarked, ignoring his own injuries. That's our YN, Tiger said, carrying Ragdoll. All Might chuckled sheepishly at the sight of the girl who had fought so bravely now sound asleep. Honestly, she deserves it. I think we all do. Chapter end. 8:30 a.m. Mustafu, Japan Mustafu Hospital hallways. Lucia called out for her adopted daughter, YN, while the appointed nurse tried to hold her back, preventing her from entering the room. Please, Ms. Evergarden. Your daughter is in the middle of an appointment with the surgeon. Surgeon? Oh my gosh. YN. Please calm down. YN. The nurse was growing increasingly annoyed. Ma'am. Respect the medical staff. 8:45 a.m. Mustafu, Japan Mustafu Hospital hallways. Midoriya shouted desperately, asking if YN was okay and pleading to see her. The nurse attempted to push him back, but he was determined. Please. Ms. Evergarden needs time to recover. Visiting hours aren't open yet. But that hit she took. Is she really okay? Please, just let me see her this one time. Boy. Respect the medical staff. 8:47 a.m. Mustafu, Japan Mustafu Hospital hallways. Todoroki approached, asking to see YN, but the nurse insisted that she had not fully healed and that visiting hours were not open yet. Step out of the way, please. Sir, please don't attack the medical staff or we will have to call security. I already froze them, he replied, gesturing to the frozen guards. The nurse looked surprised as she realized what had happened. Now please step out of the way. You better learn to respect the medical staff. 8:50 a.m. Mustafu, Japan Mustafu Hospital hallways. Shinsou approached, asking where YN's room was. The nurse tried to explain that they were not accepting visitors, but he was persistent. Sorry, but I was really asking. Guide me there, would you? He said, referring to a nurse who seemed dazed. The nurse looked between the confused staff and Shinsou, exasperated by the lack of manners. YN's appointed nurse smiled at him and explained that she wasn't seeing visitors at the moment, but if they said it was okay, then it would be fine. He nodded in understanding. As he was about to walk past her, she suddenly grabbed the back of his shirt, turning him around to face her fierce expression. Respect the medical staff, she warned him firmly. He was taken aback, questioning how she had managed to catch him off guard. In the hospital hallways of Mustafu, Japan, Bakugo was fuming. He couldn't believe what had happened. He stormed through the corridors, filled with adrenaline and concern for YN. That moron. What was she thinking? Was she trying to get herself killed? He exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. The nurse pleaded with him to calm down, reminding him that Ms. Evergarden needed her rest and to return during visiting hours. Bakugo, however, was not in the mood for patience. She wouldn't even need to rest if she had acted smarter. It's her own fault, he shouted, his emotions getting the better of him. When he finally reached YN's room, he burst through the door. YN turned her head to see him, bandages wrapped around him, with the nurse struggling to keep him back. Bakugo, sir, she acknowledged, her tone calm despite the chaos. He stomped over to her, his expression a mix of anger and concern. He couldn't hold back his feelings any longer. What were you thinking? Tossing me around like some toy? Taking such a huge risk was reckless. You could have gotten yourself hurt, he vented, his voice rising. But I'm alive, she replied innocently, a hint of confusion on her face. You are such an idiot. At least you're safe, he muttered under his breath. I didn't catch that last part. Could you repeat it? She asked, tilting her head slightly. I didn't say anything, he snapped back, his frustration boiling over. The nurse interjected again, reminding him to respect the medical staff. Bakugo slumped into a chair in the waiting room, recalling the nurse's fierce demeanor. That nurse is a demon, he exclaimed, shaking his head. Todoroki, standing in the corner, sighed, noting Bakugo's impatience. Welcome to the kicked-out room, Shinsou added sarcastically, leaning back in his chair. Midoriya, sitting quietly in the back, mumbled an apology, while Lucia pouted, insisting she should be the first to see 𝐻𝐿 as her guardian. They all sighed, resigned to their fate, and began writing repeatedly on a piece of paper, I will respect the medical staff. Later that evening in Mustafu Park, after receiving many tight hugs from Lucia, Midoriya, and even Shinsou, 𝐻𝐿 was informed that All Might wanted to speak with her. All Might took a deep breath as he sat beside her on a park bench, his nerves getting the best of him. He had kept a secret for far too long, and she deserved to know the truth about Akira. 𝐻𝐿, he began, trying to gauge her mood. Yes, she replied, her cheerful tone making him hesitate. Perhaps he should wait until she was feeling better, but he knew that delaying would only lead to more confusion. Taking another deep breath, he continued, I have to tell you something about Akira. He inhaled sharply, uncertain of her reaction. I'm sorry for keeping this from you for so long, but I feel like you've adjusted enough to know the truth now. Major Akira went missing in action during a villain attack that caused your coma. She is believed to have passed. Silence hung in the air as 𝐻𝐿 processed his words. I know, she finally said, surprising All Might. What? He responded, taken aback. I know about the accident, she clarified. All Might stared at her in disbelief. How could she already know? He had been so worried about breaking the news to her, and yet she seemed unfazed. Endeavor informed me, she explained. You're okay with it? He asked, his heart sinking. Of course not. I felt a great deal of resentment towards you, him, and Lucia, she admitted, her voice steady. I didn't believe it at first either. 𝐻𝐿 felt the weight of the news settle heavily on her heart. The truth was hard to accept, and it left her feeling lost. She had hoped for a different outcome, but now the reality was undeniable. The hero she admired was gone, and the pain of that loss was almost too much to bear. The memories haunted her, echoing in her mind. She felt a deep sense of urgency, a need to act. Bakugo called out to her, concern evident in his voice as he noticed her distant gaze. He had been worried, having called her name multiple times without a response. She apologized, acknowledging her momentary lapse. They needed to leave, and as Bakugo looked up, she followed his gaze to see their friends soaring through the sky above them. He urged her to get on his back, but she refused. She insisted that if they both left, the villains would pursue him. She would hold them back while he made his escape. Bakugo was adamant, he couldn't leave her behind. She sounded like a memory he couldn't shake off. She reiterated her decision, and he was taken aback by her determination. She couldn't allow him to get hurt, and with a heavy heart, she prepared to throw him upwards towards their friends. As she did, he shouted for her to wait, but she was already focused on the villains who were slipping away. The battlefield was now occupied by three formidable figures, All Might, All for One, and 𝐻𝐿. In the crowded city of Hosu, the tension was palpable. Bakugo felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had dragged her into this mess, and now she was in danger. Midoriya's heart raced as he watched the chaos unfold on the screen, praying for her safety. He felt helpless, having failed to protect her before. Todoroki was equally concerned. He had seen 𝐻𝐿's strength, but this was a different level of threat. Without her weapon, Could she truly stand against such power? He feared for her safety, knowing she might do something reckless. Iida was frustrated with himself. 𝐻𝐿 didn't deserve to be in this situation. She wasn't even a hero. She was in serious danger, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was his fault. Kirishima searched the screen for her, trying to remain positive. He believed in her strength, but doubt crept in. Momo, though she had known 𝐻𝐿 for a short time, felt a deep connection and couldn't bear the thought of her getting hurt. Everyone shared the same hope. Please let 𝐻𝐿 be safe. But deep down, a voice whispered that it might not be possible. The state of things felt dire, and the weight of the situation pressed heavily on their hearts. 𝐻𝐿 stood before Akira's gravestone, rain pouring down as tears streamed down her face. She couldn't believe what was happening. The Major, a figure of strength and resilience, was gone. The flowers around the grave seemed dull and lifeless in the downpour. It couldn't be true. No one could defeat the Major. How could this have happened? The reality of the loss struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her shattered and alone in her grief. No, that can't be what it means. It can't, can it? No way. And then 𝐻𝐿 began to remember her life before Major. 3-year-old 𝐻𝐿 sat in the rain, soaked and shivering, with only a torn shirt to cover her. Her feet were bruised from stepping on sharp objects, and hunger gnawed at her stomach. She pulled her knees close to her body, nameless and born on the streets. A man approached her, followed by a group of intimidating figures. The man pointed at her, and in an instant, the terrifying men lunged forward, grabbing her by the hair and dragging her away. 5-year-old 𝐻𝐿 stood behind the leader of a gang of villains. The leader demanded money, but the person he confronted refused, insisting he wouldn't give anything up. The leader then issued a chilling command, and 𝐻𝐿 stepped forward, recognizing her role as a tool for destruction. A sudden scream pierced the air, followed by chaos. At 6 years old, 𝐻𝐿 stood over her latest victim, her face expressionless and stained. Akira, witnessing this, was in shock. How could a child be involved in such brutality? The villain boss taunted Akira, showcasing 𝐻𝐿 as an emotionless weapon, unresponsive to pain. He struck her, the sound echoing, but 𝐻𝐿 remained unfazed, her expression unchanged despite the violence. Akira's anger flared as she confronted the villain, determined to rescue the little girl from this nightmare. As Akira carried the girl, whom she would later name 𝐻𝐿, she reflected on the terrible titles that defined her, the nameless girl who kills or faceless. Faceless seemed more fitting. Walking through the forest, Akira pondered the girl's capabilities and whether she would still respond to the horrific commands she had been given. When they encountered a wild boar, Akira prepared herself, knowing she could intervene if necessary. The boar charged, driven by primal instincts. Akira felt a mix of pity and determination as she realized the potential danger if 𝐻𝐿 fell back into villainous hands. 𝐻𝐿 recalled how she had mercilessly annihilated anyone or anything in her path, all thanks to one word. She didn't need to say it aloud. All might already understood: kill. Later, in Mustafu Park, Midoriya hid in the bushes, feeling guilty for eavesdropping but compelled to ensure 𝐻𝐿 wasn't overworking herself. He learned about her tragic childhood, realizing that her Major was the famed Akira, a hero he admired. Midoriya flinched when he heard his name, caught by surprise. Todoroki quickly silenced him, concerned about their cover being blown. Shinsou observed from a distance, unimpressed by the two students' stealth skills, while he maintained a more composed demeanor. 𝐻𝐿 spoke again, revealing her struggle with the loss of her Major. She recalled a mission where Akira had briefed her team about a dangerous area infested with criminal gangs. The plan was to eliminate the crime boss, and 𝐻𝐿 was eager to accompany her mentor. During the mission, chaos erupted. Gunshots rang out, and an explosion shook the ground. Akira had managed to evacuate the citizens, but she found herself injured, bloodied, and in pain. Yet, her primary concern remained with 𝐻𝐿, the girl she had vowed to protect. In her opinion, the girl was in a much worse state than Akira. She had taken a hit to the head, and blood covered half her face. Both her arms were gone, lost to the explosions, and her back had been injured while protecting the number 2 pro hero. The girl was panting in exhaustion as she stumbled closer to Akira. Desperately, she bit down on Akira's hero outfit, trying to pull her along. Akira gritted her teeth as she watched the girl's determined attempt to save her. She had already told the girl to leave her and save herself, but the girl stubbornly refused. She declared that she would not abandon her, tugging at the hero's shirt with all her might. Akira shouted for her to stop, insisting that she wouldn't get far anyway and needed to regroup with the others. The girl, however, was resolute, stating that she could not leave a superior officer behind. Akira urged her to forget about orders and to leave, expressing her concern for the girl's safety. The girl protested, tears threatening to spill from both their eyes. Akira demanded that she listen, instructing her to find all might and stick by him, to grow up and live her life on her own terms. She wanted the girl to make friends and protect them, to understand her emotions and the world around her. Akira smiled through her tears, expressing her deep care for the girl, comparing her to a daughter. The girl was confused by the concept of love, struggling to understand its meaning. Akira reassured her that she would come to understand it one day. As the sound of a grenade triggered in the background, Akira created a protective shell of rocks around the girl, knowing the danger that was about to unfold. YN realized what was happening and called out for Akira, who mouthed words that were inaudible as the rocks closed around the girl. The explosion erupted, and debris began to fall from above. YN remembered that day as if it were yesterday, vowing to find Major Akira. She began to dig, convinced that the Major might be beneath the rubble or that there might be a clue to her whereabouts. The explosion had crumbled the buildings in the alleyway, and YN believed the Major had shielded herself with the rocks. Determined, she continued to dig through the rubble, searching for any sign of the Major. There had to be something left behind, some trace of her presence amidst the chaos. She looked at her hands, frowning as she raised one to her neck. Was she scared? Would this hurt? Even she didn't know. But deep down, she felt she didn't deserve to live. She gripped her throat, tightening her hold as her breath became shallow. As she began to struggle for air, her vision blurred, either from the lack of oxygen or the tears welling in her eyes. All Might, watching her, hesitated before asking if she had been trying to take her own life. She admitted that something had stopped her, someone unexpected. Shinsou shifted uncomfortably, the thought of YN in such despair weighing heavily on him. The idea of losing her was unbearable. He understood that the Major was significant to her, but to consider such drastic measures? Their bond must have been deeper than he realized. After hearing bits of YN's story, he began to understand her struggles. After a troubled childhood filled with villains and gangs, she had gone to an army camp. It was no wonder she seemed unfazed by her own injuries. YN, regaining her composure, remarked that she never would have guessed that this unlikely person would help her understand a few things. As her oxygen levels dipped again, she felt the urge to tighten her grip once more, believing this was the end. But then she opened her eyes to see 𝐊𝐂𝐷𝐿 standing before her, a nervous expression on his face. He asked her what she was doing, and she hesitated before lying that her throat was hurting and she was just checking if it was external or internal. She hoped he wouldn't see through her facade. 𝐊𝐂𝐷𝐿, blushing and looking away, handed her a letter. He simply stated that she should take it. She blinked in surprise as she accepted it, opening it to find his handwriting. The letter expressed gratitude for her saving him multiple times and apologized for his earlier rudeness. YN muttered the word, save, as she read. She was saving people now, people like 𝐊𝐂𝐷𝐿. It was wrong to think of ending her life, but was she truly making things better by saving others? Was she a savior to 𝐊𝐂𝐷𝐿? 𝐊𝐂𝐷𝐿, feeling awkward, explained that he wanted to give her the letter because it was hard to express such feelings in person. When he noticed tears at the corners of her eyes, he panicked, fearing she didn't like the letter. But YN looked up at him with a small smile, expressing her gratitude. His embarrassment deepened at her words. Later, she reflected on how a little boy had stopped her from making a grave mistake. She noted that they had become even, as he had saved her this time. YN found herself standing in front of Akira's mother's home, feeling nervous. She had never been here before, but Akira often spoke of her mother as a role model, raising her as a single parent while being a hero. YN hoped that meeting her would bring clarity. A servant announced her arrival, and an elderly voice welcomed her in. The room was adorned with pink walls and a cozy atmosphere. A woman with white hair, streaked with her original color, sat in a chair, gazing out the window. She remarked on the beautiful view, mentioning how Akira loved the sky. When she turned to 𝐿𝐻𝐿, her jade eyes sparkled with warmth. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 introduced herself, confirming she was Major's friend. Akira's mother expressed pride in her daughter, even in her absence, and shared that Akira had spoken fondly of 𝐿𝐻𝐿 in her letters, calling her an amazing and fearless girl. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 felt a bittersweet connection as she listened. Akira's mother revealed that she had struggled to accept her daughter's loss but found solace in the idea that as long as people like 𝐿𝐻𝐿 were alive, Akira lived on through them. 𝐿𝐻𝐿's heart swelled at this notion, and she asked if Akira was truly alive in some way. Tears filled her eyes as Akira's mother reassured her that as long as they remembered and loved her, she would never truly die. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 embraced Akira's mother, feeling a sense of comfort and understanding wash over her. She might not fully grasp love, but she recognized its refreshing essence. All Might smiled as 𝐿𝐻𝐿 concluded her story, a bright smile on her face. It was clear she had grown. From a clueless, empty soldier to a mature, heartwarming girl, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 had made a decision. She resolved to continue living the life Major Akira had wanted for her, determined to learn the meaning of love. A genuine grin spread across her face as a warm and comforting feeling enveloped her. She declared her ambition to become a hero, just like Major Akira. In Mustafu, Japan, on a sunny afternoon, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 felt an intense craving for something cold. She wasn't sure what it was, but she knew she wanted it. After rigorous training sessions that included studying for the upcoming term, physical training to adjust to her newly rebuilt arms, and social training to adapt to her new life, she decided to take a break. Food was a priority. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out to her. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 looked up to see Kirishima, a boy with red spiky hair and a charming grin, approaching her. He radiated a friendly aura. Kirishima greeted her enthusiastically and asked where she was headed. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 replied that she was going to the train station, where all the best treats could be found, despite the city's reputation for crime. Kirishima, excited to join her, asked if he could accompany her. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 agreed, pleased to take another step toward independence. As they walked together, Kirishima asked if she was hungry. She nodded, and he smiled, eager to show her something special. At the popsicle stand, 𝐿𝐻𝐿's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spotted a blue raspberry popsicle. It looked delicious, and she felt grateful that Kirishima had recommended it. He noticed her delight and offered to buy it for her, which made her smile even brighter. His cheeks flushed with warmth as he realized how much her happiness meant to him. After receiving the popsicle, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 noticed that two were connected. She decided to share one with Kirishima, holding it up for him. He gratefully accepted her gesture, calling it manly. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 reminded him that he had paid for it, so it was technically his to begin with. They both laughed, and Kirishima took a moment to compliment her bravery during a recent incident involving their friend Bakugo. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 felt a mix of confusion and humility as Kirishima praised her actions. She had only felt like she had gotten in the way, but his words made her realize that she had indeed done something significant. Kirishima's admiration filled her with warmth, and she thanked him sincerely. Their conversation continued, and 𝐿𝐻𝐿 savored the last bite of her popsicle, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She had learned something important about herself that day. Later, as 𝐿𝐻𝐿 wandered through a random alleyway, she sighed, feeling lost. She blamed the situation on a bird that had stolen her fries, vowing to take action if she encountered it again. Just then, a creepy voice called out from the shadows, startling her. She looked up to see a figure that radiated danger, realizing she needed to be cautious. "Do you know where I am? Unless you're 𝐿𝐻𝐿." The man revealed that she had wandered into his home, a junkyard filled with dirt and scurrying rats. Trash piled up in corners, and a swarm of gnats buzzed around, reminding 𝐿𝐻𝐿 of her past life on the streets. She asked him to point her toward the nearest fries place, glancing at her purse, hoping for a refund or perhaps more fries. He eyed her bag with greed, imagining the money she must have. Instead of helping her, He declared he would buy some fries himself and lunged at her. In an ideal world, she would have screamed and fallen back. Unfortunately, this world was far from perfect. 𝐻𝐿 pushed his face away with one hand while using the other to keep her purse out of reach. She pressed her leg into his stomach and kicked him away. She calmly told him to refrain from stealing, having already dealt with one thief that day. He groaned, clutching his stomach, and suggested that stealing from children would be easier. With a snap of his fingers, a puff of pink surrounded 𝐻𝐿, causing her to shut her eyes in confusion. When she opened them again, everything appeared larger. The man loomed over her with an unsettling grin. She realized she had shrunk, her face rounder and her limbs feeling weak. She stumbled over to a puddle and saw her reflection, a chubby face and tiny body. 𝐻𝐿 had transformed into a child. Bakugo arrived, a proud smirk on his face, but he seemed taller than she remembered. He squinted, trying to place her. 𝐻𝐿 introduced herself as the future hero, 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden, bowing slightly. Bakugo was taken aback, confused by her transformation. He pointed to the man she had just escaped, realizing he had caused this. She nodded, confirming his suspicion. He sighed, acknowledging her tendency to get into trouble. 𝐻𝐿 reflected on her difficult childhood, filled with harsh memories. Bakugo noticed the tears in her eyes and felt a pang of concern. He told her not to cry and declared they were going to the dorm, instructing her to avoid complaining. She nodded in agreement. At UA dorm, Class 1A, the scene was filled with excitement. Mina fangirled over 𝐻𝐿's transformation, while Bakugo held her hand, his face slightly flushed. 𝐻𝐿 was still adjusting to the height of her friends, realizing how tall they were now that she was small. Midoriya asked about her transformation, and Bakugo snapped at him, frustrated that he had to repeat himself. 𝐻𝐿 tugged on Bakugo's pants, shaking her head and reminding him not to bully Midoriya. Bakugo sighed, recognizing her determination. Jiro commented on how impressive it was that 𝐻𝐿 had managed to quiet Bakugo, while Uraraka and Mina gushed over how adorable she was. Later, on an airplane heading to Island, 𝐻𝐿 gripped the armrest, feeling nervous about flying. Midoriya noticed her anxiety, realizing she might not enjoy new experiences. He hadn't expected her to join them until 𝐷 appeared with her. 𝐷, grinning, asked if Midoriya was ready for the adventure. Midoriya expressed his excitement about Island, only to be surprised by 𝐻𝐿's presence. She greeted him with a salute, and 𝐷 explained that her guardian was already on Island for work. 𝐻𝐿 explained that she was going to meet with someone and visit. He smiled in response, and with excitement, they set off together. He hadn't expected her to come, but for some reason, he was glad she did. 12:06 p.m. Island Airport. 𝐷 felt a pang of guilt for waking them up. They looked adorable, with their heads resting on each other, sleeping peacefully. He could already imagine their reactions if they saw the picture he took. Midoriya would turn bright red, and 𝐻𝐿 would likely tease him about it. But right now, more important matters awaited. It had been a while since he had been here. 12:08 p.m. Island Central Park. Midoriya was eager to explore this amazing place. It looked incredible and he could only imagine what else was around. It all seemed advanced, which was to be expected from an island full of scientists. Suddenly, he heard a cheerful voice call out, "Uncle 𝐷." Turning around, Midoriya saw a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes jumping toward them. 𝐷's face lit up at the sight of her. "Melissa," he exclaimed, his joy evident. "I'm so glad you could make it. I was really hoping you'd come. I've grown a lot since you last saw me," she said excitedly, clearly thrilled about their reunion. It had been a long time since 𝐷 had visited. "Yes, you certainly have. I wouldn't miss seeing you and David for the world," he replied with a grin. He then introduced Midoriya to her. "This is my pupil, Midoriya Izuku. Young Midoriya, this is Melissa, the daughter of my friend, David Shield." "Wow, you're Professor Shield's daughter?" Midoriya asked, his admiration for the inventor shining through. Melissa laughed in response. "Like Uncle 𝐷 said, my name is Melissa Shield." She examined him closely, her curiosity evident. Wow, strong build. You've clearly been training for a while. This costume is sturdy but could use some adjustments. Ooh, scars on your hands, those must be from your quirk, right? She mused, lost in thought and oblivious to Midoriya's embarrassment. Melly. Is that? YN? Melissa interrupted, spotting a familiar figure in the distance. YN had just pushed her way through the crowd, searching for All Might and Midoriya. She had looked away for just a moment, and they had vanished. It was tiring to search for people, and she slightly regretted it. When she heard her name being called, she looked up. Oh, Melis, she began, but was cut off by a big, affectionate hug. YN stood there, still getting used to such displays of affection. I'm so glad to see you again. I didn't know you were coming. Melissa exclaimed as she pulled away. Did you come here with Uncle Might? Correct. You two know each other? Midoriya asked, curiosity piqued. YN's one of my best friends. Melissa replied, beaming. She had met YN when the girl visited with Akira, who had introduced them. Melissa had been fascinated by YN's strength, often needing to be reminded that YN was not her test subject. Yet, YN never complained and seemed genuinely interested. Melissa had worried when she heard about Akira's passing, fearing for YN's safety. Thankfully, she was here now. I haven't done an analysis with you in years. You look amazing. Your muscles seem to be improving, and your physique has changed too. I'm so glad you're okay, she told YN, who nodded in response. Why wouldn't she be? She hadn't done anything particularly challenging. Melissa, shall we move on? Remember, we have a surprise visit for David, All Might reminded her before she could delve deeper into her analysis. Melissa paused and nodded. Right, sorry about that. Come on, I'll take you to my dad, she said, taking YN's hand and leading the way to her father's lab, with the others following behind. YN felt happy to see Melissa again. It was always nice to see a familiar face. Chapter end. 12:14 p.m. Island 𝐼𝐸xpo. Great to see you again, David. All Might greeted his old friend, who seemed surprised by the visit. Same here, Toshi, David replied with a smile. Midoriya was in awe. The David shield was right in front of him. His heart raced. This was definitely one of the best days of his life. He knew everything about the scientist. And Dad, look, YN's here too. Melissa exclaimed, pointing to YN, who was admiring the advanced technology around the room. David's eyebrows raised in surprise. He hadn't expected Toshinori to visit, let alone YN. She had only come with Akira, who had passed away some time ago. He smiled, relieved to see that she had recovered from that loss. Hello, YN, David greeted her as she turned to face the group. Oh, greetings, Professor, she replied with a nod. Both David and Melissa were taken aback by her calm demeanor, as they had expected a more enthusiastic response. She's really grown up. All Might chuckled at their reactions. Thank you for the arms, YN said, bowing respectfully in gratitude. Midoriya's expression shifted to one of surprise. Professor David Shield built your arms? He asked, drawing attention to himself. Correct, Midoriya, sir, David confirmed. Oh, who's this? I'm sorry I didn't notice you, David said, apologizing to the green-haired fanboy, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. This is my pupil, Midoriya Izuku, All Might introduced him. Young Midoriya, this is Professor David Shield, super inventor and scientist. A Nobel Peace Prize winner, designer of All Might's costumes and his former sidekick. Midoriya completed the introduction enthusiastically. Someone knows their stuff, David chuckled, while All Might felt steam rising from his body, nearing his limit. David bit his cheek, aware of All Might's injury but not wanting to ruin Melissa's excitement. Hey, Melissa, why don't you give Midoriya a tour around 𝐼𝐸xpo? YN, you should visit Lucia. I'm sure she'd be excited to see you, he suggested. Melissa nodded eagerly. Good idea. Come on, you two, I know just where to go, she said, leading them out as All Might deflated, the weight of truth heavy on him. 12:23 p.m. Island 𝐼𝐸xpo, Evergarden Industries. Lucia instructed her worker, suggesting that the blue outfit was sturdier and could be made more fashionable with the addition of a belt. She sighed, feeling the weight of a long day at work, and took a sip of her tea while spinning in her chair. The job of a hero costume designer is a busy one. Lucia often traveled back and forth from Mustafu to Island. She turned to see her foster daughter, YN, and her face lit up with excitement. Lucia sprang up and hugged YN tightly, thrilled to see her. YN explained that she had visited the island for All Might and decided to stop by, thanks to Professor Shield's suggestion. Lucia beamed and shared her own news about receiving an invitation to a party later that night, asking YN to join her. After a moment of hesitation, YN agreed, and Lucia encouraged her to have a fun day before they met later. At 1:04 p.m. in Island's villain attack attraction, YN looked around, eager for some excitement. She spotted Kirishima and Bakugo, both in their hero costumes. After greeting them, she learned that Bakugo had received an invitation from the sports festival and Kirishima had decided to tag along. Bakugo, in his typical brash manner, poked YN on the forehead, challenging her to participate in the competition. As the event began, YN dashed forward, using her skills to leap onto the nearest robot, swiftly taking them down one by one. The scoreboard showed her as the fastest, with Bakugo and Todoroki following behind. Bakugo, frustrated by his placement, shouted his displeasure, while YN observed the competition with a mix of amusement and concern for her shoes, which had sustained a rip. Midoriya and the others joined the scene, and YN greeted them warmly. Melissa, who was with them, expressed her admiration for everyone's abilities, bringing smiles to their faces. At 1:16 p.m. in the 𝐼 restaurant, Denki and Mineta approached YN, with Mineta being held back by Jiraiya. Denki expressed his boredom and how YN's presence brightened his day. Jiraiya intervened, causing a playful commotion. Melissa then announced that they were all invited to the reception party, which thrilled Denki and Mineta, bringing tears of joy to their eyes. Iida, who was also present, gathered everyone's attention to remind them about their meeting time for the party. YN walked off with Melissa and Midoriya, feeling satisfied that she had fulfilled Lucia's request and had a fun day. As the chapter came to a close, YN reflected on the day's events with a smile, knowing that her adventure was just beginning. This girl is unpredictable. When Bakugo burst into her hospital room after struggling with her nurse, he shouted that he couldn't wait for her to get better so he could challenge her. She teased him about his concern, calling him a tsundere, which made him furious. He vehemently denied it, but she continued to poke fun at him, insisting that he liked her. Bakugo threatened her, but she simply laughed, knowing he wouldn't actually harm her. Later, Midoriya found himself in a peculiar conversation with YN. She asked him what he would do if he got frustrated with his computer and slammed it shut. Midoriya, who had super strength, hesitated to answer, realizing that he might accidentally break it. YN pointed out that he could also hurt himself in the process, leaving him to ponder the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, Kirishima observed Bakugo yelling at a small Pomeranian, realizing that his friend was arguing with the dog. It was a bizarre sight that made Kirishima question his own sanity. In the League of Villains hideout, Shiggy was struggling with heavy boxes when someone offered to help him, but he responded with frustration. Back with Midoriya and YN, they were trying to locate Todoroki. Midoriya took a deep breath and used his power, which surprisingly led them to their missing friend. As YN prepared for a formal party, Lucia expressed her shock at her outfit choice, insisting that it was inappropriate for the occasion. YN was confused, as she thought her casual attire was fine. After a few outfit changes, Lucia finally found something suitable for YN, who was still unsure about the fuss. At the party, everyone looked their best, and Iida was busy scolding those who arrived late. Denki and Mineta were excited to see the girls, but there was concern over the absence of Bakugo and Kirishima. Jiraiya pointed out that YN and Melissa were also missing. Just then, Melissa entered, looking stunning in her dress, and called for YN to hurry up. When YN finally appeared, everyone was taken aback by her elegance. She had transformed from her usual casual look into something truly remarkable, leaving everyone in awe of her beauty. She looked beautiful. Denki and Mineta were thrilled, while Midoriya felt faint, his cheeks flushed. Even Jiru was blushing, despite their limited conversation so far. Melissa admired how much her friend had changed, but YN appeared troubled, likely overwhelmed by the astonished looks around her. She fought to maintain her composure, worried she might be making Melissa uncomfortable, but she was mistaken. The source of her discomfort was the heels she was wearing. YN couldn't understand why she had to wear such uncomfortable shoes. Whenever she tried to switch to her combat boots or Crocs, Lucia scolded her. The heels made an annoying clopping sound, and she struggled to walk without tripping. She nearly fell down the stairs, saved only by the railing. She couldn't wait for the party to end. She greeted everyone with a nod, trying to mask her distaste. Uraraka was the first to speak, complimenting YN's appearance, her cheeks turning even brighter. Momo questioned Uraraka's boldness, while Jiru smirked, pointing out that Momo wasn't denying it either. Todoroki, attempting to play it cool, acknowledged that YN looked perfect, though a hint of color crept onto his face. YN apologized for their lateness, prompting Iida to snap back to attention, urging everyone to move inside before anything else could happen. Just as they were about to take another step, an announcement echoed through the space, warning of a bomb threat and placing the entire venue on high alert. Todoroki informed the group that his phone wasn't getting a signal, while Jiru noted that the elevator wasn't functioning. Melissa expressed confusion over why the system would trigger a high alert due to an explosive discovery. Midoriya suggested they move toward the party area, explaining that All Might was there. Everyone's eyes widened, except for YN, who was too focused on navigating her heels to worry about the situation. They decided to use the emergency stairs to get closer to the party. YN looked up, realizing they were moving, and felt a wave of panic. She could barely walk in her heels, while Momo seemed to glide effortlessly. Melissa noticed YN's struggle and approached her, sensing she needed help. Remembering how YN had previously fallen, she chuckled at the irony of the serious girl finding herself in a tricky situation. She wrapped an arm around YN's shoulder and encouraged her to move forward. Inside the Central Tower's reception hall, All Might was tied up and restrained, along with every hero and person in the room. The rules were simple: move, struggle, fight back, or talk, and they would face dire consequences. One of the armed men informed the crowd that they would be released when the time was right. A hero's question about their intentions was met with a swift kick, silencing him. The man received a call through his earpiece, and after a brief conversation, he turned to David's assistant, Sam, demanding he come with them. David protested, insisting Sam was his assistant, but the criminal revealed his identity and ordered them both to be taken away. David stood his ground, but the threat of violence loomed over him. All Might watched helplessly as his friend was taken away, feeling the weight of his responsibility as the symbol of peace. He needed to teach these intruders a lesson. Suddenly, a flash caught his attention. Midoriya was signaling him with his phone, successfully drawing his gaze. YN pressed her face against the glass, glaring at the gunman, her disdain for the weapons evident. Midoriya announced that they had All Might's attention, and Jiru prepared to relay a message. Her expression indicated that the situation was serious. In the emergency stairs, Iida suggested they heed All Might's warning and escape. The message conveyed the dire circumstances: the villains had taken control, and all heroes capable of fighting back were captured. YN, who had already faced numerous challenges, was not even in the hero course, yet she felt the weight of the situation. Melissa pointed out that escaping would be nearly impossible due to the tower's high security. A moment of silence fell over the group until YN began rummaging through a backpack that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Curious, the others watched as she pulled out combat boots, slipping off her heels with a sigh of relief. She stood tall, ready to take action. "All right then," she declared, prepared to face whatever came next. YN informed everyone that she would see them later. Midoriya, confused, asked where she was going. She paused and turned to him, her expression blank, and stated that she was going to confront the leader. To her, it seemed like the most obvious course of action. This was the answer Midoriya had been slightly apprehensive about. He questioned her, surprised that she intended to go alone. 𝐻𝐿 confirmed that she was indeed going solo. Mineta chimed in, pointing out that she was not even in the hero's course and had never practiced facing a villain by herself. 𝐻𝐿's gaze shifted to him, unfazed by his concern. Todoroki interjected, affirming that 𝐻𝐿 had faced more villains than they had. However, Mineta reminded them that those villains had even captured All Might, raising doubts about their ability to defeat such formidable foes. 𝐻𝐿 looked at them all with a serious expression and stated that she had not asked for their help or opinions. Some of her classmates flinched at her intensity. She was genuinely prepared to confront an entire army on her own. While they had witnessed her capabilities, the thought of her facing such a challenge alone was daunting. With determination, she turned away, ready to take on whatever lay ahead. 𝐻𝐿 turned on her heel, prepared to leave. Todoroki called out to her, urging her to reconsider, stating that she was being unreasonable. She questioned if she had ever been reasonable. Momo interjected, emphasizing that they were all trying to become heroes. 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged the point but reminded them that they were not permitted to act as they wished. Momo pressed on, questioning whether it was acceptable to remain inactive. 𝐻𝐿 took a moment, gathering everyone's attention. She expressed her understanding of their hesitation, recognizing the weight of their emotions and the constraints they faced. She empathized with their struggles, knowing that plans often went awry and could leave them feeling lost. However, she had learned how to navigate such challenges. With determination, she declared that they must always be prepared for anything. The room fell silent at her bold declaration, as she seemed ready to defy All Might's orders. This was a surprising turn for 𝐻𝐿. She turned away from them, resolute in her decision, and began to ascend the stairs, stating that she would take her leave. 𝐻𝐿 thought about how she would be in trouble without her shoes as she walked away. Midoriya stood up and called out to her, expressing his determination to join her in saving everyone instead of staying behind. He had been told he was reckless before, but he was resolute. Mineta questioned their plan to confront the villains, to which Midoriya clarified that they were not planning to fight but rather to find a way to stop the villains without direct confrontation. Mineta suggested looking for a more convenient solution, but Melissa informed them that the security system was located on the top floor. If the villains had taken control, that was likely where they would be. She explained that the locks and passwords must be disabled, and if they could restart the system, everything would be restored. Their main objective was to avoid the villains while they worked on fixing the system. The group realized they had not yet been attacked, indicating that the villains might not fully understand the security measures in place. Todoroki succinctly summarized their plan: avoid fighting and fix the system. One by one, the others agreed with the plan, but they still had one last thing to do. In the Central Tower's reception hall at 𝐼, All Might was struggling to free himself without drawing attention. He hoped that Midoriya, 𝐻𝐿, and the others had already escaped. He believed in their intelligence and resourcefulness. Suddenly, he noticed 𝐻𝐿 signaling to him in Morse code, conveying that they were going to confront the main antagonist. All Might blinked in a mix of disbelief and understanding. He should have anticipated her determination. She wouldn't have escaped. She despised the word retreat. The urgency of the situation pressed upon her as she resolved to stay. He felt a swell of pride at her determination. Did she even have a plan? She did. Her next moves were perplexing, and he blinked in confusion as she held up her foot and pointed to it with her free hand, indicating her backup shoes. The group of teens was making their way up the emergency stairs from floor 1, climbing tirelessly. No one enjoyed the stairs, but they had a mission to complete. Surely, there couldn't be too many floors left. Kaminari, panting, asked Melissa how many floors they had ascended. She replied they were on the 30th floor. That didn't sound too bad. But when he inquired about the total number of floors, her answer of 200 sent a wave of disbelief through the group. Mineta weakly raised his hand as he struggled to pull himself over another stair, exclaiming in frustration at the daunting number. 𝐻𝐿 felt a mix of familiarity and disappointment. 200 floors were nothing compared to Major's training camp, but nothing felt better than taking down a group of kidnappers. Meanwhile, Lucia gazed up at the skylight in surprise. 𝐻𝐿 had just been there, safe and sound. Relief washed over her, but the look on All Might's face when she had sent him a message hinted that her foster daughter was about to do something reckless. Thankfully, YN was a soldier, and it took a lot to bring down a soldier. As the group reached the 80th floor, they halted in front of a shutter blocking the hallway. Melissa warned them against breaking it, as it would trigger an alarm and alert the villains to their presence. Momo asked what they should do instead, and Mineta suggested simply going through the door. Melissa's eyes widened in alarm as she shouted for him to wait, but it was too late. The door swung open, and the alarm blared. YN bluntly called him an idiot, feeling a mix of annoyance and relief. Todoroki, tapping his foot, urged for a faster solution. Melissa shouted that there was another emergency stairway on the other side. Iida took charge, rallying the group to move quickly. They dashed ahead, but barricades soon blocked their path. YN noted that their exit was being cut off, and the shutter behind them was also beginning to close. Iida devised a plan and called out to Todoroki for help. With a quick response, Todoroki froze the door, halting its closure. Iida charged ahead, smashing through doors to create a path for the others. Encouragement flowed as YN praised their teamwork. On the 80th floor of the Central Tower's plant factory, Bakugo confronted Kirishima, questioning how they had gotten lost when it was Kirishima's idea to come here. Kirishima scratched his cheek sheepishly, acknowledging his mistake. The two boys had been wandering around, trying to find the party amidst the strange happenings around them. They were running late. Now, they found themselves in a gigantic room surrounded by plants. Where were they? The two glanced up as they noticed some unusual figures in black clothing approaching them. One of the figures shouted, expressing frustration at their presence. The blonde boy, Bakugo, was not going to let that slide. He stepped forward, ready to confront them, but Kirishima intervened, not wanting to see any violence today. Kirishima turned to the villains with a friendly smile and asked for directions to the reception hall. The villain accused them of lying, but Kirishima insisted he was telling the truth. Before he could say more, the villain's hands grew large, preparing to strike. Bakugo shouted in alarm, and Kirishima braced himself for impact. Just then, a wave of ice shielded him from the attack, leaving Kirishima stunned. Bakugo rushed to his side, surprised to see Todoroki standing nearby, his ice forming into a ball. Todoroki called out for them to stall while he instructed them to look for a way to the top. The boys followed his gaze to a group of their classmates, along with YN and an unfamiliar blonde girl. Midoriya asked what Todoroki was doing there, and Todoroki explained that the villains had taken over the tower. They needed to focus on escaping, and although Todoroki was reluctant, he knew it was better than climbing 120 flights of stairs. Swarms of robots blocked the path in front of the remaining UA students, and the situation was becoming frustrating. Kaminari leaped into action, declaring his attack with confidence. He unleashed a powerful electric shock, but the robots remained unaffected, leaving him vulnerable and ensnared. Jiru sighed, exasperated, and Iida quickly announced a new plan. Momo created smoke bombs that disrupted the robot systems, allowing Mineta to immobilize them. Midoriya seized the moment, preparing his signature move and smashing the robots into pieces. YN joined the fray, delivering powerful kicks and helping Kaminari to his feet, sharing a rare laugh that surprised everyone, especially Melissa, who noticed YN's growth. Suddenly, Jiru warned them of more approaching robots. The group decided to retreat, racing up the steps to escape the relentless army. YN was not fond of retreating, but she understood the necessity. She was eager to confront the person in charge and put an end to the chaos. As they ascended, Iida urged Midoriya, Uraraka, YN, and Melissa to go ahead while he and the others held off the robots. Midoriya hesitated, worried about leaving his friends behind, but YN reassured him, emphasizing their classmates' skills and experience. With renewed determination, they continued up the stairs, but a loud boom echoed from below, filling Midoriya with hesitation. Uraraka encouraged him to stay focused, and Melissa reassured them that they were nearing the wind turbines, which would lead them to the top. YN, however, declared she wouldn't join them until she dealt with a few robots that had disrupted her friends. This puzzled Uraraka, but Midoriya and Melissa explained 𝐻𝐿's motivations, leaving Uraraka a bit bewildered but accepting of the situation. They pressed on, ready to face whatever awaited them at the top. Island's central tower, lower floor roof. 𝐻𝐿 and Uraraka prepared for their next move. Uraraka's quirk activated, lifting Melissa and Midoriya into the air. Exhausted from using her power, Uraraka slumped down, expressing her fatigue. 𝐻𝐿 noticed her struggle and apologized, prompting Uraraka to question why. 𝐻𝐿 informed her that she would need to stand again, just as a group of robots approached. Uraraka sighed, recognizing the challenge ahead. 𝐻𝐿 assured her that she would take care of the enemies. Kneeling down, 𝐻𝐿 reached into a backpack that had mysteriously appeared. She pulled out a giant white axe named Witchcraft, leaving Uraraka bewildered by its sudden appearance. With determination, 𝐻𝐿 leaped into the air, somersaulting before slamming the axe into the ground, sending the first wave of robots flying. She swung the axe skillfully, dismantling the robots in seconds, a fitting response to their breach of code Z7 and A1. A sudden yelp caught 𝐻𝐿's attention. Uraraka was surrounded by numerous robots, and 𝐻𝐿 realized she was too far away to help. Just then, wires ensnared Uraraka, trapping her. 𝐻𝐿's expression remained unchanged as Uraraka called out to her, concerned. 𝐻𝐿 reassured her that she was fine and warned her to look out. Before the robots could ensnare Uraraka, they were blasted off the roof. A familiar voice interrupted the chaos, and Uraraka recognized Bakugo, who dismissed the robots with disdain. Uraraka stood up, grateful for Bakugo's intervention. 𝐻𝐿 was approached by Todoroki, who checked on her well-being. Confirming they were both okay, a moment of silence fell between them, filled with unspoken thoughts. 𝐻𝐿 casually shrugged off the wires binding her, surprising Todoroki with her strength. He couldn't quite understand why he was still surprised by her abilities. Later, Kirishima approached the two girls, checking on their condition. 𝐻𝐿 nodded while Uraraka smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude for 𝐻𝐿's protection. 𝐻𝐿 bowed respectfully, oblivious to the blush on Kirishima and Uraraka's faces. As she gazed out at the city, she realized she had missed out on something important: food. The thought of not having cake frustrated her. Suddenly, a breeze swept Deku and Melissa away from the rooftop, causing Uraraka to clench her teeth in frustration. The downside of her quirk was evident. Once they were airborne, they were on their own. Panic set in as everyone scrambled to figure out their next move. Kirishima narrowly avoided a propeller, pushed aside by 𝐻𝐿. Bakugo questioned her actions, and 𝐻𝐿 explained her plan. She instructed Todoroki to use his flames on the propeller, which would create a powerful gust of air to assist Midoriya and Melissa. Todoroki complied, unleashing a blast of flames that propelled Midoriya and Melissa back toward the building. The mission was successful, but as they celebrated, they noticed 𝐻𝐿 approaching the tower with her axe slung over her shoulder. When questioned about her intentions, 𝐻𝐿 revealed she was going after the villains. She expressed her desire to confront those who had interrupted her plans, especially since she hadn't had any cake. Kirishima pointed out that the only way in was through the top, but 𝐻𝐿 corrected him, stating there was an easier way. She opened a door, unsheathing her axe as she stepped inside, leaving her friends in stunned silence. Inside the tower, the guards were caught off guard by 𝐻𝐿's arrival. She stood confidently, her weapon ready, demanding her cake with a fierce determination. The UA students outside jumped at the sound of a terrified scream echoing from within the tower. Uraraka wondered if 𝐻𝐿 was okay, but Bakugo quickly dismissed her concerns, noting that the scream was not hers. The group shared a moment of uncertainty, worried about 𝐻𝐿's confrontation with the villains. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the tower, David was injured, blood staining his shirt. Melissa rushed to her father's side, horrified by his condition. Before he could respond, Wolfram, the mastermind behind the chaos, struck, revealing his true intentions. Midoriya called out for Melissa, realizing the gravity of the situation. He would help her, but right now, he was a little stuck. And when I say stuck, I mean he was restrained to the door. The green-haired boy struggled against the restraints as Wolfram monologued about how he had staged the entire situation. Wolfram laughed, reveling in his villainous role. He accused David Shield of endangering Island and even his own daughter for a device, declaring him a villain just like himself. He pointed his silver pistol at Melissa, whose eyes widened in horror. In that moment, a loud crash echoed through the room. Wolfram shrieked in agony, but something unexpected happened. Melissa witnessed a white axe slam Wolfram into the wall. 𝐻𝐿 stood there with an emotionless expression, extending her hand to Melissa. Melissa blinked in surprise, recognizing her. David, still restrained, expressed his disbelief at 𝐻𝐿's arrival. Melissa noted that she thought 𝐻𝐿 wasn't coming, but 𝐻𝐿 had chosen to take the door instead of going up with them. David perked up, realizing the tower was crawling with criminals. 𝐻𝐿 clarified that they were no longer a threat, having dealt with them all. Wolfram, still recovering, was incredulous. He had sent countless men to stop anyone from interfering, yet here was 𝐻𝐿, unscathed and victorious. Wolfram's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the state of his men below, all defeated. He couldn't believe that this girl had taken them all down. Meanwhile, they were flying away in a helicopter, with David and 𝐻𝐿. Wolfram grimaced at the sight of 𝐻𝐿, realizing she could ruin his plans. He snatched her and David, summoning his remaining comrades to stop any interference. 𝐻𝐿 found herself handcuffed in the helicopter, but she was determined. Once free, she silently unlocked David's 𝐊𝐶FFS while the pilots and Wolfram were distracted. With a casual salute, she jumped off the helicopter, leaving them in shock. Just then, 𝐿_MIGHT appeared, leaping into action. He caught 𝐻𝐿 and David midair and landed safely on top of the tower. Melissa rushed over, relieved to see them safe. 𝐿_MIGHT reassured them that everything was all right, but 𝐻𝐿 pointed out the bleeding shoulder of Professor Shield and the escaping villains. She also lamented her lack of cake, causing 𝐿_MIGHT to sweat nervously. Midoriya embraced 𝐻𝐿, relieved she was unharmed. She smiled slightly and patted his head, showing affection that surprised him. In a perfect world, they could go home and enjoy cake together, but this world was far from perfect. Suddenly, 𝐿_MIGHT was punched away, and David was pulled from safety. Midoriya cried out for his mentor, feeling the urgency of the situation. 𝐿_MIGHT, despite his injuries, was determined to save them. He launched a powerful attack at Wolfram, but it was blocked by a barrier. Wolfram laughed mockingly, raising his hands as metal began to rise around him, forming a gigantic metal monster. 𝐻𝐿 felt a sharp pull on her arms, and in an instant, she realized something was wrong. The situation escalated quickly, and Wolfram reveled in his power, taunting David Shield. 𝐿_MIGHT broke free from his chains, battling the relentless onslaught of metal. The students of Class 1A jumped in to assist, using their quirks to help their mentor. Despite their combined efforts, they found themselves overwhelmed, but they were determined to turn the tide. There were too many pillars, and no matter what they did, there were always more to take the destroyed one's place. Soon enough, the hero found himself ensnared in wires that restrained him from any possible movement. Wolfram seized him by the throat, tightening his grip. Wolfram's face turned red as the mask above his eyes shattered into pieces. His power surged as he began to monologue about how he obtained his ultimate power from none other than All for One. 𝐿_MIGHT shouted in realization, understanding the gravity of the situation. Wolfram taunted the hero, declaring it was time to say goodbye. The hero swung his arm in a desperate punch, but the wires pulled him down, imprisoning him in a metal cage that pierced through him. The students cried out in horror, fearing for their pro-hero's fate. But not on Midoriya's watch. The green-haired boy leaped forward and shattered the prison into pieces, freeing the hero to everyone's relief. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived as they tumbled to the ground. 𝐿_MIGHT expressed concern about Midoriya's recklessness, to which Midoriya firmly replied that a hero saves those in need. 𝐿_MIGHT couldn't help but smile at the determination in the young hero's words. As they gathered themselves, concern spread among the students when they realized 𝐻𝐿 was missing. They called out her name, but their attention quickly shifted when Wolfram shrieked in anger, demanding they leave. His words were cut short by a sudden attack to his face. 𝐻𝐿 had appeared, her legs wrapped around Wolfram's neck as she stared him down. This was not the emotionless version of 𝐻 they were used to. This was the fierce side that emerged when someone crossed a line. Her glare was intimidating enough to make even the bravest shiver. She demanded the return of her belongings, her tone leaving no room for argument. The students were puzzled at first, realizing something was amiss. Where were 𝐻's arms? They couldn't have just come off unless they had been taken. It dawned on them that Wolfram's quirk could attract metal, and 𝐻's arms were made of metal. Todoroki muttered that it was unfortunate for Wolfram, recalling the fate of the last person who tried to take 𝐻's axe. All Might remembered the consequences faced by the individual who had harmed her arms previously. The situation escalated as the students urged Wolfram to return 𝐻's belongings for his own good. Class 1A gathered in the lounge, sharing childhood stories. The conversation had shifted from random topics to personal anecdotes. When Hagakure asked 𝐻 about her childhood, Midoriya and Todoroki exchanged nervous glances, recalling how difficult her past had been. 𝐻 surprised everyone by bluntly stating that she had been an emotionless tool for an underground gang. The room fell silent, and the students were taken aback by her honesty. They leaned in closer, eager to hear more. As 𝐻 recounted her experiences, the atmosphere turned somber. When she revealed that she had woken up in the hospital 4 months later, the class was left speechless. Various reactions filled the room, with some students tearing up while others struggled to process the weight of her words. Midoriya's expression shifted to one of concern, as he began to understand more about 𝐻's behavior when they first met. The majority of the class felt guilty for their previous assumptions about her. Despite the heavy topic, 𝐻 casually asked Sato for a cookie, her eyes sparkling with interest. After sharing her story, she seemed unfazed, which surprised everyone. When Kirishima learned about 𝐻's past thoughts of suicide, he stood up in alarm, insisting that she was too strong to consider such things. He hugged her tightly, overwhelmed by the thought of losing her. 𝐻's casual demeanor in the face of her past left the class in awe, but Kirishima's heartfelt response reminded them all of the bonds they shared. Life wouldn't be the same without her, Kaminari exclaimed, jumping up from his seat. Mina agreed wholeheartedly, adding that they would never want to lose her. Midoriya chimed in, echoing their sentiments. Soon, the girl found herself showered in compliments and support. She blinked in surprise as she felt a hand on her head and looked up to see Bakugo gently patting her. He warned her not to do anything foolish, referring to her as a demon robot. She gazed at everyone, slightly taken aback by their kindness, and a smile spread across her face as she expressed her gratitude. As the playful banter continued, Bakugo's irritation was evident, but the atmosphere was lighthearted. Chapter End. 12:53 a.m. Island. Get off my face. This is a violation of Code B3. The scene was chaotic as 𝐻 and Wolfram engaged in a loud argument. The girl had bitten his nose, and he was struggling to pry her off. Uraraka pondered aloud who they should be more concerned about. Suddenly, a warning cry rang out, and 𝐻 barely managed to evade a barrage of metal pillars aimed at her. She executed a backflip off Wolfram, narrowly escaping the danger. The pillars, however, found their target in Wolfram, who yelped as they struck him, leaving a bruise on his face. 𝐻 smirked, teasing him about his clumsiness. Wolfram growled in frustration, launching another series of metal attacks her way. She skillfully dodged them and leaped onto a thick pillar, closing the distance between them. He grimaced, focusing all his efforts on her. In an ideal scenario, she would have been overwhelmed, but this was not a perfect world. The girl concentrated her power into her legs and propelled herself toward Wolfram, colliding with his forehead. He yelped in surprise, feeling the impact. 𝐻 tumbled to the ground, rolling through the debris. Concerned, her friends called out to her, but she reassured them, albeit unconvincingly. All Might, snapping out of his thoughts, realized they had an opening to defeat Wolfram. He called for Midoriya's assistance, and together, they prepared to take him down. With a powerful punch, they ended Wolfram's tyranny. However, 𝐻 was not okay. She felt a deep hunger and realized she was missing her cake, her arms, and her axe. She asked Uraraka if she knew where her axe was, and Uraraka, smiling, revealed she had it. 𝐻𝐿's eyes lit up with gratitude. Uraraka felt her heart race as 𝐻𝐿 smiled at her. Thankfully, 𝐻𝐿 then turned her attention to Iida, who was bringing her metallic arms. He scolded her for being reckless, but she appreciated his concern, smiling back at him. David, having freed himself, noticed Wolfram being defeated and turned to Toshinori. He acknowledged David's earlier help but noted that he no longer needed to be the symbol of peace. David observed Midoriya, Melissa, and 𝐻𝐿 standing atop a pile of debris, realizing they were the future heroes. 5:14 a.m. Island. Midoriya felt troubled, noticing 𝐻𝐿's frown as she crossed her newly repaired arms. He approached her with concern, asking what was wrong. She lamented that she never got her promised cake, sounding as if it was the worst day ever. Midoriya, feeling a bit awkward, offered to get her some cake. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she grabbed his hands, her face close to his. He felt a rush of heat as he nodded in agreement, and she thanked him with a bright smile. Chapter end. 2:37 p.m. Mustafu, Japan. Some sidewalk. 𝐻𝐿 strolled down the sidewalk, contemplating what to eat. With some money from Lucia, she had enough for 6 cookies. Just as she was lost in thought, she bumped into someone. Looking up, she recognized Kaminari, who greeted her with a friendly smile. She addressed him formally, but he reminded her that she could call him Denki. "You can drop the sir too," the lightning boy smiled. "I apologize," she replied. "It's fine really. I should be the one apologizing since I bumped into you." He reassured her with a closed-eyed grin, scratching the back of his neck. He hadn't really gotten the chance to talk to her yet. He couldn't believe that Kirishima, Iida, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Bakugo had already talked to her. The 3 least social people. Midoriya seemed so skittish around girls. Todoroki barely spoke, and Bakugo, well, that was a whole different story. They had somehow beaten him to the punch. Not today though. He would make sure to rub it in their faces later. "Oh, you dropped something, Denki," she said. He looked down as she picked up his phone from the floor. She stood back up, holding it out to him. His heart raced. Thank goodness she noticed it. He would have been upset if he lost it. Thanks. Are you okay?" he asked, noticing the confused look on her face as she squinted at the device in her hand. "What is this device?" Denki was taken aback. She had never seen a phone before. "You've never seen a phone before?" She looked up at him, more confused than ever. Pitch point 1? "Yeah, it's like a smaller tablet." Tab.lu.t? Like a smaller computer? com.put.er? A smaller TV. Is that the screen in Ms. Lucia's living room? Oh no. She didn't know what a phone, a tablet, a computer, or a TV was. It was like she was living in the Stone Age. Not on his watch. "Alright, 𝐻𝐿, I'm going to teach you about electronics because you seem to be missing out." He threw an arm over her shoulder, walking forward with her as she looked at him, still lost. "Come on, let's take a walk." "All right." At the electronics store, 𝐻𝐿 marveled at the wall covered in flat-screen TVs, each showing different channels. Denki smiled at her amazement. "Pretty cool, right?" "Yes. Ms. Lucia only has one of these in her living room." "At least you've seen a TV before." "All right, I don't have to cover this then." "Come on, to the computers." In the computer section, 𝐻𝐿 stood a few inches away from a computer, her face filled with confusion. "What is that?" "It's a computer. You can type on it, play games, and watch videos." "Type." She walked closer to him. "Like a typewriter?" Those old versions of computers? She had one of those? Poor thing. Good thing he was helping her today. Sure, but a bit more advanced. He touched the mouse, turning it on, and the screen lit up, startling 𝐻𝐿. "An enemy signal?" She pulled out her axe, ready to defend herself. Whoa. 𝐻𝐿, calm down. Don't slice the computer." Denki was still sweating, having narrowly saved the computer from being damaged. 𝐻𝐿 was enchanted by the game of cookie clicker, her eyes glistening as she pressed the mouse, creating more cookies. She was so mesmerized by it, and Denki couldn't hide his smile or the blush on his face. Alright, come on YN, I still have to show you a tablet and phone. Right. In the tablet section, Denki kept his eyes on her as he slowly touched the tablet screen, making it light up. She flinched, but he grabbed her hand. It's okay, it's okay. He soothed her. It's touchscreen, so it reacts when you touch it. She relaxed and hesitantly touched it, getting absorbed in a game of Subway Surfers. It took longer to get her off of it this time. Finally, they reached the phone section. Here we are. Last but not least, the phones. Denki exclaimed, doing jazz hands. Oh, your tiny device. Yep. Denki smiled as they approached the phones. These are like the others, but more portable. You can text and call on these. I mean, you can do that with the tablet, but still. It's probably better if you have one of these. Interesting. Wait, why? You can't pull it off its holder because the alarm will. Too late. Alarm. 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 Whoa. Why? Put your axe away. And put the phone back. After explaining the incident to the manager, Denki decided to buy her a tablet since she preferred something bigger. He got her a case too. The loss of money was worth it to see the excited look on her face when she saw it. Her curiosity and innocence had gotten them into a bit of trouble today, but it was worth it. Right now, she was smiling at him, her eyes sparkling and her smile pure. Thank you, Denki. I had fun today. His face turned bright red before he smiled back. Anytime. Oh, and YN. Yes. Welcome to the new age. Thanks. He grinned, feeling a warmth in his chest. Later, Aizawa was confused. All Might and he had gone house to house asking for parental permission for students to move to the dorms. Now they were at YN's house, and for some reason, All Might was shaking like a dog in the rain. Why was he asking for his own daughter to move into a dorm? And why was he shivering? Both were good questions, but only one had a good answer. Mustafu, Japan Evergarden residence. Lucia was glaring at Aizawa, her expression fierce as she confronted him. Aizawa felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as she directed him to a corner with a sign that read, All Might's Timeout Corner, because YN is a good girl. Meanwhile, YN was on the carpet, engrossed in a game on her tablet. What was happening in this house? Lucia's tone softened as she called for YN. YN paused her game and rushed over to her caretaker and the sleep-deprived teacher. Lucia expressed her concerns about YN's safety. She explained that YN had been kidnapped multiple times, suffered injuries, and had her new arms damaged. Lucia was determined to be a better mother by keeping YN close, and she felt that if YN was at her dorm, she wouldn't be able to do that. YN looked up from under the table, worried that she had upset Lucia. Aizawa reassured Lucia that they were aware of the issues and would keep a close eye on YN. However, Lucia insisted that she needed to monitor YN more closely. YN, feeling the weight of the conversation, apologized for being reckless and untrustworthy. Promised to cause less trouble and asked Lucia to trust her. Aizawa couldn't help but wonder why he was even there if YN was the one convincing everyone. 8:43 p.m. Mustafu, Japan Evergarden residence. Lucia entered YN's bedroom, asking if she was all packed. YN confirmed that she was ready to move in the next day. Lucia smiled and wished her good night. 2:18 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA dorms, Class 1A dorms. Class 1A was in shock when YN walked in with a duffel bag and a suitcase beside Mr. Aizawa. He introduced her, but it was clear that the students already knew who she was. Aizawa squeezed YN's shoulder before leaving her with the eager students. They bombarded her with questions about her new class and why she had changed. YN felt a mix of excitement and nervousness, missing Shinsou but hopeful that he would catch up with her soon. Shinsou, surprised to see YN in Class 1A, couldn't help but wonder how she had managed to stay in the general department for so long. She had faced All for One after all. Despite his surprise, he felt a twinge of concern about the dynamics in the class, especially with so many boys around. He congratulated YN and was pleased when she expressed her desire to know his thoughts about her moving classes. She considered him important, which made him blush. Shinsou mentioned that he had been training and would be there with her in the second year. YN's eyes sparkled with excitement as she expressed her eagerness to catch up with him. YN began listing all the things Shinsou was better at, making him blush even more. He chuckled, hoping that their moments together would remain unchanged. 2:24 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA dorms, Class 1A dorms, YN's room. YN sighed in satisfaction as she finished decorating her room. It felt cozy and inviting. She noticed her suitcase still closed and, curious, unzipped it. What she found inside was unexpected. 6:12 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA dorms, Class 1A dorms, YN's room. 1:21 p.m. Mustafu, Japan Street. Midoriya nervously pointed out to YN that a woman had not appreciated her comment about a blemish on her face. YN seemed genuinely surprised. Later, Kirishima stood beside YN in a restaurant, staring at a dish that looked unappetizing. The woman who made it was excited, but Kirishima was hesitant. He didn't want to be rude, but the dish looked questionable. YN remarked that it wasn't wise to eat something that seemed poisonous, catching Kirishima off guard. Did she really say that out loud? The woman's face reflected deep sadness. The owner approached her as soon as he noticed. Kirishima felt a jolt of anxiety, sensing that the situation was about to escalate. He quickly stood up and took YN's hand, urging her to leave. "Thanks for the food. We have an appointment," he exclaimed, trying to make a hasty exit. "It's only 2:27, sir," the owner replied. Kirishima laughed nervously, trying to lighten the mood. "YN is so funny, let's go." The salesman, riding around on his little Segway, asked if they thought his product was cool. Uraraka smiled, attempting to encourage him despite his evident unhappiness. "Yeah, you look like you're having fun," she said, glancing at YN for support. YN, however, looked at the man and bluntly stated that he appeared forced to be there. The salesman's forced smile dropped, and he pleaded with them to just buy something. "But why would anyone buy one from here?" the boss chimed in, overhearing the conversation. He poked his head outside, clearly annoyed. "There's nothing special about this vehicle compared to other stores." Uraraka began to panic as the boss continued to berate them. "Listen, here they can get it in any color. Can that happen at any other store?" he snapped, startling the salesman. "YN?" Uraraka called out, trying to signal her to stop. "Yes." YN replied, missing the hint. "I'm sorry, sir, she didn't mean that," Uraraka stammered. "Yes, I did," YN insisted. The boss was taken aback, and Uraraka quickly shouted, "Excuse us. We have to go." She grabbed YN's hand and hurried away before the boss could respond. Meanwhile, Midoriya was trying to ensure that nothing went wrong. Judging by the woman's expression, he had not succeeded. "You little brat. Have some manners," she yelled at them. YN retorted that it was ironic for her to say that after telling someone to shut up. Midoriya, worried, whispered to her that she shouldn't say such things. He gave the angry woman an apologetic smile, explaining that YN was just having a bad day. "Want to go home?" "Good idea," he suggested. The woman, furious, pushed past them, leaving them both stunned. As they stood there, Midoriya and YN felt a strange heaviness in their minds, as if something had shifted. YN asked if Midoriya was ready to go home, noticing that his voice sounded odd. Midoriya mentioned that he had 𝐋𝐬𝐑 waiting in the dorms, but his tone was strangely monotonous. YN expressed concern, asking if he was feeling alright, as he didn't sound like himself. "No, I think I'm fine. You don't sound like yourself either. Maybe that woman did something to us?" Midoriya suggested, causing YN to gasp in realization. "Her quirk? I wonder what it is. Maybe she can switch personalities." YN pondered aloud, her thoughts racing. "It seems our personalities were switched," Midoriya concluded, noting her surprised expression. "Seriously? But why did she use it on you?" YN paused, then looked apologetic. "I'm sorry about this, Midoriya. He reassured her that she couldn't control someone else's actions, but 𝐻𝐿 felt embarrassed by the situation. Back at the Class 1A dorms, everyone was speechless. 𝐻𝐿 was visibly nervous, stuttering and avoiding eye contact, while Midoriya stared blankly, showing no signs of emotion. He kept telling 𝐻𝐿 not to apologize, but she couldn't help herself. They managed to piece together that 𝐻𝐿 had angered a woman, resulting in their personalities being swapped. The class, witnessing the odd behavior, began to suspect the truth. Uraraka suggested they test the theory. "Oh, Bakugo," she called. "What?" he replied, confused. "Midoriya thinks you're weak," Uraraka stated. Bakugo, furious, grabbed Midoriya by the collar, causing 𝐻𝐿 to flinch. Bakugo glared at Midoriya, who remained unfazed. "Let's calm down, please." 𝐻𝐿 stammered, panic rising in her voice. "Deku, you little brat, listen," Bakugo started. "Please refrain from grabbing my collar." "I like this shirt," Midoriya interrupted calmly. Bakugo was taken aback, his anger boiling over. "Are you serious? Right now? I can do whatever I want. I do not joke. Please refrain from spitting in my face," Midoriya replied, his tone still neutral. Bakugo, frustrated, pushed him away, releasing his grip. "Thank you," Midoriya said. "Shut up. You better learn your place, Deku." Bakugo shot back. "And that would be?" Midoriya asked, his expression unchanged. The rest of the class watched in disbelief, realizing that this would be a long day ahead. She was holding Shinsou's hand since he was unsure about being there. Naturally, he received a few glares and jealous glances. The soldier girl replied, expressing her affection for the people around her, causing their faces to flush pink. Midnight pulled the girl into a hug, making her release Shinsou's hand, and exclaimed her excitement for the girl to find a boyfriend or girlfriend. The girl simply stood there, a bit shy. Midnight then declared it was time for fittings, and the group enthusiastically agreed. In the costume room at UA High School, Uraraka asked 𝐻𝐿 if she was ready to reveal her outfit. 𝐻𝐿 had been rejecting several outfits that didn't suit her style. Midoriya, Uraraka, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Shinsou were all seated nearby, hoping she would like the next one. When 𝐻𝐿 finally revealed herself, the students' faces turned red, and Midnight gave her a grin and a thumbs up. 𝐻𝐿 stood confidently with her hair styled in 2 curled braids adorned with red ribbons. She wore a white dress complemented by a blue cropped jacket and brown boots. It was fancy yet distinctly her. Midoriya stammered, complimenting her appearance, which only made his face turn redder when she smiled at him. Kirishima enthusiastically agreed, praising her look with a supportive grin. Midnight observed their reactions with amusement, noting how 𝐻𝐿 seemed to have a special effect on them. 𝐻𝐿 expressed her fondness for the outfit, prompting Midnight to ask about her hero name. 𝐻𝐿 blinked, unsure of what to say, leading to a humorous exchange among the group. Later, in the gym, Aizawa explained the importance of developing special moves for their upcoming provisional hero license exam. He emphasized the need for skills in information gathering, judgment, mobility, leadership, and communication, with a focus on fighting ability. Cementos added that bringing stability to a situation was a true mark of a hero's fighting prowess. As the students rushed off to practice, 𝐻𝐿 and Midoriya remained behind. Aizawa approached 𝐻𝐿, acknowledging her lack of a quirk but encouraging her to help others by giving advice. 𝐻𝐿 tilted her head, curious about how she could contribute. She decided to adopt a more serious approach, recalling her training camp experiences. When she pointed out Midoriya's tendency to break his bones, he was surprised by her insight. She suggested he focus on mastering his quirk before attempting special moves, which he accepted gratefully. All Might then joined them, offering advice to Midoriya about not imitating him too closely. 𝐻𝐿, having overheard, encouraged Midoriya to embrace his own identity as Deku rather than trying to be All Might. She then turned her attention to Aoyama, correcting his posture with a firm yet constructive approach. Later, 𝐻𝐿 approached All Might, questioning a book he had titled, "Even Dummies Can Be Teachers," leading to a light-hearted moment among the group. In the support department's development studio, Midoriya found himself in an awkward situation with 𝐊𝐻𝐻𝐿, who was unintentionally causing a misunderstanding. Uraraka and Iida looked on in shock while 𝐻𝐿 entered, raising an eyebrow at the scene. Mei, oblivious to the discomfort she was causing, excitedly engaged with Midoriya, prompting Power Loader to scold her for her lack of attention and the explosion that had occurred. Mei laughed it off, recognizing the students from the festival and trying to recall their names. Midoriya, Uraraka, and Iida were taken aback by 𝐻𝐿's bluntness. She had no filter. 𝐻𝐿 asked if she was the girl who had used Iida as a demonstration during her fight, showing no remorse. After they introduced themselves, Midoriya expressed his desire for a costume upgrade. 𝐻𝐿 echoed the sentiment, but Midnight pointed out that her costume, while pretty, lacked the necessary materials for combat. She suggested 𝐻𝐿 visit the development studio. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 perked up at the mention of an upgrade, but Power Loader quickly reminded her to avoid causing chaos. As Power Loader spoke with Midoriya, Uraraka, and Iida, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 pulled 𝐻𝐿 over to her workstation, which was surrounded by piles of scraps and machinery. 𝐻𝐿 inquired about the mess, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 excitedly referred to them as her babies. 𝐻𝐿, unimpressed, remarked that it looked like junk. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 insisted that they were merely works in progress and encouraged 𝐻𝐿 to try one. 𝐻𝐿 remained skeptical, questioning why she would test something faulty. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 explained that testing would help her improve. Despite 𝐻𝐿's reluctance, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 insisted on working on something for her, claiming it would be amazing. 𝐻𝐿 finally agreed, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 handed her a pair of rocket gloves 3000, instructing her to stretch her arms out with force. Before 𝐻𝐿 could respond, the gloves zoomed off, careening around the room and accidentally slamming into Iida, pushing his face into the wall. Iida, already having a rough day, was now in even more trouble. After ensuring Iida was okay, he approached Power Loader, hoping to find a solution for his leg thrusters. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, overhearing, rushed over with her invention, the super cooler electric boosters. Iida, frustrated, pointed out that the boosters were meant for arms, not legs. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 insisted that running with his arms would cool his legs down, and before he could protest, she activated the device. The boosters proved too powerful, launching Iida into the ceiling. Uraraka panicked as she watched him get blasted upward, while 𝐻𝐻𝐿 prepared another invention to help. Despite the chaos, Midoriya was inspired by 𝐻𝐻𝐿's words about testing to improve. He had an idea and asked Iida how many fingers he was holding up, only to realize he was only using one hand. Later, 𝐻𝐿 watched as Bakugo unleashed his AP shot, a massive explosion that shattered solid rock. Her heart raced when she noticed All Might was in danger of being crushed by falling debris. Just as she reached for her axe, Midoriya dashed in, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the rock into pieces. 𝐻𝐿 approached Bakugo, commenting on the precision and power of his move, but noted the near disaster involving All Might. She then walked over to All Might and Midoriya, receiving a friendly ruffle of her hair from All Might, which made her blush. Midoriya, flustered by 𝐻𝐿's affection, managed to thank her with a shy smile. All Might observed the interaction, thinking that Midoriya needed to take a chance before someone else did. As the day continued, Uraraka walked through the streets, deep in thought about her special move. She felt the pressure of time and the need to make a decision to become a hero. Suddenly, a scream jolted her from her thoughts. She rushed toward the sound and turned into an alleyway, witnessing a man being thrown against the wall. Her shocked eyes fell to the ground where 3 men lay unconscious. 𝐻𝐿's voice was firm as she addressed the situation, reminding them to keep their hands off women. Uraraka, with wide eyes, approached her. "What are you doing here? Did you take out all of these guys?" 𝐻𝐿 confirmed her actions plainly, explaining that she intervened because a woman was in danger and the men were armed. Uraraka smiled, praising 𝐻𝐿 for her bravery. They began to walk away from the scene together. As they strolled through the streets, an unusual silence enveloped them. Uraraka, usually chatty, seemed lost in thought. "Hey, 𝐻𝐿?" She finally broke the silence. 𝐻𝐿 turned her attention to her. "Do you feel bad when you fight criminals?" 𝐻𝐿 glanced at her curiously before looking away. No. Uraraka's gaze dropped to the ground, reflecting on her encounter with a villain during a recent attack. The blonde-haired villain who had threatened her friend Tsu lingered in her mind. That girl was a villain, but she was still human. Uraraka wondered about the life experiences that led her to that path. Could she truly label her as a villain? Was it wrong to think this way? But Uraraka looked up at 𝐻𝐿, who was gazing at the sky. I believe they have their reasons for being the way they are. There's a difference between a criminal and a villain. 𝐻𝐿's expression remained serious as she considered Uraraka's words. A criminal is someone who harms others without justification. And a villain? A villain is a hero who believes the only way to make things right is to hurt others. Uraraka felt a breeze ruffle her hair as she processed 𝐻𝐿's words. They resonated deeply within her. No one truly knows another's life, they only see and assume. Assumptions can be misleading. While we shouldn't forgive those who harm innocents, we must remember that behind every facade lies a story of pain, some deeper than others. Uraraka paused, taking in 𝐻𝐿's perspective. She admired her wisdom and felt a warmth spread across her cheeks. You're so smart, 𝐻𝐿. 𝐻𝐿 seemed surprised by the compliment. Really? Yeah. Sorry for bringing up all this deep stuff. Uraraka linked her arm with 𝐻𝐿's, eager to shift the mood. Come on, let's go get some food. 𝐻𝐿's expression brightened at the mention of food. Really? I know the perfect place. As they walked, Uraraka couldn't help but think about how special 𝐻𝐿 was to her. Later that evening in the Class 1A lounge, the girls were discussing their special moves when Uraraka's distracted demeanor caught their attention. When she admitted her heart felt strange lately, Mina jumped to the conclusion that it was love. Uraraka's face turned crimson at the suggestion. No way. It's not like that. Curiosity sparked among her friends as they speculated about who might have captured her heart. Is it Midoriya? Or Iida? Uraraka insisted they were just friends, but the teasing continued. Is it 𝐻𝐿 then? Uraraka's face flared even brighter at the thought, and she tried to deny it, hiding her face with her hands as she floated up. Guys, leave Uraraka alone, Tsu interjected, looking up at her. Yeah, don't pry into her love life, Momo added, preparing to head to bed. Uraraka lowered her hands when she heard a sound outside the window. Below, 𝐻𝐿 practiced her moves with grace, her metallic arms glinting in the moonlight. A smile spread across 𝐻𝐿's face as she perfected her technique. Uraraka watched in awe, contemplating her feelings. Did she truly see 𝐻𝐿 as more than a friend? No, she reminded herself. Right now, she needed to focus on passing the hero test, just like 𝐻𝐿 would. The next morning, as Class 1A headed to the stadium for the hero's license exam, 𝐻𝐿 was still waking up from a nap on the bus. Suddenly, a loud voice broke through her slumber, and she heard the sound of something cracking. Aizawa had almost left her on the bus but decided against it. When she stepped off the bus, she saw her classmates and a tall, energetic guy with dark brown hair. Inasa Yorashi was bowing deeply, and 𝐻𝐿 couldn't help but comment on his bleeding forehead. He greeted her enthusiastically, wishing her luck, and 𝐻𝐿 introduced herself as a future hero. As Inasa left, 𝐻𝐿 couldn't help but think that the students from Shiketsu High School had some interesting personalities. Aizawa warned the class about Inasa, noting his impressive skills and top score at the UA entrance exam. However, he declined his admission. He admired the school. He can be strange, but he is undoubtedly powerful. Aizawa warned to be careful around him. Aizawa turned around to see a smiling woman with green hair and dark green eyes, wearing an orange bandana on her head. It had been too long since they last met, and Ms. Joke, the smile hero, expressed her excitement. Aizawa remained indifferent, responding that he did not miss her. She laughed off his cold reply, playfully suggesting they should get married, to which he firmly declined. Class 1A watched the interaction, noting how Ms. Joke seemed to be enjoying herself while teasing Eraserhead, who appeared exhausted by her antics. She then turned her attention to the students behind him, introducing herself as Ms. Joke. Tsu inquired about how Ms. Joke and Mr. Aizawa knew each other. Ms. Joke explained that their agencies were close, allowing them to help each other frequently, and she jokingly mentioned they were lovers at that time. Aizawa quickly corrected her, insisting they were not. 𝐻𝐿 approached Ms. Joke, asking if she was there to watch the exams. Ms. Joke recognized 𝐻𝐿 and expressed her delight that she had decided to become a hero. She jokingly mentioned that when she and Eraser had a child, 𝐻𝐿 could marry them, to which 𝐻𝐿 pointed out the age difference would make that illegal. Ms. Joke laughed, insisting that the two were alike, which caused everyone to sweat drop at the absurdity of the conversation. A group of students in gray uniforms approached Class 1A, with one boy, Shinsou, greeting them with a smile. He complimented them on being from UA and acknowledged the challenges they had faced, implying they must be tough. After some more conversation, Shinsou approached Bakugo, who did not return his friendly demeanor. Shinsou introduced himself, but Bakugo dismissed him, stating he did not need to talk to someone he considered an extra. Shinsou shrugged off Bakugo's rudeness and turned to 𝐻𝐿, expressing his admiration for her bravery in saving everyone from a villain. He extended his hand for a handshake, which 𝐻𝐿 accepted, returning the greeting. Shinsou mentioned he wished they could talk more but had to leave, wishing them luck before walking away. 𝐻𝐿 watched them go, noting that while Shinsou and Inasa were nice, they were still competition. There was no mercy for competition. Just like in the sports festival, holding back would lead to losing, and she was determined not to let that happen again. A thrill coursed through her as she observed the crowd of students entering the stadium, reminiscent of the battlefield where she fought alongside Major. The strategy was clear: take out the smaller threats first and deal with the larger ones later. She reminded herself not to kill, but also not to lose. This rule had been her downfall at the sports festival, but she was more motivated now. All Might sat across from 𝐻𝐿 in the teacher's lounge, informing her that she would be taking her license exam in a couple of days. 𝐻𝐿 nodded, acknowledging his statement. When All Might asked if she was excited, she expressed her confusion about the purpose of the exam, questioning why she needed to take it after having faced real villains in battle. All Might, taken aback by her bluntness, explained that the exam was to ensure she was not using her abilities illegally. 𝐻𝐿 pointed out that she did not possess a quirk, leading to a moment of silence between them. All Might sighed, realizing she needed to take the test to ensure fairness and to assess her qualities as a hero. He believed she could succeed and decided to motivate her. He offered a reward. If she passed the test, he would buy her an unlimited supply of her favorite food. 𝐻𝐿's interest piqued, and she asked if he swore on his life. All Might confirmed, and she stood up, heading for the door, stating she wanted to train. He watched her leave, chuckling at her determination. Failure was not an option, her food depended on it. As the exam began, an array of orange ball flew toward Class 1A. The students quickly countered with their quirks, knowing that getting hit in 3 specific spots would eliminate them from the exam. They were determined to pass. Midoriya bit his lip as he led his class through the chaotic battlefield. All he could hope was that Kaken, Todoroki, and 𝐻𝐿 were doing okay on their own. Inasa turned around, surprised to see 𝐻𝐿 standing next to him on top of the building. He smiled, realizing he hadn't noticed her presence before. The passion in her eyes was unmistakable. 𝐻𝐿 Evergarden had decided to join him. Inasa's grin widened as he spoke, expressing his excitement. He then looked down from the roof, and 𝐻𝐿 followed his gaze to see a large group of candidates below, each holding ball. They were unsuspecting targets, perfect for a predator. With a swift motion, Inasa summoned a powerful tornado that lifted the ball from the candidates' hands. The crowd gasped in unison as they looked up, witnessing the spectacle. Inasa bowed deeply, and the storm of wind and ball descended upon the candidates, eliminating them all in one fell swoop. The announcer, previously sleep-deprived, was jolted awake by the impressive display. 𝐻𝐿 observed the disappointed faces of those below and remarked to herself about their unfortunate situation. As time passed, 𝐻𝐿 found herself growing increasingly bored. 20 minutes into the exam and she hadn't encountered a single person. How was she supposed to pass if no one was around? She couldn't help but feel that it was Inasa's fault for not saving her one opponent. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted as she narrowly avoided an attack. A girl had launched herself at 𝐿𝐻𝐿, but 𝐿𝐻𝐿 managed to backflip away just in time. A portal appeared in front of her, and a boy emerged, followed by a projectile aimed directly at her. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 jumped back, but before she could react further, a hand reached out from the portal and grabbed her ankle, pulling her down. As she fell, the ground around her widened into a pit, and trees began to crash down as the earth shifted. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 quickly dodged a falling tree, only to find herself surrounded by a pile of debris. She looked up to see a boy and a girl snickering down at her. The girl mocked 𝐿𝐻𝐿, questioning her reputation as the greatest student at UA. The boy added to the taunt, commenting on her looks. The girl grimaced at him, calling him disgusting. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 blinked in surprise at their words, feeling the sting of their jealousy. In a moment of reflection, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 recalled a lesson from Ms. Lucia about jealousy and how it manifests in people. As she processed this, the girl continued to rant about 𝐿𝐻𝐿's supposed shortcomings. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 raised an eyebrow, feeling bold as she responded, questioning the girl's jealousy. Meanwhile, Shinsou, 𝐿𝐻𝐿's attitude and audacity coach, felt a swell of pride as he observed her confidence. It seemed his coaching had paid off. Back in the forest area, the confrontation escalated. The girl charged at 𝐿𝐻𝐿, who effortlessly flipped her over her shoulder, pinning her down. The girl protested, claiming 𝐿𝐻𝐿 was going to break her hand. The boy attempted to intervene by teleporting behind 𝐿𝐻𝐿, but she quickly countered, switching her grip to step on the girl's hand and launching the boy into the wall of the pit. With a final glance at the confused girl, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 stepped off her and walked toward the edge of the pit, feeling that they were not worth her time. When the girl demanded to know where 𝐿𝐻𝐿 was going, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 simply stated that she needed to find someone worth her time, leaving her opponents frustrated. She threw a punch but missed. Before she could react, an uppercut struck her jaw, sending her flying back and sliding across the ground. The boy quickly opened a portal beneath her feet, causing her to drop into it. He then opened it again in the sky, making her fall from above. As she descended, she pulled out her weapon, witchcraft, and performed a somersault in the air, swinging it around. With a powerful swing, she struck the boy's head with her axe, leaving him momentarily stunned. The girl was taken aback. In that moment, she made a critical mistake. She blinked. When her eyes opened again, her right side collided with a giant white axe, slamming her against the wall and knocking her out instantly. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 secured witchcraft back into its strap before walking over to the girl and placing all three of her ball into the girl's spots, scoring her points. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 turned and walked away, climbing out of the pit. She looked up at the sun, deep in thought. If she possessed the skills of that girl, she would feel envious too. 10:32 a.m. Japan. Akira looked down at 𝐿𝐻𝐿, who stood beside her in a button-down shirt and slacks. Today was special, but the usually emotionless girl had worn nothing but rags or her army outfit, so these clothes were chosen by Akira herself. 𝐿𝐻𝐿's hair was styled in a loose braid that hung to the side. Akira asked if 𝐿𝐻𝐿 was ready for her mission, but she clarified that 𝐿𝐻𝐿 would be going to training with a young group of girls. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 blinked, confusion evident despite her emotionless expression. Akira explained that 𝐿𝐻𝐿 needed to learn to communicate and reminded her of the typewriter she had given her. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 acknowledged this but admitted she only used it for workouts, a fact she hoped would remain undisclosed. Akira informed her that she would go through a training course to learn how to write letters and collaborate with others. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 sought permission to ask a question, which Akira granted, knowing better than to say, shoot. She inquired why the course was necessary, and Akira explained her desire for 𝐿𝐻𝐿 to communicate with others. Akira sighed, recalling how 𝐿𝐻𝐿 had reacted to a flashlight, realizing that anything that lights up might not be a good idea for her. Encouragingly, Akira expressed her confidence in 𝐿𝐻𝐿, who felt a spark of determination at the chance to impress her major. 10:43 a.m. Japan Training Course. Inside a large brick building, a classroom full of girls buzzed with chatter. Among them was 𝐿𝐻𝐿, who stared ahead with an emotionless expression. Two girls nearby were discussing a brooch they would earn upon graduation. One girl expressed her desire to finish and go home, while the other teased her about wanting the brooch. Suddenly, a tall woman with black hair and gray eyes entered, commanding silence with her stern demeanor. She introduced the Auto Memory Dolls training school, and 𝐻 blinked, wondering what school was. Just then, another girl with red hair and green emerald eyes entered, apologizing for being late. The instructor informed her that she would be absent on her second tardy, and the girl took her seat. The instructor continued, emphasizing that graduating from their school was proof of excellence. However, if she deemed any student unworthy, they would not receive certification. Then she asked if they understood, and 𝐻, standing at attention, responded affirmatively, surprising everyone in the room. The red-haired girl observed 𝐻 with interest, seeing her as a military soldier. 12:14 p.m. Japan Auto Memory Dolls Training Course. The instructor announced that a true writer needed to type as fast as someone spoke. As the other girls opened their laptops, 𝐻 remained still with her typewriter. The instructor approached her, asking if something was wrong. 𝐻 stated that the speed had not been specified, shocking the other girls. The instructor then provided a speed requirement, and 𝐻 prepared to type, stating she would begin. As she typed on her vintage machine, everyone watched in amazement as 𝐻 matched the required speed flawlessly, showcasing her exceptional skills. 1:23 p.m. Japan Auto Memory Dolls Training. During lunchtime, the red-haired girl asked 𝐻 why she wasn't eating anything. While others chatted and enjoyed their meals, 𝐻 was absorbed in reading from a notebook. She explained that she had been trained to minimize eating during missions. The red-haired girl, named Lucia, offered her some of her food with a smile, but 𝐻 declined, addressing her formally. Lucia blinked in surprise at 𝐻's response. She had yet to introduce herself to the girl, yet somehow she knew her name. The introduction had been brief, but 𝐻 was not an ordinary person. 𝐻 acknowledged the question about her memory with a calm demeanor, stating that she could recall every person's name in the room. Lucia found this intriguing. She had never met anyone quite like 𝐻. Days passed in the rigorous training at the Auto Memory Dolls Academy, and today was special. The instructor announced the evaluations for the day, revealing that 𝐻 had achieved perfect scores in grammar and vocabulary. The accolades continued, highlighting 𝐻's remarkable abilities. She was the girl without a last name, the one with a military demeanor and an old typewriter. Nothing seemed to stand in her way of completing the course. However, today brought a new challenge. The instructor informed the class that they would be writing on someone else's behalf. Lucia sat across from 𝐻, smiling as she prepared to partner with her. Lucia asked if 𝐻 was ready, to which 𝐻 affirmed. Curious, Lucia inquired who 𝐻 wanted to address the letter to. 𝐻 remained silent for a moment, contemplating the question. When Lucia encouraged her to ask, 𝐻 sought clarification on whether she meant someone she wanted to write a note to. The instructor approached, suggesting that 𝐻 choose someone close to her to express her feelings. This proved to be a challenge for 𝐻, as feelings were an obstacle she struggled to navigate. After years without a smile or a tear, her expression remained unchanged. A familiar name surfaced in her mind: her latest hero visit. 𝐻 decided to address the letter to Ms. Mandalay. Lucia laughed, recognizing the name from the pro-hero, and 𝐻 confirmed her choice. As the training continued, Lucia completed her letter, expressing her gratitude to her parents. 𝐻, however, struggled to convey emotion in her writing. When the instructor read 𝐻's letter, she found it lacking in heartfelt sentiment, leading to a critique about the importance of expressing feelings in writing. After the session, Lucia noticed 𝐻's downcast demeanor and suggested they visit the best view in the city. 𝐻 agreed, and they climbed the stairs of a bell tower, where a breathtaking view awaited them. Lucia shared her fondness for the view, then asked 𝐻 about her typewriter. 𝐻 explained that it was a gift from someone special. Later, at the Wild Pussycats agency, Mandalay read 𝐻's letter aloud, and her teammates expressed their delight at 𝐻's progress in learning to write letters. Back at the academy, 𝐻 reflected on her failure to pass the course. She pondered the necessity of emotion, questioning its role on the battlefield. As she reached the top of the steps, she encountered Lucia, who had come to see her after passing the class. Lucia suggested they write a letter together, but 𝐻𝐿 hesitated, admitting her confusion about emotions and her inability to express them. Lucia remained silent, absorbing 𝐻𝐿's words. The term heartless lingered in her mind, but she couldn't believe it applied to her. 𝐻𝐿 explained her reason for joining the course, expressing a desire to understand emotions. She had spent much of her life on the battlefield, witnessing only bloodshed and cruelty as a child. However, meeting Akira had transformed her perspective, allowing her to experience joy, sadness, excitement, and fear emotions beyond mere greed. This was unfamiliar territory for her, and she yearned to comprehend it. 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged the difficulty Lucia faced in expressing her emotions. Lucia shared her story, revealing the loss of her parents and the burden her brother, Spencer, carried. He had aspired to be a hero, but after graduation he felt overlooked and unneeded. The tragedy struck when their parents were attacked during a business trip, leaving Spencer filled with anger and guilt for not being able to protect them. Lucia felt a mix of emotions, but above all, she was grateful that her brother was still alive. As Lucia's tears fell, she expressed her longing to thank Spencer but felt unable to do so. 𝐻𝐿, sensing her struggle, stood up and retrieved a typewriter from her backpack, suggesting they write a letter together. Lucia hesitated, feeling unable to articulate her feelings. Suddenly, she realized the time and rushed off, leaving 𝐻𝐿 in quiet contemplation. Later that night, Spencer, Lucia's brother, lay on the ground, looking disheveled. When he heard a noise, his reflexes kicked in, and he swung his crutch at 𝐻𝐿, who effortlessly blocked the attack. Recognizing her from Lucia's description, he accepted the envelope she offered. Inside was a letter from Lucia, expressing her happiness that he was alive. As he read her words, emotions overwhelmed him, and he allowed his tears to flow. The next morning at the Auto Memory Doll training school, 𝐻𝐿 greeted the instructors, who maintained a stern demeanor. She asked about the class's completion, and Lucia confirmed she had invited 𝐻𝐿. Holding the letter 𝐻𝐿 had written for Spencer, Lucia expressed her gratitude for conveying her feelings. The instructor presented 𝐻𝐿 with a brooch, acknowledging her talent as a writer. 𝐻𝐿 realized that profound emotions could be expressed with simple words, and sometimes simplicity was the most powerful form of communication. She understood that emotions, while confusing, could also be a precious gift. As the day continued, the scene shifted to UA High School, where Midoriya was jolted awake by loud banging. Concerned about a potential threat, he prepared to investigate when Bakugo burst into his room, furious about the noise. Midoriya, along with his classmates, joined the search for the source of the disturbance, which led them to 𝐻𝐿's room. They attempted to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Kirishima, determined to help, used his quirk to break the door down, only to be startled by a sudden loud noise from inside. The group rushed to check on 𝐻𝐿, worried about her safety. Kirishima slowly nodded, admitting that he had just been scared half to death. He chuckled sheepishly as his skin returned to its normal color. The group turned to see 𝐻𝐿 in an unusual position. Her hair was pulled into a messy ponytail, and she was dressed in her army uniform. A fort made of wooden barricades surrounded her, with pillows piled on top. 4 toy guns pointed toward the group of Class 1A students, all set to defend her territory. Wooden boards lay scattered on the floor, nails bent from their original shape. 𝐻𝐿 quickly donned her army helmet and checked her supplies. The students stared in disbelief, wondering what on earth was happening. Uraraka cautiously approached, looking around. She hesitated before asking what was going on. Bakugo, irritated, interrupted her, expressing his frustration at the noise disturbing his sleep. 𝐻𝐿 explained that she was defending the dorm from a criminal. The students blinked, confused by her statement. "Him?" they asked in unison. 𝐻𝐿 seemed surprised that they had never heard of this criminal. She described him as someone who breaks into homes through chimneys, sporting a thick white beard and a big red suit. He was said to use reindeer to travel the world and leave gifts in boxes, though she was unsure of their contents. The students exchanged glances, trying to process her words. Bakugo, exasperated, declared that Santa Claus was not a criminal, prompting a collective sweat drop from the group. 𝐻𝐿 repeated the name, puzzled. Iida scolded Bakugo for his language, reminding him that they had discussed this before. Momo gently corrected 𝐻𝐿, explaining that it was simply Santa Claus and that he was not a criminal. Denki chimed in, sharing that Santa visits every Christmas night to deliver toys to good children. 𝐻𝐿's confusion deepened as she repeated the word, Christmas. The others gasped dramatically, while Bakugo retreated to his room. Momo, Uraraka, and Iida looked shocked, and Kirishima was left speechless. They explained that Christmas involved presents, hot chocolate, snow, and candy canes. 𝐻𝐿's eyes lit up at the mention of peppermints. Uraraka continued, listing off traditions like snowmen, songs, Christmas trees, and cookies. She hesitated when she mentioned mistletoe, her face turning red, which caught everyone off guard. Momo quickly tried to steer the conversation back on track, suggesting they all get to bed. She reassured 𝐻𝐿 that there would be no break-in and encouraged her to relax. 𝐻𝐿 nodded, still deep in thought about Christmas and whether Shinsou knew about it. In the Class 1C dorms, most students were away with their families, leaving only Shinsou behind. He was in the lounge, usually ready to relax, but 𝐻𝐿's presence changed that. She was there because her friend Lucia was away for Christmas, and a snowstorm prevented her from returning home. Aizawa had insisted she shouldn't be alone, so Shinsou found himself listening to 𝐻𝐿 describe Christmas while sipping hot chocolate. He raised an eyebrow when she mentioned that she had never celebrated it before. Shinsou was taken aback, asking if she had even celebrated birthdays. When she confirmed she hadn't, he murmured in disbelief. He then quietly revealed that he had gotten her a present, hoping she hadn't heard him. When 𝐻𝐿's eyes met his, he blushed and looked down, unsure if she would like it. 𝐻𝐿's eyes sparkled with excitement as she opened the colorful box he handed her. Inside was a dazzling snow globe, depicting a serene winter scene with white trees and red cardinals. She shook it gently, watching the snow swirl around, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. The sight reminded her of a snowy day in the past when Major Akira had taken her for a walk in the forest. Akira had explained the significance of the day, encouraging 𝐻𝐿 to embrace nature and enjoy the moment. Sitting beside her superior, 𝐻𝐿 had learned to appreciate the beauty of the world around her, a lesson she would carry with her as she discovered the joys of Christmas. A long moment of silence passed, but eventually, 𝐻𝐿 began to hear birds chirping. She blinked, surprised to see that there were still birds in the area. Looking up, she spotted two cardinals perched on a tree branch, their vibrant red feathers capturing her full attention. She watched as they pecked at seeds before taking flight. The simplicity of the scene filled her with a sense of beauty. Shinsou observed as 2 minutes ticked by without 𝐻𝐿 uttering a word. She played with the snow globe, her eyes filled with wonder. When she finally looked up at him, a smile graced her lips, and she expressed her gratitude. Shinsou felt a rush of warmth at her words, still flustered by her frequent smiles directed at him. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed her smile fade as she looked down. 𝐻𝐿 apologized for not having a present for him, her usual blank expression tinged with a hint of shame. He smiled gently, reassuring her that it was all right and that he was just glad she liked the gift. Later that evening, 𝐻𝐿 and the wild Pussycats hid behind a gate, preparing for a surprise. The pro-heroes were there because 𝐻𝐿 had sought their advice on how to reciprocate Shinsou's thoughtful gift. Ragdoll, a strong supporter of their connection, had devised a plan, and the others were there to witness it. With excitement, Ragdoll instructed 𝐻𝐿 to position herself under a specific plant. 𝐻𝐿 hurried over to Shinsou, making sure she was in the right spot. When he noticed her, he seemed surprised to see her after she had been absent for most of the day. She explained that she had been speaking with her guardians. 𝐻𝐿 took a deep breath and read from a yellow sticky note attached to her metal hands, expressing her appreciation for his gift and how much it meant to her. Shinsou was puzzled by her actions, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when 𝐻𝐿 pressed her warm lips against his cheek. His heart raced, and he was taken aback by the unexpected gesture. As 𝐻𝐿 walked away, a smile on her face, She felt a wave of relief, hoping she had done it right. Returning to her group of guardians, she was met with enthusiastic backpats and excited squeals. Meanwhile, Shinsou touched his cheek, a small smile forming as he processed the moment. He hadn't even realized he was standing under mistletoe. Later, 𝐻𝐿 approached Todoroki, who had just defeated a group of troublemakers. She greeted him with a smile, and he felt a warmth spread across his face at her presence. She expressed her happiness that he had passed, and he returned her smile, grateful for her support. When more friends arrived, 𝐻𝐿's excitement got the better of her, and she stumbled, falling to the floor. Concern washed over her friends, as it was unusual for her to be so clumsy. 𝐻𝐿 quickly reassured them that her legs were just asleep from sitting too long. Todoroki watched in shock but felt relieved when she stood up with a bright smile. Yamamoto and the others expressed their happiness for both 𝐻𝐿 and Todoroki's success. They discussed the whereabouts of their classmates, and 𝐻𝐿 confidently stated that she believed everyone would pass, just as she had trusted them. Her words left her friends blushing, still adjusting to the emotions she often displayed. Mustafu, Japan, Takoba National Stadium, Common Room. Denki, Kirishima, Uraraka, Siro, and Midoriya were in a state of panic. They had just accidentally hit 𝐻𝐿 with the door. Bakugo was visibly upset, pointing out their mistake. 𝐻𝐿 had a red mark on her face but quickly got up as if nothing had happened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kirishima, still startled, asked if 𝐻𝐿 was okay. 𝐻𝐿 confirmed that she was, but as she spoke, a small trickle of blood began to run from her nose, causing everyone to gasp in alarm, even Bakugo, who looked momentarily shaken. Midoriya had already fainted on the ground. Siro shouted in panic, drawing attention to 𝐻𝐿's injury while Denki knelt down, pleading for forgiveness. Uraraka questioned why 𝐻𝐿 had been waiting by the door. 𝐻𝐿 explained that she had been waiting for them, prompting Midoriya to sit up in surprise. Siro asked how she knew they had passed, and Denki expressed his confusion. 𝐻𝐿 replied that she had trusted them, wiping the blood from her nose and adding that she knew they would come. Her closed-eyed smile made their faces flush with embarrassment, even Bakugo's. 1:03 p.m. Mustafu, Japan, Takoba National Stadium, Common Room. The sleep-deprived announcer informed everyone that there were only 10 spots left. Jiro and Yamamoto exchanged worried glances. Yamamoto muttered that there were now only 9 spots remaining, expressing her concern that it might be impossible for their classmates to pass. 𝐻𝐿, still waiting by the door, reassured them that she believed in her friends. She might not know all of them well, but she had seen their strength in action. From her experiences in class, she had learned the importance of hope and selflessness, and she refused to give up on them. 1:12 p.m. Mustafu, Japan, Takoba National Stadium, Common Room. With a loud cheer, Class 1A celebrated their success. Most were excited, some relieved, and one seemed indifferent. 𝐻𝐿 stood up, capturing everyone's attention. She lifted her fist to her chest and turned to her friends, expressing her joy with a simple statement. "I am glad," she declared, her closed-eyed grin radiating happiness. In that moment, Class 1A felt a surge of unity and pride, their spirits lifted by 𝐻𝐿's unwavering support. Chapter end. 1:34 p.m. Mustafu, Japan, Takoba National Stadium, Common Room. Midoriya found himself under attack by Mineta and Kaminari. During the test, he had seen a Shiketsu student, Kami, without clothing, which sparked a chaotic reaction. 𝐻𝐿 stood nearby, confused and blinking as she tried to understand the situation. She asked if it was strange to see someone without clothes, drawing puzzled looks from Midoriya, Kaminari, and Mineta. Midoriya and Kaminari's faces turned bright red, while Mineta seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Jiro quickly intervened, short-circuiting Mineta's thoughts to protect 𝐻𝐿's innocence. Midoriya stuttered as he tried to respond, while Kaminari reassured 𝐻𝐿 not to think about it, affectionately patting her head. 𝐻𝐿 accepted this advice with a nod. 1:53 p.m. Mustafu, Japan, Takoba National Stadium. The next test focused on rescuing people. Random individuals from the Help Us company awaited rescue, And the essence of being a hero lay in this very act. Class 1A had little experience in saving others, except for 𝐻𝐿, who rushed to save a child from being crushed by a large rock. She lifted the heavy debris, preventing it from falling on them. Class 1A watched in awe, including a skeptical kid from 𝐊𝐄𝐂. The child looked up at 𝐻𝐿 with tear-filled eyes, fake blood trickling down his forehead. 𝐻𝐿 asked if he could walk, but he shook his head. She calmly instructed him not to panic. Iida, standing beside Midoriya, wondered how they would escape. 𝐻𝐿 held the rock in place with her quirk, witchcraft, and began to swap her body with her shiny white axe. As she backed up to pick up the child, the axe started to slip. The child's eyes widened in fear, mirroring the shock of Class 1A. 𝐻𝐿 rolled out from under the rock just in time, shielding the child as they both emerged unscathed. The boy looked up, astonished that he was still alive. 𝐻𝐿 retrieved her axe from the rubble and knelt beside him, noting his injured leg. She tore a piece of her dress to wrap around his wound, explaining that it wouldn't heal him but would stop the bleeding. She instructed him to climb onto her back, and he complied as she dashed away. Midoriya and Iida were amazed by 𝐻𝐿's ability to take control of the situation. They recalled the Kamino incident, where 𝐻𝐿 had saved a civilian despite being injured herself. It became clear to them that 𝐻𝐿 had real-life experience and knew how to rescue people. She was practically a hero already. Midoriya felt a sense of urgency. To pass this exam, he needed to emulate 𝐻𝐿. The 𝐊𝐄𝐂 kid muttered in frustration about the need for everyone to be like 𝐻𝐿. 2:32 p.m. Mustafu, Japan Takoba National Stadium. Midoriya bit his lip as 𝐷𝐿 appeared from above, indicating that his group would play the role of terrorists in this scenario. They had to rescue and attack simultaneously. 𝐻𝐿 observed the chaos around her, noting that this would be challenging for most. However, for her, it was merely child's play. After dropping off the last 5 victims at the health center, 𝐻𝐿 felt a sense of restlessness. There was no challenge in this test, and she longed for a worthy opponent. Now, with 𝐷𝐿 present, she was ready for some excitement. She appreciated his presence, as he had taught her the importance of multitasking in critical situations. 𝐻𝐿 leaped into action as Todoroki engaged 𝐷𝐿 from the front. 𝐷𝐿 quickly noticed her and unleashed his quirk, but 𝐻𝐿 skillfully positioned her axe to absorb the impact, intrigued by the effectiveness of 𝐻𝐿's modifications. I did it. 𝐻𝐿 was on the floor, feeling anxious as 𝐻𝐿 tinkered with her axe despite 𝐻𝐿's protests. Kaminari was beside her, apologizing profusely. 𝐻𝐿 resolved never to leave her axe in Kaminari's care again, especially after he had fallen asleep on the job. 𝐻𝐿 excitedly showed 𝐻𝐿 her modified axe, which now had a better grip. 𝐻𝐿 snatched it away to inspect it, confused about the changes. 𝐻𝐿 explained that she had made it portable, demonstrating how it could shrink into a handheld size, startling 𝐻𝐿. Kaminari and 𝐻𝐿 were both taken aback by the new feature. 𝐻𝐿 elaborated on the technology, explaining that the axe could absorb impact, making it more durable and powerful against attacks. 𝐻𝐿 expressed her gratitude, while Kaminari praised 𝐻𝐿 for her ingenuity. 𝐻𝐿 smiled, planning to thank 𝐻𝐿 later. However, her expression fell as she noticed Todoroki and Inasa arguing instead of focusing on 𝐷𝐿. While she had been busy taking down their opponents, they should have been working together against 𝐷𝐿. With a sigh, 𝐻𝐿 kicked one of 𝐷𝐿's subordinates, realizing she would have to confront 𝐷𝐿 directly until all the victims were safe. 2:53 p.m. Mustafu, Japan, Takoba National Stadium. Todoroki and Inasa stared at 𝐻𝐿 with wide eyes as she pressed her axe against 𝐷�L's attack, absorbing the force. Though her face was hidden, they could feel the intensity of her gaze, a look that could intimidate even the bravest of foes. It was clear she was furious. She expressed her frustration at them, pointing out their distraction during such a critical moment. Lives were at stake, and their petty arguments had no place in this battle. She emphasized that they were not there to act like children, they were there to be heroes. On the sidelines, Midoriya and Shinsou watched in awe as 𝐻𝐿 managed to scold her teammates while simultaneously protecting them. Aizawa observed quietly, feeling a sense of pride in her leadership. As the clock struck 3:12 p.m., everyone remained in shock at the unfolding scene. Gang Orca gently patted YN on the head, acknowledging her growth. He praised her improvement, and she looked up at him with eyes filled with fulfillment, thanking him for his words. Inesa blinked in surprise, realizing she knew Gang Orca. It was no surprise to Uraraka, Midoriya, and Iida. YN seemed to have connections with many heroes. Gang Orca was genuinely impressed with her progress, recalling the time he had taught her at his estate. Back then she had been an emotionless fighter, but now she had grown taller and more expressive. He felt a sense of happiness seeing her mature into the hero she was destined to be. Chapter end. 7:32 p.m. Mustafu, Japan Evergarden residence. Ms. Lucia turned around when the mansion door burst open. Her eyes lit up as she saw her foster daughter, YN, who she hadn't seen in a while. Lucia jumped up and wrapped her arms around YN in a big hug, grinning widely. She expressed her joy at YN's arrival as she pulled away, noticing her daughter was in her school uniform and holding something in her hand. Curiosity mixed with concern as Lucia asked what brought YN there. YN lifted a card and smiled softly, announcing that she had passed her exam. Lucia's excitement was palpable as she squealed with delight. 8:02 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School. Shinsou turned around to see YN running up to him, a smile spreading across his face. YN wanted to show him something, pulling out her hero's license with a serious expression. Shinsou hesitated before smiling back at her, wanting to share in her happiness. Yet, a pang of envy flickered within him. He wanted to be a hero too. He shook off the feeling and focused on YN, who reached into her small bag and pulled out a handmade gift. His heart raced as he looked at the small cardboard rectangle covered in blue paint, featuring a painting of his face and his name written on it. It was a fake hero's license. YN explained that he could keep it until he got a real one, apologizing for the messiness of her painting. Before she could finish, Shinsou enveloped her in a hug, holding the fake license tightly. He expressed his gratitude, and YN felt a warmth in her heart. 8:23 p.m. Mustafu, Japan UA High School. All Might was caught off guard when YN asked about the food he promised her. Her narrowed eyes made him sweat as she reminded him of his oath to buy her an unlimited amount of her favorite food. All Might, feeling a bit intimidated, quickly assured her they would get it tomorrow, which brightened YN's mood. Curious, All Might asked YN for her hero name, to which she proudly declared that she was the soldier hero, Cadet YN. All Might smiled, reminiscing about the times Akira referred to her as Cadet YN, and ruffled her hair, expressing his pride. 8:33 p.m. Mustafu, Japan Wild Pussycats estate. YN's excited scream caught the attention of Pixie Bob, who rushed to hug her, followed by Ragdoll, Tiger, and Mandalay. They bombarded her with questions about her love life, speculating about potential boyfriends. YN clarified that she did not have a boyfriend, which surprised them all. Ragdoll expressed her frustration about the wait for YN's romantic developments, while Pixie Bob took a picture to share with the hero group chat. Koda entered the room, his mood lifting upon seeing YN. He pointed to the license in her hand, asking if it meant she would be a hero. YN reassured him that she would eventually become a hero, and Koda, with a hint of worry, asked her to promise she would come back for him every time. YN smiled and made the promise, wiping away the forming tears from his eyes. The group of heroes cooed at their exchange, while Koda felt embarrassed by the attention. YN felt a swell of pride from her friends and knew the major would be proud of her too. Chapter end. 10:23 p.m. Atheon airplane. YN hated flying. The soldier hero fidgeted next to Bakugo in her plane seat, feeling uneasy about being off the ground. She was more accustomed to being on solid ground as an army soldier than being in the air. The plane was taking her and several pro heroes, including Bakugo, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Endeavor, to Atheon to stop a terrorist organization known as 𝐊𝐿, infamous for their explosive attacks around the world. As the heroes discussed their mission, YN's mind wandered, mishearing the name of the organization. She thought it was 𝐊𝐿. The entire time, she believed that everyone could fly. This must be part of those society lessons. The 𝐊𝐶𝐬𝐿 group wasn't the only one out there. There were people in France, Japan, Egypt, Singapore, and many other places. Bakugo nudged the girl as everyone stood up, urging her to join them. 𝐻𝐿 remained seated and asked where they were going since the plane had not yet landed. Bakugo insisted they were going to jump, and 𝐻𝐿's eyes widened in disbelief. They were going to do what? She didn't even like being in the air, and now they were going to fall through it. She firmly refused, repeating her denial as Bakugo grew increasingly frustrated. Endeavor had thrown 𝐻𝐿's axe out of the plane, and she immediately went after it. As she envisioned slicing through her target, she narrowed her eyes, the hood of her outfit pulled over her head. As she neared the ground, she somersaulted in the air, bringing her giant axe down with tremendous force. The impact created a shockwave that sent the 𝐊𝐿𝐼's soldiers flying. The others quickly followed her lead, launching their assault. Todoroki reminded everyone that most of the members were quirkless and urged them to go easy. Bakugo, however, was already using the light from his explosions to blind their enemies while Todoroki froze their legs. 𝐻𝐿, on the other hand, had switched her axe for a gun, loading it with tranquilizer darts. Such determined workers. As Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo walked through the bustling city of 𝐊𝐶𝐬𝐿 with bags of groceries, Midoriya commented on the liveliness around them. Todoroki explained that it was the largest city in 𝐊𝐶𝐬𝐿. Bakugo, feeling disgruntled about running errands, complained loudly about their low rank on the team. The pros were out searching for clues about 𝐊𝐿𝐼s, leaving them to handle the errands. 𝐻𝐿 had suddenly left, having shoved her groceries onto Bakugo before running off with a simple explanation of needing to check on something. Midoriya wondered what it could be. 𝐻𝐿 approached the door of a rundown trailer and knocked. She had promised to visit last time she was here, which had been 2 years ago. She hoped they would still recognize her after all this time. Big sis 𝐻𝐿. A tiny girl with brown hair in a side ponytail tackled her into a hug, nuzzling against her stomach. Not long after, a slightly older boy joined in, his face lighting up with excitement. 𝐻𝐿 couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. "Hello, Roro Lala," she greeted, ruffling Roro's hair. "You both have grown so much." They blushed with pride at her compliment. "I know, right? One day, I'll be as tall as you and Big Brother," Roro declared happily. Lala chimed in, expressing her desire to be as pretty as 𝐻𝐿 and as cool as her brother. 𝐻𝐿 playfully pointed out that Lala was already more beautiful than she was. Lala laughed, insisting she wasn't big yet and didn't know. 𝐻𝐿 then asked where their big brother was, noticing they were the only ones at home. "He left for work a bit earlier. If you go now, you can catch him. But make sure to come back tonight so we can have dinner together like last time," Roro said with a big grin. "Alright, I will be back soon. You two behave until I return," 𝐻𝐿 promised as they waved goodbye. As she walked away, Lala grinned, excitedly declaring she couldn't wait for 𝐻𝐿 to be their real big sister one day. Rodi's soul found himself surrounded, and not just by anyone, he was surrounded by police. The officers aimed their guns at him, their expressions showing they were ready to shoot. Midoriya raised his hands in a protective gesture, trying to explain that Rodi was innocent. But Rodi, feeling the pressure, tightened his grip on a case and dashed away, shouting that he hadn't stolen anything. The police ordered him to stop and declared they had permission to fire. Suddenly, a bullet struck the ground, drawing everyone's attention. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring visibility. Rodi collided with someone, and his eyes widened as he felt a firm grip on his wrist. "Come," the figure commanded, and with that, they ran, pulling Midoriya along before leaping out of the mist. The police looked up, shocked to see 𝐻𝐿. "Another suspect." "Fire!" they shouted, but 𝐻𝐿 expertly dodged the bullets as they fled. Midoriya offered to use his powers, and 𝐻𝐿 acknowledged him, allowing him to take charge of their escape. They dashed through the backstreets, pursued by police cars, and leaped onto the top of a train for safety. Midoriya wondered why the police had fired so suddenly, while Rodi muttered about how he thought he was going to die. 𝐻𝐿 turned her attention to the metal case in front of her, asking about it. Rhodey snapped out of his fear and questioned why she was there. 𝐻𝐿 replied that she had been looking for him, and he blinked in surprise at her words. Me? He asked, and 𝐻𝐿 nodded, expressing her happiness to see him again. The boy blushed slightly and smiled. Midoriya, feeling a bit like a third wheel, asked if the two knew each other. He wasn't surprised. Many people he met seemed to know 𝐻𝐿 already. Midoriya, this is... The girl was interrupted when she suddenly jumped away, pulling both boys with her as they narrowly dodged an arrow that could smash through metal. Midoriya quickly grabbed the two and evaded the barrage of arrows. Suddenly, Rhodey fainted from stress, causing Midoriya to drop him as the brown-haired boy clung tightly. Rhodey, this is no time to sleep, 𝐻𝐿 exclaimed, breaking free from Midoriya's grasp to catch the stressed-out boy before he could fall. Midoriya used his black whip to catch 𝐻𝐿's hand as they swung forward, avoiding the incoming arrows and the unseen attacker. 𝐻𝐿, you can swim, right? Midoriya asked, and she nodded. Okay, hold on to me. Understood. With a powerful swing, Midoriya launched them all into the water. Welcome to 𝐻𝐿, everyone. In the support course lab at UA High School, 𝐻𝐿 gripped the handle of her weapon tightly, staring down 𝐻𝐿, Power Loader, 𝐖𝐿, and Recovery Girl. She held her precious weapon close, afraid to let go. Come on, it won't be that bad. It'll still be your baby. 𝐻𝐿 encouraged, stepping closer. 𝐻𝐿 hissed and backed away, protective like a mother cat. The professionals found her reaction dramatic. 𝐖𝐿 noted that during battles, 𝐻𝐿 couldn't bring herself to use the sharp end of her axe, which was its intended purpose. He suggested she use another weapon, but she looked at him as if he had insulted her. It was a gift from Major, and she believed it was perfect as it was. 𝐖𝐿 even consulted All Might, who had also suggested a different weapon. 𝐻𝐿 had given him the same look, leaving out the general in his title. Realizing she wouldn't change her weapon, 𝐖𝐿 decided they should at least modify it. Don't worry, we'll just make a few adjustments to modernize it, Power Loader reassured her. 𝐻𝐿 narrowed her eyes in suspicion. I still say no. 𝐻𝐿, stop being dramatic. They won't destroy it, they're just making it more adaptable for battle, 𝐖𝐿 said, exasperated. Come on 𝐻𝐿, I'll be your best friend. 𝐻𝐿 teased, eager to start working. I don't need a best friend. I have Midoriya, Todoroki, Shinsou, and others, 𝐻𝐿 replied. In Midoriya's room, he felt his heart race for an unknown reason, tilting his head as warmth spread across his face. Meanwhile, Todoroki, enjoying his cold soba, suddenly felt a rush of happiness and wondered if he was unwell. In the boys' bathroom of Class 1C dorms, Shinsou had just stepped out of the shower when his heart began to pound, reminiscent of a joyful holiday. He smiled, recalling the moment he realized he was in love. In the support course lab, 𝐻𝐿 was still refusing to comply when Recovery Girl, tired of the argument, jumped up and gently knocked 𝐻𝐿 out. Concerned, everyone watched as she face-planted onto the floor. 𝐖𝐿 raised an eyebrow, questioning the necessity of the action. Yes, it was necessary. She hasn't slept in days. This is for her own good, Recovery Girl stated, dragging the unconscious girl across the floor. Oh, she'll forgive me. 𝐻𝐿 chimed in. She loves me. When 𝐻𝐿 regained consciousness, she glared at 𝐻𝐿, who laughed heartily while Power Loader and 𝐖𝐿 exchanged glances. 𝐻𝐿 was serious, while 𝐻𝐿 continued to giggle. 𝐖𝐿 deadpanned, reminded of his own interactions with a certain green-haired hero. I love you too, 𝐻𝐿. 𝐻𝐿 grinned, unfazed by 𝐻𝐿's dark glare. What have you done with my weapon? 𝐻𝐿 demanded, struggling against 𝐖𝐿's hold. Tell me. We modified it. We aren't finished yet, but when we are, it'll be the best. 𝐻𝐿 exclaimed, booping 𝐻𝐿's nose, which only made her eyes narrow further. Give me my weapon back. Ah, but we aren't done yet. Don't worry, it'll be amazing. 𝐻𝐿 insisted, her excitement palpable. 𝐻𝐿, just wait. Once they're finished, you'll get your weapon back. Now come on, you have class, 𝐖𝐿 said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Though uncertain, she eventually nodded. All right. Bye-bye, NN, Do not talk to me right now. Later, 𝐻𝐈 called out excitedly from the hallway, announcing that the modifications were complete. 𝐻𝐈 rushed into the room, followed by her friends. What's done? Shiro asked, but Denki shrugged in response. 𝐻𝐈 presented the modified weapon to 𝐻𝐈, who beamed with delight at the familiar feel of it. But nothing's changed, Mina pointed out, puzzled. She was right. The axe looked the same as before, white, large, and sharp. Press this, 𝐻𝐈 urged, guiding 𝐻𝐈's hand to the grip. With a click of a button, witchcraft began to transform, startling 𝐻𝐈 and the others, except for Bakugo. The weapon shifted as if it contained numerous mechanical parts, changing from an axe into a gun. Denki exclaimed with excitement, while Kirishima added that it was really cool, grinning widely. Shiro expressed his wish for a weapon like that, and others echoed his sentiment. Bakugo scoffed, arms crossed, remarking that they were weak. Someone suggested that Bakugo was just jealous because he didn't have a cool weapon either. 𝐻𝐈 chimed in, explaining that the weapon didn't use actual bullets but tranquilizers and custom-made ammunition for various situations. She also mentioned that they had made it lighter. 𝐻𝐈 stared at her new weapon, feeling a mix of confusion and intrigue. 𝐻𝐈 tilted her head, concerned about 𝐻𝐈's expression. 𝐻𝐈 asked if 𝐻𝐈 liked it, hoping for a positive response. 𝐻𝐈 admitted she was unsure, her gaze fixed on the weapon. It had been custom-made for her by the Major, designed for the battlefield to deal significant damage. However, since her role was primarily protective, perhaps a change was in order. After a moment, 𝐻𝐈 blinked and smiled slightly, deciding that she did like it. 𝐻𝐈 blushed with excitement and hugged 𝐻𝐈, who returned to her usual expression. Meanwhile, Midoriya sighed as he finally settled on the grass. 𝐻𝐈 pulled Rhodey out of the water behind her. They had narrowly escaped a chaotic encounter with a woman and the police, but they were safe now. Midoriya checked on them, and 𝐻𝐈 confirmed they were all right, gently stepping on Rhodey's stomach to help him expel the water he had swallowed. Midoriya then pulled out his phone to call Todoroki, explaining that they were supposed to meet but would be delayed. As he spoke, 𝐻𝐈 continued to assist Rhodey. Todoroki's voice came through the phone, asking if they had found the jewelry thief. Midoriya explained that they had been attacked by the police instead. Todoroki pressed for details, and as Midoriya began recounting the events, 𝐻𝐈 poked Rhodey's face to ensure he was okay. Midoriya approached 𝐻𝐈 with a concerned look, asking if she had hurt anyone earlier. 𝐻𝐈 replied that she hadn't, but when Todoroki asked to speak with her, she took the phone. When Todoroki bluntly asked if she had killed 12 people, 𝐻𝐈 simply replied yes, causing both boys to gasp in surprise. 𝐻𝐈 clarified that she hadn't harmed anyone that day but acknowledged her past actions. Midoriya, looking panicked, reminded her that she had just said she hadn't hurt anyone. 𝐻𝐈 reiterated that she hadn't harmed anyone recently, but she had killed before. The atmosphere shifted as everyone in the room processed her words. Todoroki had the phone on speaker, and it became clear that 𝐻𝐈 often took things literally. When Todoroki asked if she had killed 12 people earlier, 𝐻𝐈 responded no. However, she learned that she and Midoriya were now on a wanted list for mass murder, which elicited a collective reaction of disbelief. 𝐻𝐈's calm demeanor surprised everyone, and she asked if this would affect her reputation as a future hero. Midoriya insisted there must be a misunderstanding, arguing that they had done nothing wrong. However, the official records labeled them as wanted criminals. At the World Heroes Mission HQ, All Might, now a supervisor, reacted with shock upon hearing that his favorite student and adoptive daughter were on the wanted list. Meanwhile, in various locations, classmates expressed their disbelief, defending Midoriya and 𝐻𝐈's character, insisting that they were not capable of such actions. The very thought of it made her feel uneasy. She knew them well, perhaps better than anyone else. There was no way this could be true. Tsuyu expressed her doubts, believing there had to be an explanation behind the situation. Nijire chimed in, insisting that 𝐻𝐈 was too precious to be a criminal, just like Midoriya. In the woods of Athen, Rhodey was in disbelief. After finally getting the water out of his system, he was shocked to learn that 2 of his friends were on the wanted list, and they were all being targeted by dangerous villains. How could things possibly get worse? The reality of their predicament weighed heavily on him, especially since they felt powerless to act without risking arrest. Rhodey pointed an accusatory finger at YN, exclaiming his frustration. She tilted her head, responding with a simple admission of ignorance. When he pressed her for an explanation, she reiterated her lack of knowledge, which only frustrated him further. Midoriya, with a look of shame, admitted that he was also on the wanted list, along with YN. Rhodey couldn't believe it. He cared deeply for YN and felt a sense of responsibility for her safety, but he also had to think about his siblings. They depended on him, and he couldn't bear the thought of what might happen to them if he got into serious trouble. Rhodey recalled the case he had been carrying, initially believing it contained jewelry, only to discover it was filled with papers. As Midoriya and Rhodey brainstormed a plan, YN, who was not as cautious, began reading through the top-secret documents. Rhodey suggested they simply hand over the case, but Midoriya doubted it would be that easy. They might be silenced because they knew too much. Rhodey, eager to escape the situation, proposed burning the case, but YN quickly dismissed the idea, explaining the impracticality of destroying the metal briefcase and its contents. Despite Rhodey's protests, YN continued to read, insisting they should know what they had taken. Rhodey, wanting to minimize their involvement, took the book from her hands, but she swiftly grabbed another document from the ground, determined to learn more. Rhodey then suggested they go straight to the police, but Midoriya was confused about how they would present their case. Rhodey jokingly shouted that they could demand €1,000,000 for the case, which would only make them seem like real criminals. To his surprise, YN agreed with the idea, leaving Midoriya in disbelief. Realizing they had no choice but to run, they decided to buy disguises and escape to another country. It was a strange turn of events, but they were determined to navigate this runaway vigilante story together. Oh no, that can't be true. It's a lie. The truth is too hard to accept. No way. Major was alive because of the last thing she said to her. Love was the reason, and it was real. YN felt a wave of emotions wash over her. She loved her deeply. That was the truth, and it meant everything to her. No chance. The Major was too powerful to be killed. She couldn't have died. YN remembered the countless lives she had taken without a second thought and began to question everything. She pulled her legs close to her chest while sitting on a park bench, staring at the wooden surface. Major couldn't be dead. She saved people. Good people didn't die, they saved others. YN thought about all the times she had been told that she was a killer. She was alive, but at what cost? She inhaled sharply, realization dawning on her. She was a killer, and she had to face that truth. Should she go crazy and embrace the darkness within her? Or should she find a way to hold on to her sanity? YN felt a surge of conflicting emotions. She questioned whether she should let herself succumb to madness or fight against it. As she sat there, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was losing herself. She was alive, but the weight of her actions pressed heavily on her heart. The thought of Major being gone was unbearable. She couldn't accept it. She had to believe that Major was still out there, fighting, saving lives. YN's mind raced with memories of the Major, her strength, and her unwavering spirit. She couldn't let that go. She had to hold on to hope, even in the darkest moments. With a deep breath, YN resolved to keep fighting, to honor the Major's legacy. She would not let despair consume her. She would find a way to live, to save, and to be the person Major believed she could be. The journey ahead would be challenging, but YN was determined to face it head-on. She would not let the darkness win. She would carry the light of hope within her, no matter what.